as a secret because you don't want to potential enemies of technological civilization of the West targeting those specific places and shutting down everything that we have dear and that we love.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but some applications where latency is important, I think they would have that would be located close to the user and user.
Certainly, yes.
Thank you both. Alan, jump at it, and then we'll go to Craig and away from Microsoft, I think. Alan?
Okay, thank you, Bertrand, for the clarification about the security updates. And of course, I'm sure that the three-letter organizations or entities are in touch with these tech giants for sure. I was more thinking about the stuff that would impact their economy, so the cloud-based services, and also the question if maybe Apple and also Google with their Android services would be able to shut private users out of the app stores and all these services, cloud services that they provide to them. I think that would definitely be a sanction that doesn't impact health or security of individuals or anything like this, and but it would piss them off, and people would be even more annoyed and isolated. And I think at this point we need to consider all these kind of measures.
Makes sense to me. Then John, close out, and then Craig.
Yeah, regarding Apple, if you remember, not that long ago, they used to have the phones locked to specific networks, and that locking mechanism sits centrally, to my understanding, meaning they would have a database to every single phone, with every single phone, and could control it somehow, I guess, but I don't know if it's legal or applicable, but I think it's possible.
May I just say that I am not sure about the Apple Store, but the Play Store has, at least as far as the paid apps are concerned. I'm not exactly sure about the free apps, but the paid apps have been blocked by Google in the very early days of the war. So that is they are certainly monitoring that, and they're using. They're using the means that seem to be reasonably available in my eyes without disrupting the other countries due to unintended consequences. I'm not going to, put up a full defense of whatever the IT giants are doing. I am always ready to learn that they can do more, but they have been in that respect quite active. Google and Microsoft and Amazon, among others.
Perfect. Thank you. Craig, what's going on with the railway south of Melitopol and other things, but especially that?
Yeah, so it's been an interesting, I'd say, the interesting 48 hours if for everybody, because I think we're all kind of coming down from this high that we were on, justifiably given the counteroffensive in the Kharkiv Oblast around the Oskil Reservoir, Le Mans, Yampil. And we're all kind of coming down from that, right? We're all kind of, letting it settle. And now we see ourselves in a new world, right? And this new world is one largely of Ukraine's own making. Ukraine is shaping this brilliantly, as far as I'm understanding it. And as far as railways and things that are going boom, as far as logistics go, it's only getting progressively worse, and it'll only continue to get worse for Russia as things move forward. Given their precarious nature of their lines, so far Ukraine has destroyed somewhere between 35 to 4,000, so 3,500 to 4,000 logistical vehicles in the Russian military. And for those that have been in the U.S. military, you're like, that's like a drop in the bucket. Like 3,000 is like a Thursday, right? But remember, for the Russians, their logistics all exist off of their train network, right? Bringing railheads within 100 to 90 miles of a battlefield unloading and going there, right? So Ben Hodges spoke about this conveyor belt. You know, me and him have been speaking about these conveyor belt of trucks that bring supplies and logistics and support. And the more you do that, the more you extend that conveyor belt. And then you add in the exponent or the coefficient, if you will, of the amount of trucks that you have destroyed. You end up with things like we saw around northern Ukraine, where we saw an ambush of basically a Russian military unit that had basically taken a spray can and painted Z over a van. And that was loaded with supplies and uniforms and all kinds of rest of that stuff. That's how desperate it's getting. Now, remember, this is supposed to be the second largest, supposed to be the second best military in the world. And it's reduced to using DHL and UPS knockoff vans to get what it needs to get where it needs to get it. And so where we see these things specifically, where I keep on focusing on are two major portions from a logistical perspective. One is the north and then south, where Dolan just described, around Melitopol. There are train lines that run the length of this so-called land bridge, that run the length of it. So from Crimea to Melitopol, to Tokmak, and then to Mariupol, and then to
Tokmak.
points east.
Tokmak.
Excuse me. So that's kind of where that area is. That has gone extensive partisan operations. You don't need to put a 155 millimeter shell all the way from Kherson or wherever right onto a rail line. There are Ukrainian partisans that are acting in and around that area. And I would assume, if you're doing their job right, and we understand that they probably are, that they are not just blowing it up randomly. They understand train schedules. They understand there's information being shared. This is well known, right? And you know when a train's leaving, you know when you want to kind of gobble up that track. So one of the things that we understood when you do logistics in the military is that you just don't kind of go around blowing up rails, right? That's just not a thing, right? You just don't randomly pick a rail line and then blow it up. What you try to do is create a log jam on the line. So let me paint a good picture for people. So let's say you're a good Ukrainian partisan in the south of Ukraine, and you want to create maximum confusion along Russian logistical lines. So here's what you do. You are able to get information. You see trains transiting. You're communicating with your fellow friends and neighbors and what have you, and you see trains coming. Because the one thing is, if you blow up a rail while a train is coming, here's where it gets really sticky. How are you going to fix it? The only way to fix it is to get something from downriver, bring it back towards it, or you have to back the train all the way out to get the repair crew out there if there's enough damage, right? Maybe you can get some trucks out there, but Russia has this unit where they kind of get into these trucks that have pseudo rail wheels on them, and they kind of travel down the line, right? And so in order to do that, then you have to back the train out, or you have to put it on wheels and then back it in to where the damage is. That creates all kinds of issues. So there have been reports of Ukrainians staging ambushes on some of these repair units. They blow up a track, they create this kind of bottleneck, create this log jam. And then as the repair crew comes down, these are uniformed Russian personnel. These are not civilians. These are not innocent people. They are wearing a uniform in a war environment. They are fair game. And they stage an ambush, and then they kill them. And then they run off into the woods, and they actually stage ambushes on some of these armored trains and some of these other areas. And so it's not just, contrary to what people might think, you just don't kind of walk around blowing up rail lines. You wait to create the maximum amount of confusion that creates a 2, 3, 4 hour delay in that logistical arrival that was counted on 3, 4, 5, 6 hours ago. Because, hey, like, you know, the Ukrainians are attacking us. Like, we need to do something. We need more ammunition. We need more this. We need more that. And you can't get it there on time. That 6 hour delay can be 6 hours that have saved Ukrainian lives by not having the appropriate amount of ammunition where it needs to be, when it needs to be there. So that's kind of a brief synopsis of partisan warfare from logistical lines. The northern side of Ukraine, I think, is much more strategic, and I'll be very brief. So there is a rail line that runs down from Russia. It splits like a fork. One runs to Kupiansk, and then, I beg your pardon?
no, I just said Kupiansk by the time you figured out how to say Kupiansk.
Yeah, Kupiansk, and then you can help me pronounce this one, Staryobilsk.
Starobilsk.
Starobilsk, thank you. So that is on the eastern.
Bilsk.
Ilsk. Okay.
Bilsk. Yeah.
Okay, you guys just love beating the horse to death here. But anyway, I'm the proverbial kicking horse of the pronunciation brigades here. Just let me sound like an ignorant American. All right, just leave me be. And so there's two lines that run. They fork. One goes to the southwest primarily. The other one goes to the southeast. What I think is happening along these rail lines are what you consider to be strategic shaping operations, not operational, not tactical, but strategic. And here's what I mean by that. If you have numerous points of entry into an area that you're looking to conduct military operations, then that actually makes, and when I say entry, I mean logistical entry. That actually makes your life because you don't clog up a rail line. You're not waiting on people to switch. People make mistakes. They switch to the wrong thing. You got to back the train up. You got to fuel it. You got to coal it. The guy's got to get out and eat. You got to fuel some stuff up. You want multiple points of ingress and egress, if you will. And that smooths out the logistical computations. What we see in the northern part of Ukraine is slowly but surely chopping off almost a leg at a time, almost like a spider, right? They're just chopping off a leg at a time, until the point where there's a city, Trotsky, that is to the north of, that is, I'm sorry?
Keep going.
Okay, sorry. So it's spelled Troitske. That is another critical junction that is in the northern part of Ukraine. Now you say, well, what's the big deal about that, right? Ukraine just conducted an offensive there. Well, here's the thing. You're trying to create a log jam where it makes it easier for you to zero in on targets. That's really what we're talking about. This is a strategic operation, at least in my observation. Everything that I've seen from Chuck, everything I've seen from other people who follow this stuff pretty intensely, is that you look at it, you're like, well, why are they paying attention to that? You don't look at where you're attacking. You look at where they go if the operation is successful. So imagine for a moment that this operation is successful and that rail line is severed from the north to the south. And you're like, okay, well, what happens if that's successful? You then look east and you realize that there's only 3 rail junctions, not roads, not actual spurs and all the rest of that stuff, but junctions, switching yards, transloading yards. These are the key parts of infrastructure. So as this operation moves forward into the Donbass, as you see Ukraine conducting successful field operations, this is a second part of it because it's going to come down to 3 major junctions. One is Ilyovaisk, 2 is Rakove, and then the other is around Donetsk in Russia. So there is a Donetsk, Russia, spelled the exact same way in English, that is just over the Russian border south of Luhansk. Yeah, go ahead, Doman.
Nope, that's exactly the phrase I was going to, the last sentence that you said, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, so it's just southeast of Luhansk, just over on the Russian side of the formal border, not the line of contact, but the actual Russian Federation internationally recognized border.
And so just put this into context, right? That's where the rail crossing is. That's how far around you need to go.
That's the no. It's not it's the switching yard that's important. Because remember, in logistics, you always go upriver to create havoc. You don't go downriver. That's a waste of ammunition. You go upriver. It's like the Allies attacking ball bearing factories, right? And attacking coal production, right? Coking coal production. You don't waste your time blowing up steel factories and all the rest of this stuff. That's a waste of ammunition. All you have to do is blow up the ball bearings and the gasoline and the coking coal, and the rest just completely falls apart by default, right? And so you just focus on that one node. You strangle it until that one node is gone. And so where those 3 areas I just described, they are not so much entry points, but junctions. They are the ones, especially around Ilyovaisk, which is southeast of Donetsk, which I'm sure is all purely in the heart of every Ukrainian soldier, because I didn't realize this, but I learned that a small group of Ukrainian soldiers, 200 to 400, were actually massacred by Russia. They put up the white flag. They were supposed to be given a green corridor. They were going to cede the country, and then cede the land. And then as soon as they came out of their trenches and exposed themselves, they all got completely massacred. So Ilyovaisk is well known to the Ukrainians. Nobody's giving away any information here. But Ilyovaisk, Radikove, which is to the west of Luhansk, and then Donetsk, Russia, not Donetsk Oblast or Donetsk City in Ukraine. These are the junctions. These are where the rails split. They fork. They go north, they go south, and then they get into that web that I was talking about in the Donbass. Don't let them get into the web. Seal off and strangle those entry points, and you are well within HIMARS range to go. So what I'm seeing logistically is a strategic shaping operation, not a tactful one or tactical one or an operational one like we saw around Kherson.
Now, Craig, let's go back to border crossings a little bit, right? If you look at a roadway map of Ukraine, see, this is I know your love language here, Craig. I know exactly what to say to make you interested. So what I wanted to highlight is rail crossings from Russia into Ukraine, right? From the one that you just mentioned, the one at Troitske, which is of that spur. One goes to Kupiansk, one goes to Starobilsk, and then to Stanica Luhanska, which is basically across the river from the city of Luhansk, across the famed Siversky Donets. Right, there are no more rail crossings between Russia and Ukraine, then across the international border, until that one down there at Donetsk, right, at the city of Donetsk, not the big one in Ukraine, but the little one on the Russian side of the Russian-Ukrainian border. And I think this is what is just so important and interesting here. You need to go all the way around if you want to supply things by rail logistics. That easternmost part of Luhansk Oblast, of occupied Luhansk Oblast, everything that is to the east of that line, Troitske, what's this town here? Solidarne, Starobilsk, all the way down to Stanica Luhansk, everything that's to the east, there's no spurs that come in, no rail spurs that come in from Russia. And I think that is, that's very significant in itself, isn't it, Craig? Because it means that everything that wants to come into Luhansk Oblast needs to come down south, from the area around Rostov-on-Don or Shakhty, or directly whatever this is, kind of from Volgograd, effectively, right, from that direction, or just needs to come down all the way down to the southerly latitudes to be able to then enter from the south. You just can't bring things from anywhere from the north of Ukraine, basically in Russia, straight in by rail. You'd need to truck it. And what do we know about Russian truck logistics, Greg?
They're total crap at this point. They're total crap.
Right, that. And how do we know this?
Well, one is the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, which, contrary to some people's opinion, has actually been remarkably accurate in the amount of things that it's destroyed. Its ability to absorb data and then publish that data has been remarkably accurate. I have seen a few errors here and there, a few things wrong, but those are more like identification errors than they are numerical errors. And so, everybody's going to make mistakes. This isn't perfect, but the point I'm trying to make here is that when you destroy 3,500 to 4,000 logistical vehicles of a nation that is not a primarily mechanized, despite what people might believe, not a primarily mechanized army, the United States military has more trucks than you could possibly imagine. If we really needed them, we could buy probably a couple hundred or a couple thousand from Amazon or UPS and turn those into logistical tractor trailers if we needed to. Russia can't do that because its entire economy, and I can't emphasize this enough, its entire economy is rail-based. They do not have what we consider to be, here in the United States at least, I'm not going to speak for Europe or anywhere else, just where I am now, you can't drive a quarter of a mile down a road without seeing a truck, a delivery van, an 18-wheeler, a FedEx, a UPS. I mean, we're just wheelbase. We're mechanized. The entire United States military is meant for expeditionary warfare, which means you need to be able to move and move quickly and move a lot. That's the key here. Move a lot. And what I mean by that is just before the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, gave 120 heavy logistical vehicles to Ukraine. Those 120 can move tons and tons and tons of stuff. They can move palletized things off of rail lines. I've seen it myself, where you can take some of these crane operators, take a train in the middle of nowhere, stop that train in the middle of nowhere, pull up that logistical truck, use the crane to use the pallets to unload wherever you need it, and then the train just goes back to where it came from. It doesn't need a transloading facility. It just needs a flat piece of ground to where it's somewhat even at MSL level. And at that point, you can move probably about 10 to 15 tons in about 2 hours, maybe less, depending on how much you're hauling ass, right? And Russia does not have that kind of capability. It is a point-to-point delivery system. And here's the other thing, Doman, I'm just going to conclude on this. Remember, people, it's not, there's two phases to logistics. There's two phases. Number one is the tactical deployment, right? Operational deployment, getting these to your brigades, your battalions, your companies, your platoons. That's tactical deployment. Those trucks have been more or less kind of wiped off the face of the earth. And they're left with these like pseudo knockoff delivery vans that should be delivering your bread in Russia, but is now delivering uniforms and ammunition. That's tactical deployment of logistics. Then you back up to the strategic logistical funnel. And here's what I mean. Imagine an Amazon warehouse, okay? And you can imagine Amazon trucks and UPS trucks and all the rest of this stuff going to these warehouses, picking up the package, picking up 200 or 300, and then delivering them at their house. Ding dong, there's your package, right? But what people forget, though, is the logistical operation to fill the warehouse to begin with. That is the real key here, folks. It is not so much the tactical deployment of ammunition. It is the strategic ability to fill the warehouse with enough shells so that when your knockoff UPS DHL van pulls up and says, hey, I'm ready for my delivery of, 10 shells or whatever it is that they're carrying, a couple hundred things of gasoline, there's nothing there to pull from. There's no source. There's no warehouse to pull from. And that's why these rail junctions are so critical, because rail delivers volume at speed, meaning that it's quicker because it's delivering more, right? There's an equation there. There's a computation I don't need to get into. But the point is that you deliver quickly by delivering more. So I can deliver a little stuff very, very fast. But if I can deliver a lot of stuff at the same point, then it becomes a balancing act where you start to expand beyond the exponents and the coefficients of the equation, so to speak. Russia's ability to fill the Amazon warehouse full of stuff for tactical units to pull from is 100% dependent on rail. 110%, because its entire economy is built on rail. And so if you're able to do this kind of strategic shape operation and start to whittle down the entry points, then all you have are three primary junctions that go to the warehouses that fill the tactical deployment of assets, of tactical deployment of stuff, right? That's where I'm going with all this. That's what's happening, at least in my opinion. That's my observation. They're trying to cut the flow into the warehouses to remove the tactical ability to pull, right? So there's two equations when it comes to logistics. It's tactical and then it's strategical. Filling the warehouse and then pulling from the warehouse.
Thank you, Craig. Craig, I need to jump off and jump back up real quick because I'm getting lots of technical glitches, and I will let you talk to Chris, whom I think has a logistical question.
Craig, I just want to say, man, you've made all my birthdays at once. And you've also stopped me from screaming at the computer, saying, hit the bloody effing railway lines. So thank you, really, man. It really made me happy. So are they actually hitting these places at the minute?
So what we're seeing is in my mind's eye, right? If I'm just looking at a map, right?
Yeah.
World War II style.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing mass interdiction, HIMARS strikes on Ilyovaisk. I have not seen that yet. I've seen that they've targeted it from time to time, but there's a difference between, again, going out like comparison to partisan operations, just kind of going out and just blowing up a railway, right, just to create kind of havoc and issues.
Yeah.
versus waiting for a train to be there and then blowing it up, right? And then creating that mass confusion, right? So there's two types of things. So my point is that we have seen the occasional strike on Ilyovaisk and some other things in the Donbass, primarily ammo depots, the warehouses, right? They're hitting the Amazon warehouses. So let me kind of westernize this for people. They're hitting the Amazon warehouses to reduce the capability to pull from it tactically. They have not, at least from what I've seen, I could be wrong. I haven't, maybe not. Maybe they have. They have not hit Rakove. They have not hit Ilyovaisk. And when I mean hit it, I mean strangle it. I mean every single day, like clockwork, you're striking it every single day, 1 or 2 HIMARS a day. We have not seen that level of strangulation, at least from what I've seen.
Like they've done the bridges at Kherson, but like that type of, repetitive.
Exactly. Every single day, you're hitting it every single day, all the time, 24 hours a day. It's coming down on top of you.
Yeah. Well, I've been thinking, I'm like, well, it's a nightmare. All these bloody prisoners that they're like sending into Ukraine, and I'm like, hit the effing railway lines, preferably with them on it, But oh man, you've made me so happy. Just quickly, to say as well. So I was saying earlier on about this thing. I know a lot of people know about it already now, but that the Russians don't use containers and don't use pallets. So they say. So do you think that's true in terms of their railways? Do they use containers on the railways or not?
No, not at all. They are not Western palletized stuff. All you have to do, really, Chris, is go on Twitter and just Google and just put in Russian ammo dump Ukraine, and you're just going to see like mountains of boxes and just crap. This is in no way, shape, or form an organized operation. Russia is depending on quantity to make up for what it has qualitatively. And so that's what it's kind of pinning its hopes on. Now, what you get is you get a lot, but it's extremely disorganized, right? Extremely disorganized. And so they don't use palletized systems that I just described that the UK just delivered to Ukraine, 120 heavy logistical vehicles. These are heavy stuff. This is top of the line, Oshkosh type of stuff. This is the real deal. This is what the United States and what the UK uses to move its heavy stuff. And when Ukraine got these, I've been begging, like flat out screaming at times on Twitter and other places to get them these trucks. And it appears that Ukraine has gotten them probably several weeks ago at this point, at least in my estimation.
Yeah. Okay. So Russians like no containers, no pallets, but like you guys and us, US and Americans, we're all doing that all the time.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's standard operating procedure here in the West.
Okay, cool. Thanks ever so much, my friend. Really great news.
Can I ask you another question, Chris?
Yeah.
So, these rail lines, is it so that they need to strike them basically every day or every second day, because or else they're just going to go back and then I wanted to comment on the fact that they don't use pallets and containers. It's absolutely amazing. If you look at the videos, they use basically not use just containers. They also have these absolutely horrible wooden heavy crates instead of glass fiber or plastic crates to ship their ammunition. So
is that for
can't produce it?
Yeah, it Craig? I think not.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's funny. they you see these basically skeleton of soldiers loading ammunition in some of these videos. You see underfed Russian soldiers that are just fed up. And I saw one video where there is like a big truck of MLRS Grad missiles, which is stocked up in a truck, and they're so fed up with shoveling them and carrying them, so they just basically make them all fall over onto the ground, so they won't need to load them all off one by one from the truck. It's funny that they do this.
There's one video where this happens, where a grenade goes off in the midst of everything, and the whole shit and shebang goes. And this is the photographer flies backwards and the phone seemingly was thrown away, and later on this was detected seemingly by the Ukrainians because the SBU published it at some point in time. I'll have to check for it.
There's
about a
also a
month
very
ago.
funny video where there are two, like, seriously skeletons of soldiers trying to load crystallized rocket fuel tubes on the easy way. They have a big rope and they just make the whole shebang fall out of the truck. You know, it's crazy.
So how was the elk meat?
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, the first time, Axel, you're hot.
Fantastic.
Axel, you're hot mic'd.
I was getting elk meat.
Okay,
Sorry,
elk meat. I didn't know it was that season.
Is that Barum's cousin?
No, I did not fillet our battle moose. It was proper elk meat, nicely done in a rucola salad with caramelized onions and the likes, because somebody thought of me nicely.
Oh, stop
Delicious.
it. That European cuisine. Oh.
So my question was about if they need to hit it every day, because or else they will just repair it.
Yeah, so the idea is salient, right? So it's what, and some people might have caused me to be somewhat, they've called me somewhat violent when I say this, but I mean it quite literally. It's a strangulation operation. When you're ready to go, right? Because let's be honest, Ukraine is using a lot of HIMARS, it's using a lot of ammunition, it expended a lot of stuff. Because let's just do a time equation, right? Let's say that Ukraine does it now. It starts today, that strangulation operation, right? But it also has to do the time computation to when it can get its units in place to move again, right? It just conducted an offensive. There are Ukrainian soldiers that are wounded. They need care. You need to get the ammo back in. You need to refill your brigades. You need to rest, refit, and reorganize, right? That's not, you don't do that in 24 hours, right? It does take a little bit of time. You got to rotate units. You got to do these things, right? This is just standard operating procedure. This isn't a great mystery, right? And so what you would do is, at least again, in my mind's eye, is let your units get organized, put them back together, because you have some Ukrainian units, I'm sure, that were had forward delegation of authority and decided to take a couple extra things. You're like, whoa, slow down. We're gonna move slowly. You're good on you for doing what you did, but we kind of have to pump the brakes a little bit because we don't want you to overextend, right? So they need to kind of pause for a second, regroup, refit, rotate units, refill their tanks, refill their APCs, get the gas back up there, get the ammo, get everything set up and ready to go, right? Now, if you start the HIMARS attack now, but you're not ready to conduct the offensive into the Donbass, then you're firing ammunition that might be better served later on, because you're burning through HIMARS ammunition, you're burning through all the rest of this stuff that, let's be quite honest, it's not limitless. You don't have 15 million HIMARS rounds, right? You just don't, right? And so you have to be careful about how you do it, because if you run the computations on the logistics and say, in order to conduct this strangulation operation while at the same time also striking ammo depots, striking bridges, striking all the rest of this stuff, you could end up with 3,000 or 4,000 HIMARS rounds, right? Or whatever number that may be. Then you turn around and run you computations on your burn rate. And you're like, probably not a good thing to do it right now. We kind of need to preserve our ammunition supply, so that way when we do go, we can sustain the level of fire needed within the operational time that's needed, right? When HIMARS first came online, we saw a HIMARS land here, we saw a HIMARS land there. Everybody remembers HIMARS the clock and all the rest of this stuff. But then you saw the pace go up 1,000 times. I mean, it went almost like a hockey stick. It was steady, and then boom, you just saw HIMARS and everything just landing within 72 hours. It was an overwhelming, quite literally shock and awe operation. That's the goal. And so if you have a limit on your computations for your logistics throughput and your rate of fire, then maybe you don't do these strangulation operations now. You wait till your units are in place, you wait till you're refitted, everything I just said, right? Wait for the rotation, set up, good topography. 1 month or whatever, to be quite honest, whatever time Ukraine sees fit at this point, they're under no real serious threat of counterattacks or anything like that. They can kind of sit there, regroup, look to see where the Russians are, start their tactical operational plans, coordination, retrain, bring in new units, bring in new guys that just got trained at the UK. And then at that point, a month or 2 weeks or whatever the Ukrainians think, that's when you start the strangulation. That's when it's just completely, utterly, not one or two a couple of days. I'm talking one or two a day, quite literally at that pace, because you don't want to give the Russians the ability to launch one or two, and then 3 days go by and they fix a rail, or they fix a this, they fix a that, and the trains are running again. You want to do it every single day. 1 at 8 and 1 at 4. 1 at 8 and 1 at 4. Every single day for weeks straight. And that's an ammunition computation. That's a rate of fire computation that I'll leave to CJ.
Craig, the other factor is if you can simply deliver a big enough blast, right? That makes it a whole lot more difficult to repair the rails. And I think that's the other component here. If you are hitting it with gimlets, it's one thing, because yes, just like with Russians hitting Ukrainian rail lines with caliber cruise missiles, right? Ukrainian rail lines in the west of Ukraine, that does a certain amount of damage, but it doesn't do so much damage that a rail crew can't fix it all up in the matter of let's say a day-ish, maybe 2 days, depending on where it is while it's hit and such. But if it's a big enough blast, after you need to do earthworks, considerable earthworks, as well as other things, then that can take weeks instead of hours or days. And I think that's the other variable here, isn't it?
It is, but to the Russians' credit, right? In order to beat your enemy, you have to first respect your enemy, because once you respect them, then you get an honest throughput of information and you can digest it appropriately, right? The goal here is not to get arrogant, it's to be confident. That's the goal. Any boxer that's gone into a ring is confident, but they're not arrogant. When you're arrogant, you make mistakes. And so, to Russia's credit, it has shown, at least from what I've seen, a pretty good ability to get rail back running again. Because remember, their entire economy, right? Look at my avatar, 1861, right? Russians have been doing this rail stuff for a really, really long time.
Craig, 1861, Lvivska Zaliznytsia was built by whom?
It was built by the Ukrainian government, right? It was built by the, where are we talking here? Which geographic
The one
place?
in your avatar?
You're talking.
Lvivska Zaliznytsia was built by whom in 1861?
Rakushani.
It wasn't the Tsars. It was
the British, no?
Of course not.
No, it wasn't the Tsars. No, I'm thinking of my mind's in the Donbass right now. I'm starting to get
Rakushan.
So that,
The
right?
Austrians.
Yes, I was going to say the Central Europeans, but sure, we'll say Austrians. The Austrian-Hungarian Empire.
There's no such thing as Central Europeans. It's the Habsburg Empire at that point.
Yes, Austrian-Hungarian. Yes, the Habsburgs. The thrust of that, though, is that my main point is that while my avatar says that, let's just cut to the chase. The Russians have been doing rail for a very, very long time. Okay, they know how to repair it. They know how to put it back together fairly quickly. And it's been proven time and again, they've been able to, at least to some degree, so long. And remember, though, folks, when we saw these bridges go down, when we saw rail lines getting blown up, look where the Ukrainians blew up. They didn't go out in the middle of nowhere and blow up a rail. They went to the bridges and blew up the rail there, right? Because irregardless of the size of the blast, you could put 100 kilograms of explosives underneath a rail line on flat ground. One, if you're really hauling ass, but if you do it to a bridge, that expands the time. And so my point that the thrust of all this is that Russia does have the ability, sometimes irregardless of the size of the blast, to repair rail in certain areas. But these junctions, to Doman's point, this is where Doman's correct. The switching yards, the cranes, the operators, the electronical equipment, the rail administrators who actually sit in the rail tower and push the buttons. You have red, yellow, green to switch your trains so that way they can just pass on through. You have to then go up, detach your cars, attach more cars, and then continue on. This is a complicated logistical operation to operate a rail yard. And so that is something I think probably is going to take a little bit longer to repair. And so, yeah, if you could drop 2,000-pound bomb on our switching yard, then yeah, that's going to take you weeks to get that thing back up and running again, right? But if it's on a single rail line, even if it's a 2,000-pound bomb, the Russians can lay fresh track probably within a matter of 2 days, right? So it matters where you're striking. That creates the explosion, that creates the complexity, right? So it's geographic just as much as it is topographic, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Very, very, very informative.
And Craig,
Yeah,
how
we
long
have to not
have we been
misunderestimate
preaching this here?
March. Sorry.
Exactly.
March. I mean, people have to understand, right? Like, let's just kind of cut through the rubbish here. This is a land-based operation. There are no ports. There are no sea entries. There is nothing. All this is being traversed over land. For anybody who knows anything about logistics, traveling over land is far more expensive, takes more time, and delivers less than traveling by sea. That is rule number one. It always has been the case since the beginning of time, that sea travel is far more efficient than land travel. And what you see is quite literally we're rewinding the clock here, quite literally 80 years, 80, 90, 100 years, because this is not a naval, Ukraine's not an island, right? People always say, why am I obsessed with trains? If this war was taking place in Great Britain or an island, my avatar would be a shipping company, not a rail company, because it's these rail folks, it's Uklanzanitsa, that is quite literally the second army of Ukraine. We had the CEO of the rail company on this space, and he said, we are the second army. We are providing what our army, what our people, what our nation needs in its time of need. Correct me if I'm wrong, Domin or Axel, but this is the single largest company in the country, is it not? 250,000 employees.
Yes, it
Single
is.
largest company.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean,
Yes.
you see the sheer
Domin,
operation.
did you say yes already?
Yeah. No. You and
Oh,
Domin.
no,
got
it's
the
yes.
yes.
Craig,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
answer is yes.
Craig, the answer to your question as to what is the single largest company in Ukraine, Domin, is?
Yes.
Yes, Craig, you're right. You've been right from the beginning. It's the most important civil defense unit, and it is the key logistics army of Ukraine.
And I think that Ukraine, for all its time, for all the patience that we've had to show here, Ukraine has shown two things. One, understanding its own interior lines and what it needs to do to get someplace, but it also knows its enemy. The Ukrainians are well versed in what the Russians are because there were Ukrainians who served in the Soviet army. There are still some of those people there that understood what it meant to serve, or should I say conscripted into the Soviet military, not so much served, but conscripted. And they understand Russians and how they move things. And it's all by rail. And once you start to see what Domin and I were talking about, especially when it came to the north, that rail line that splits from Kupiansk and then goes to the southeast, that is chopping off one leg of the spider at a time. And slowly but surely, the Russians are just out of options. And all they have are three main rail switching yards, not like lines, but switching yards. Once you blow up that switching yard, then to quote Ben Hodges, who was here about a week ago, the conveyor belt of supplies only gets longer and more inefficient. And then you've shaped that operation strategically, operationally, and then it feeds all the way down to the tactical level when you have Ivan sitting there with his mortars or his shells or whatever, and his delivery didn't make it on time. He doesn't have the shells he needed. He doesn't have the medical. He doesn't have the food. He doesn't have the water. He doesn't have the gas. He doesn't have anything he really needs except to sit there come wintertime, if this war goes on. God forbid this war goes on past winter, because we have to remember the suffering of the Ukrainian people if Russia decides to attack critical infrastructure and power supplies to the vast majority of people. That's going to be a really, really rough time if that were to take place. If it doesn't, if this war does go that far, then you're going to see Russian troops quite literally starving and not having the cold winter gear, not having the proper supplies, not having the ability to keep themselves and sustain themselves in combat conditions, meaning they're energized, they have calories, they have water, they have fuel, they can warm themselves up, they have the jackets and the boots and all the stuff that they need to move around. This is absolutely critical to this war going forward, is logistics. And I think that we've seen two wars. Everybody likes to see the tank turret throwing contests. Everybody likes to see the Russians get ambushed and all the rest of this stuff. But what we don't see, and this is what Ben Hodges said, and this is what the CEO of the rail company said, this is the unseen war. This is the war of logistics and numbers, and Ukraine is winning it hands down. There's no contest between Russian and Ukrainian logistics. They are absolutely overwhelming, sustainable, and they have the ability, now that the UK is finally given these trucks, they're able to sustain forward movement at a much greater clip than they have before.
So what we want to see is this Rim 2 missile launched against Donetsk in Rostov-on-Don. Am I correct?
So there's two Donetsks here, and this is, I'm sure, is only going to get more confusing as time goes on. There is a Donetsk rail crossing, that Donetsk in Russian Federation territory, not this whole crap about DNR crap, actual literally over the international line. It's Donetsk, Russia.
Yeah, I was speaking on the one in
that's
Rostov-on-Don Oblast.
Erlend was saying Donetsk, Rostov Oblast.
There you go. Thank you. You're talking about Ilyovaisk. Ilyovaisk is not that there's one of.
No, he was talking about the one in Russia. He was talking the thing in Russia.
I'm sorry. Yes. So you probably will see some sort of strikes there, but if you look, go to Open Railway Map. I believe I'll give you the website right now if you want to look at it. It's openrailwaymap.org, and go to that website, and you'll see. This is where I talk about junctions, right? Splits. Donetsk has one rail line that goes, Donetsk, Russian Oblast, has one rail line that feeds into Ukrainian international territory, so national boundaries. It's at that point, just over the border, the rail splits. One goes north into Luhansk, and the rest goes west, right, into heavy industrial area. Because remember, the Donbass is one of the most heavily industrialized areas in Europe. And it goes into that kind of industrial factory production side. So one goes north, the other one goes west. If you hit that junction that's just over the border in Ukraine, hit the junction, don't hit the line. Where the junction happens, that's where you want to spike the gun, so to speak.
Yeah, I could
John.
see the map was very explaining.
And we have John to talk about Rim 2.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, I'd just like to quickly mention that a weapon system like, Crim 2 or Sapson, depending on which version you're referring to, or ATACMS for that matter, given the similar capabilities, the number of those that Ukraine would have would be presumably limited to probably a couple dozen at most at this point, depending on if it's Sapson or Crim 2, depending on what their manufacturing capability is, or if it's ATACMS, what they're, how many they're receiving on an ongoing basis from the United States and potentially other countries that have them. So those are going to be reserved for strategic targets of enormous value, given the limited availability. So I can't say one way or another whether or not those rail lines would be considered an important enough strategic target for the Ukrainian general staff to determine that one of those weapon systems should be used. However, I would add that the Russians do have specialized railway troops whose whole job, and these appear to be some of the few competent people in the Russian military, that is to repair rail lines. So if you were to, I'm not sure it would be, for how long it would be put out of action, I'm not sure it would necessarily be worth expending such a valuable strategic asset. There's probably other means to strike that, that are in greater availability.
Right. But it's when you do that though, John, right? If you only have 50, right, you don't start the operation now. You don't start that strangulation. That's what I'm going to call it. I don't care how many people DM me and say, "Oh, that's really violent. You shouldn't be." No, it's a strangulation operation. You're cutting off the beating heart of an army is the soldier. The logistics are the lungs, and your command and control is the brain. That's how it all functions together. It's a body of a military. And so when you're going to conduct a strangling operation to suffocate the heart, right, which is what you're doing, you're cutting off oxygen. Probably waste of ammunition, because by the time you're ready to actually go into the Donbass and actually start to ready to take back Luhansk, we've seen in the past in Ukraine, right? And I'm talking about actually taking back, not stopping an encirclement, not creating the shaping operation, but actually engaging in urban combat at this scale. It is a very large geographic space to conduct offensive. And me and John Spencer talked about it probably ad nauseum for about 3 hours the other night. But the point I'm getting at is that it matters when you do it, though, right, John? So if you're ready to go, if you're 2 weeks out from jump off and you have 50 or 60 or 100 attackums or whatever it is that you want to use, then that's the time to use it, right? Because you're creating complete saturation and strangulation of those lines. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't do it now. I would do it then.
Craig, I
Axel.
sent you a message. There's a present in there. Have a read.
Roger. Reading now. John, I had a question for you. Do we know how many HIMARS rounds have been announced that have been? I know they're kind of given in pods, right? That's how we distribute pods. That's how it's kind of broken down.
Pods of 6, yes.
Pods of 6. Do you know how many pods have been given to Ukraine? Do we know that number just kind of off the top of our heads?
At this point, I just get about the pods of 1, but hey, sorry, John.
Or pods of 2, potentially.
Yeah, fair enough.
In terms of, I believe that there was a DoD statement that indicated that the Ukrainians had expended in excess of 1,000 Gimlers.
So Ukraine
So
is
that's a couple hundred pods.
So that's okay.
That's
right.
Probably an enormously conservative number.
Yeah, that's fair. Because
does anyone know how many the US can pump out per month of these pods?
Our production run was what? Sorry, Dr.
Few
Paul
hundred
is
pods a month.
correcting me. Dr. Paul is correcting me. It wasn't they've expended 1,000 Gimlers. They've expended, quote, thousands of Gimlers. I believe the U.S. production run thus far has been around, 40 to 50,000 Gimlers, for specifically the M31 Gimlers. Which
the capacity is about 1,000 Gimlers a year. In other words, the capacity is about 160 pods.
The previously stated capacity was approximately 1,000 Gimlers a year. We have absolutely no visibility to what extent the capacity has been increased since Ramstein 2.
And you know what though, this is I know, Patrick, you have your hand up, and I'm gonna cede the mic here in just a second. Remember though, Doman, remember the conversations me and Doman had about getting grain out, right? Remember those conversations me and Doman used to have with everybody about, doing grain from here to Austria to the Danube to Poland to the Baltic. That was probably several months ago, right? But I was obsessed with it because, yes, I like money. I want Ukraine to make money, right? But also remember, logistics is a two-way street. It is the exporting and it is the importing. If you're at 50-50 in a specific geographic area, and if you break down the calculations or the coefficients, if you will, of imports versus exports, if you have both going in the same direction at 50-50 or 75-25, then by definition, one has to take a backseat to another from time to time, right? Imports versus exports. But now with all this new rail system going up, with now the Romania cleaning up its rail line, this 22-kilometer track that was open around Moldova, all these things, what you're doing is you're clearing out your export through where your imports are coming out of. You're redirecting your exports geographically speaking, not numerically, but geographically, switching where your exports go from. And then that clears a way for your imports. So it's just like if you ever walked into a restaurant or something or what have you, you'll open a door. There's one door, everybody knows that on the right, at least here in the United States, maybe not so much in the UK. I don't know where the steering wheel's on the left, but what have you. But when you go into a building, you open the door on the right. It says enter and exit. If you ever worked at a restaurant, same philosophy exists. The entry is on the right, the exit is on the left. You don't go down the left, right? And so you create this way of just basically taking over both doors now in that specific geographic region. Now, both sides of the door say enter, right? If you're importing. Both of them are now wide open for munitions importation, for aid. The Poles, especially some of the wealthier Poles, have done a great job giving hundreds of millions of dollars in aid through these rail lines. They take pictures of them. They take videos and TikToks of them. And they do that all through import. So if you shift your geographic exit point somewhere else, then that clears up your import part, and that allows more stuff to flow in than what was previously constricted to, say, a 50-50 negotiation, trying to say where's the transloading, rails, et cetera, right? That has now been solved, at least in that Lviv district of Ukraine where you see my avatar.
Let's go to some more questions, Craig. Patricia, QCAN UKR. I don't know what that means. Patricia.
It means Canadian Ukrainian, but a Quebecer one.
Oh, clever. Okay.
So I'm going to take the Q off. It's just too much to say. But so I got a question. Ukraine's in its own country. They're going to strangulate all these places. I want to ask about cities. Why does Ukraine have to fight street to street in Donetsk or any other city if it successfully and brilliantly cuts off all the Russian logistics, all the Russian flow of stuff in? And those people know, those soldiers know their beat. Their leaders know their beat. There is no reason to have to sit around outside Donetsk for too long. I mean, by the time we're reaching this, does it not generally make sense to deal with all the logistics, take the small, easier to take places, but any large cities that have not yet fallen, but are disabled for all intents and purposes, to then ask the commanders, invite the commanders to retreat, to sue for peace, to surrender? That is my question.
Well, let's put it this way. That's kind of the idea, right? That's kind of the idea. If you strangle Russia away from logistics, it means that the people who might be fighting there for Russia simply wouldn't have anything to fight with anymore. So there isn't necessarily a necessity that they would, have to. That's certainly something that happens, say, to a smaller degree in a place like Izium. Izium was a small city. What was it? About 50,000 people pre-war population, much smaller than the sort of place like the city of Donetsk, right? And Russia would certainly care more about retaining a city like Donetsk than the city of Izium. However, you're quite right. If it's done properly, and this is why Craig keeps highlighting this is why we keep talking about logistics so much. If it's done properly, ideally, Russia wouldn't have anything to fight with, and there would be no need for such an attritional urban fight, as you had described. So I think you've identified exactly the correct point, and you've come to exactly the right conclusion. I think you just needed a little push for the last 2% of it, if that makes sense.
It does, and nobody wants to fight street to street, and no country wants to do it in their own country. I mean, they didn't even fight street to street Mariupol, but they leveled everything. But that is a hideous objective or approach that an invader chose to take. But that's not what Ukraine wants to do with its population centers or any place. they want to force surrender on this huge group of Russians.
Yeah, but what Ukraine wants to do is to kindly invite the Russian occupying troops to get out of
Right.
all of the occupied territories on the next bus. Right. That's really what Ukraine wants to do. And if you just think of how Russia departed from Snake Island in what they called a gesture of goodwill, it was because Ukraine dropped too much artillery on their heads for their position to remain tenable. If you look at how Russia organized its what they called an organized withdrawal from large swaths of Kharkiv Oblast this past week, or in the past week or so. How did that happen? Ukraine outmaneuvered them on the battlefield, made their position untenable, and Russia executed the retreat out of several thousands of square miles of occupied Kharkiv Oblast. Right? It wasn't because Ukraine was fighting Russia street to street. It was because Ukraine employed superior tactics, superior organization, and either captured a large number of Russian troops. Many others were simply unable to fight, and the rest fled, leaving much of their equipment behind. Indeed, as you said, much better than the approach of just leveling everything that the Russian army took. And the Russian army had to take pretty much all of the territory it took, except for some chunks of Kherson Oblast for reasons that have been discussed to no end previously.
May I?
Do you have thoughts as well?
The limitation to that is that you have an urban population center with people, civilians, your guys, who need feeding. And so you can surround it and, let the Russians run out of ammunition, but there will come a point where there will be limited food and limited other supplies in that town. And the Russians will have enough ammunition left to make sure that they get priority on that and the citizens don't. And I think there are some lessons to be learned here from the Netherlands in the late stages of the Second World War, where there was the Allies decided not, for various reasons, to go in and clear every city in the Netherlands, also some of the far parts of Brittany. I actually wonder if the Allies liberating the Netherlands and Brittany had been the Dutch and the French rather than the British and the Americans largely, whether they would have adopted that solution. Because Ukraine also has to be concerned for two things. One is that the Russians might start explicit reprisals and systematic killings of the population. But I think probably even a bigger problem, given that most of the Russian troops may not be actually literally interested in walking down the streets murdering people, but they're interested in getting fed. And so the danger of an approach like that, where you say, okay, we're going to bypass and starve them out, is that your own people are there and they are going to be last in the queue for those supplies. So I think for a Ukrainian military commander surrounding a city, there is going to be a very complex equation in terms of, do we try to eliminate the Russian troops in the city versus do we let it go? Do we leave them away? I think in many cases the solution will be to leave a one-way road out of town and make it clear to the Russians that they have 48 hours to get out down that road relatively unscathed. But the fate of the civilians, I think, plays a big role in this. And I think it's going to be a difficult calculus, and it's going to be different for every city.
Sure, but on the face of it, it's going to be better to attempt to establish corridors where any civilians who can get out, and surrender corridor for any of the more intelligent thinking Russian invaders. And at any rate, if they're killing civilians, so if they're being starved there and trying to grab food from the civilians, I don't think it's particularly more helpful to start going in.
Yeah, it's not how it works. Patricia.
Yeah,
it's not how it works.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Just
No,
trying to
these
say that.
ideas are all nice and fine. This is the kind of stuff you typically hear from such a useless organization as the International Red Cross or the UN. Everybody who is not in a hot war. This is a hot war, a force-on-force conflict. Welcome to our world. It's different. The Ukrainians will have to do this delicately. They have to force the surrender. The Russian soldiers will have to kneel down, put themselves flat on their belly, raise the white flag, and if anybody shoots, they're toast. That's the only way any of this goes down.
And what if they
Everything
don't put the flag up, Axel? How do we deal with those guys?
People who carry weapons, have weapons hidden in clothing, are combatants. If they don't raise a flag, there's various ways of doing this. They can have a white t-shirt on, they can strip down to their underwear and show that they have no guns. And the Russians are not completely stupid in that regard. They're stupid, but not that stupid.
I'm just saying that it's more likely that that kind of thing can be imposed on the Russians when you have clearly, for the last months, been cutting off any other exit for them. And they know very well that you're not going to cut their balls off. And there's a lot more likelihood Ukraine can do that with its cities than it's going to have to make a decision to go street by street, which will kill more Ukrainians than Russians, perhaps.
No, it won't. Sorry, that's not true. The Ukrainian civil society is currently in cellars, hiding on the ground. And the Ukrainians will not use artillery in order to take that. They will go through cities if necessary. And yes, that's hard, but that's how war is. So all these other things are nice and good to wish for, but they're completely irrelevant. We should trust the Ukrainians to prosecute their war accordingly.
I trust them
They're very
to
good
not
at it.
be. I trust them, of course, but if it came to that, the Russians would haul the civilians out of the basements and use them as human shields. Come on, I don't
They
think
do this, of
is gonna
course.
be
They do this.
Yeah, of
They do
course.
this
So I
anyway.
don't see if the Russians are hungry and thirsty to death, they're going to walk out, and we've got every means.
I prefer
Ukraine
just to kill them.
that the
It's
Russians
a
will
war
kill
they
the
started.
civilians.
They should be killed. Nah, the Russians should be killed on sight or even with long-range missiles. We shouldn't be
Whatever.
worrying about the Russians. They should be killed. If they're in
Yeah,
the Ukraine, they're fair game.
I'm worrying about the civilians. I'm worrying about the Ukrainians. And I'm saying that when you're taking back your own space, there's far more likelihood that you can force the invader to surrender when all around them, everything has been surrendered. They've
That's
got
not
nothing.
that is not correct. That is not correct at all.
Okay.
Sorry. That's so. Let me just. Sorry, M is here, and I know M just jumped up. I'll just make this succinct. That is not true. What's going to happen is Ukrainian units will dismount from their vehicles and go house by house. That is not the Ukrainians' fault. They are liberating their country from somebody who's committing a genocide. Go look at the pictures coming out of Izum. Forget about Irpin and Bucha months ago. Let's talk about the bodies that they just took out of Izum. If
I
they stay there,
understand. You don't need to tell me to think of that.
Right, I understand that, but remember though, please remember, the Russians are killing civilians too. The Russians are killing innocent Ukrainian civilians and throwing them into mass graves. So whether it's the Ukrainians that are trying to liberate their cities or the Russians who come in and pull women and children out from underneath their cellars and shoot them in the back of their head with their hands tied behind their back, I'm pretty sure those Ukrainian citizens would say, you know what, liberate me, because I'm probably going to get shot anyway or be reduced to slavery. So I'll quote Verlaine just very briefly if I could. Verlaine is a frequent contributor on this space, and me and her had this discussion several months ago, probably about 4 months ago. We had this discussion, and Verlaine put it this way: "We would rather die than become slaves." That is the mentality of the Ukrainian people at this point. That is their modus operandi. That is the equation they're working off of. So if they don't do something, then they're either going to be shot, raped, or butchered and tortured, okay, or they're going to be liberated, or they're going to be reduced to pure slavery, serfdom. If you want the Eastern European translation of that, they'll be reduced to serfs. In the Ukrainian, from a Ukrainian, not an American like me, from a Ukrainian, they would rather die than become slaves to Russia. That is
I
what
think
their
maybe
methodology of thinking is.
wait. I think maybe we're looking at a difference in the time scale or the concept. I'm not talking about all the stuff that the Russians did over the past 6 months when they sat in all of the Donbass. What I'm talking about is when we're nearing the end and a message is being driven clearly home to the Russians. I'm just saying, and I'm thinking, of course, Ukraine will do everything it can to attempt to liberate its cities peacefully. And it seems to me there's a very big chance that a city like Donetsk, which, as you say, is huge, will be very likely liberated peacefully because every other avenue for the Russians will have been cut off.
So that's exactly it. Ukraine will do everything it can to maximize the possibility that Russia will depart from Donetsk city, for example, right? If that's the example you want to take, and it will be only in the case that will be the only way for the Russians to be persuaded to leave, will they engage in the sort of street by street fight that Craig described, of course. And at some point, if it becomes unavoidable, that will have to be done. But until that point, Ukraine will do what it can, of course, for all the reasons that I think everybody is fundamentally in agreement here.
Yeah.
But, there's no, who was that? There's no need to belabor the point, perhaps, saying that it's, but what if it comes to that? Well, if it comes to that, that is because all other options have been exhausted. That's literally all there is, and otherwise we'll keep spinning in circles, saying, "Oh, but what if? But what if? But what if?"
And we're not going to spin in any further circles, Domin, because at the moment we can report break, that there is fire, small arms fire, heard all across the city of Kherson. All right? It's already happening. We can shove the hypotheticals out of the window.
Nice window reference. Shit.
Axel, can you? Does that mean Ukrainian forces have pushed there today, or does that mean some kind of partisan, coordinate action?
If I may, Axel.
Please.
So there have been similar incidents to this before. We've had reports of gunfire in various locations in Kherson City over the previous weeks. It usually, details regarding specific instances are usually fairly scarce, but the picture comes together to indicate that in most of these cases, it's likely some combination of Ukrainian local partisans or Ukrainian soft teams, usually operating in coordination and cooperation with one another within the city to achieve some objective. This is not the first time this has happened, and it most certainly will not be the last.
The liberation of Kherson City has begun.
Now, let's remind
Brace for
everyone.
impact.
Let's remind everyone that the groundwork for this has been being laid by Ukraine since early July. Every day. Right? The shaping operations that have so often been described here by the various military officers, or ex-military officers, ex-generals indeed, have been in place for months before it came to this. Why? Because Ukraine wanted to optimize the chances that their military will have to take the city back, as well as the rest of the right bank of Kherson, on the Dnipro, Kherson Oblast, with minimum casualties to the Ukrainian troops, the Ukrainian soldiers, in the Ukrainian units, in the Ukrainian ranks, as well as among the remaining civilians in the city. And who is that with the hot mic? Right? We know that. This is what they've been doing all along. This is what Craig has been talking about, most days for the last several months. Logistics. And with that, they've managed to deprive the Russian troops from a lot of their capabilities, have made the Russian troops a lot weaker than they would have been otherwise, than they would have been previously. And now they finally realized that it is the point that is their opportunity to start taking back the city. And
Yeah, 2 points. Urban warfare is a messy business. A Russian task force was fielded to invade Ukraine. Their commanders are giving them orders. Some of them obey those orders, some of them don't. We don't know. So as long as they are in combatant mode, attacking Ukrainian forces who are acting also under the command of their commanders and their leadership to liberate their own territories, will fight, whether it's an urban fight, whether it's an artillery fight, whether it's special operation action, to achieve the objectives of the mission laid out by their mission planners and ordered by their commanders. Urban warfare is not different. It is messy, and it's a fact of life, and we all accept. Second point, it's called a clearing operation when you're moving from house to house, building to building. We're seeing it in Kharkiv right now. We're still seeing Ukrainian soldiers finding pockets of hiding Russian troops, and they surrender. So this is not a demonstration in a neighborhood where riot police will be tasked with breaking a sit-in or breaking up a riot whilst providing rioters and demonstrators with a safe passage to exit the area that they wish to clear. This is war. And the enemy always gets a vote. And obviously, they are operating within a completely different paradigm than the Ukrainians operate in, than most of the world operate in. So, worrying about civilian casualties is not an imperative when it comes to executing an operation to retake a city, expecting airborne warfare environment. As sad as this may sound, this is the reality of things. Before Ukrainian forces advance, they make sure to inform as many Ukrainian civilians present in the area that they are advancing to shelter in place, to minimize casualties. And they also make sure to strike logistical nodes, supply routes, conduct maneuver warfare to put Russian troops they are attacking in the worst possible position to operate and drive them into surrendering to them. So this is not a point that any planner or any commander or any soldier take into consideration when they are advancing to liberate their land. And so far, the outcome has been extremely positive, better than most of the most optimistic people had ever thought of. So let's keep the momentum. Let's keep cheering on the Ukrainians. And let's not worry about side points that more or less don't fall into the consideration of this war right now.
thank you, Em, for much needed perspective. David.
Oh, Doman, thank you. I was just away tweeting. Glad I got back here some time. Thank you very much. I always love to listen and learn when you come to speak, and also to Can Ukrainian lady in Quebec. I also really appreciate you bringing up the subject for it to be discussed, because no doubt we'll probably hear of it in the future. Just what this forum is for, really. And then the information and education, and I'd really appreciate it. So thanks very much for people taking the time to come in. I had a question really for Craig. It was before the exciting Kherson news. So I don't mean to reach back or be at the wrong time, but if I might ask about logistics and how crucial it might be now that, as you have so well explained to us, that the blockages have been unblocked, and now that there are more funnels leaving Ukraine have been opened up to various neighbouring nations. On the rail specifically, they've been moving bulk. And so how does this Or could you explain to us how nicely this would tie in, I suppose, is how I should ask the question, with the October official beginning of Lend-Lease and supply of material into Ukraine? Or is it not something really that should be thought of, given we're speaking about Kherson? And then please retweet and share the space if you're here.
Yeah. So yeah, and I'll have to end on this because I have to take a bunch of my daughter's friends home because we just had a sleepover. They're
Daddy
tolerating
taxi.
me.
Daddy
Yeah,
taxi.
yeah. No, they. I have 4 mid preteen girls in my house right now, and they're all putting up with my voice. So I'm gonna have to step off to take them home. But I just want to say that as far as that goes, I'll just say it like this: because the export has shifted geographically, then that opens up the import geographically as well. If you don't have to get things out, and I'm sure some stuff is still getting out. Let's be clear here, right? It's not all of it. Maybe they've able to divert 50%, 25%, but that 25%, to your point, David, is hundreds of tons. We're talking, when I say percentage, it sounds like, oh, only 25%, only 30%. That's not a lot. That equals tons, like quite literally hundreds of tons of goods, humanitarian aid, sleeping bags, jackets, blankets, boots, food, water, gas,
Turns
ammo.
into dollars. That is a fungible currency.
Yeah, something to that effect. And to your point, though, the vast majority of this aid that is being given, for those worrywarts out there that are like, oh, we're giving all this, we're not giving money to Ukraine. We're giving assets assigned a certain dollar value. That's what's actually being given to Ukraine here, folks. Just to lay it on the table, because I'm kind of getting like a little tired of this constant diatribes on Twitter where people will be like, we're giving all this aid to you. We're not giving money. We're giving stuff that has an assigned dollar value. And so the point I'm going with this, David, is that yes, when Lend-Lease starts to kick in, once that starts to actually come online, then by shifting those geographic exit points to other areas, then you can increase your imports dramatically. And when I say again, 25, 30, that's not a big deal. It's a big deal in terms of weight, actual like carrying capacity. So for my European friends, those are kilograms. For my American friends, these are pounds, right? Tons and tons and tons of stuff is able to now come in at a much faster clip. Those transload yards, those switching stations that I spoke about earlier in the western part of Ukraine are now free to only go in one direction, right? At least for a certain time period. They don't have to worry about stuff going out and freeing up that rail line to go in. And so that turns again into a computation of time, distance, speed. Time multiplied by volume equals X over Y. X is the deliverable, Y is the goal, right? If you can get X to equal Y where it's 1 over 1, or maybe even 1.1 over 1, then you've mathematically achieved the goal. And you do that by shifting your geographic point of exit to somewhere else. That's where this is how it all is compounding, and it all adds up to really, quite honestly, an overwhelming material advantage that just leans towards your Ukraine. Even if we're delivering Soviet stuff, let's say we're both delivering Russian stuff, the Ukrainians are able to deliver more of it. Doesn't have to be Western, right? Let's just say that this is two Soviet bloc countries, et cetera, that are going at it, which is not the case. But if that were the case, then using superior logistics and superior intelligence, like brain power, not like intel, but using superior intelligence, you can increase your throughput, you can increase your deliverables, and you can increase your method of delivery. And here's the key word: sustainment of operations, sustainment of fire, sustainment of ammo, fuel, gas, water, boots, jackets, sleeping blankets, night vision goggles, drones, all that stuff. It's just overwhelming. There's nothing you can do. It just breaks down to math at that point.
I love it. Thank you very much, Craig. Gives me great encouragement. And also something like Doman highlighted earlier, it seems that there's a shift in the American supply just this week. That there's many more numbers of Excalibur type rounds being provided. So, I mean, once this channel does open up and US, maybe obviously that continue pushing all kinds of rounds, but sending a higher volume, a higher number of Excaliburs into the area will surely have a wonderful effect. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate
David,
it.
before you run, please don't, because there may be a little bit more news coming out in the next few minutes, as it seems. One thing which I may add, in the past 3 weeks, I hope that our friend Yehuda will come up soon. because I think he will be able to tell a story not dissimilar to this. In the past 3 weeks, the number of flights and the number of ships and the number of trains going east have increased, near doubled when it came to flights. And in terms of trains, an annoyingly large amount of train delays were identified in certain Central and Western European countries, because very long, very large, and some very fast cargo trains went east.
It's like saying Nick and Uncle Joe got together, or Uncle Sam got together.
Yeah, they're untwisted, the knickers.
I love it. It's great. Thank you very much, Axel. It's brilliant.
May I note, CJ was saying yesterday how there are no regular 155 shells, not this week, among the US shipments. But of course, maybe they didn't need them this week, since Spain sent 5 plane loads this week. Therefore, I reckon that might have been why, because I think Madrid and Washington have been in a little bit of touch, and the Spanish were asking, right, who do we have to deposit the certification papers with next week anyway, for Finnish and Swedish NATO ratification. So they also asked, hey, we have all these 155 shells around. Would they be useful anywhere? And the Americans told them they'd be very useful in Ukraine, so please send them to Rzeszów. So they did, and the US DoD got to spend the money this week on some other stuff, and they didn't have to spend any on 155 shells, and instead they spent them on HIMARS munitions, more HIMARS munitions that they would have sent otherwise, which is good. And we like it when others pitch in. The more the better, the more the merrier. And there's a lot of airmail to be sent to Russia nowadays from Ukraine, and it's important to make sure that capacity for that exists. Nina.
Domen, there is saying in Finnish that when you need a police woman or taxi, they are never there when they should be. So I asked now, where is CJ? He's not the police or a woman or a taxi, but I have a military question for him. Do you see him anywhere in the
I see CJ, and I hope that he decides to parachute in momentarily.
Nina, did you say ranger or airborne?
I said taxi, woman, and police.
Yeah,
he's like Beetlejuice.
If you want to conjure up a CJ, you have to say airborne, ranger, and then you have to fall into a cadence and run with it.
Okay, I will try my best. Airborne.
I think we chased them away, alas. Panel for tonight.
Well, it seems that I have to deal with you somehow. I saw a post that there is some kind of controversial reports on Kherson city. Some sources report of street fighting inside the city, while the others say ZSU has not yet entered the place. What should one make of this? Kherson.
Yes, we don't know exactly what to make of it quite yet. As John Ridge noted about 10 minutes ago, this could simply be infiltration by Ukrainian special operations into the city of Kherson. That's entirely plausible at this point, but we don't know quite yet. However, in the coming minutes, we might get to know At which point we shall turn our full attention to that. But if you check out the title of the space, what does it say?
It says, actually, I am able to read.
Excellent. Because this is indeed the news of the hour, and almost certainly the news of the night.
Well, it's not so bad to deal with you.
Sure, hope so.
It could be worse. That is the
Thank you,
best
Nina.
praise you could ever give to him. It could be worse. It's like a statement about the slightly askew wine pairing.
Domen, it could be a lot worse.
No need to exaggerate.
Okay, I will just calm down.
No, it's all very interesting and it's all very exciting. And if things are how they seem to be, then it is very exciting indeed. But we should be we shouldn't be too quick at jumping at things. Hopefully, however, hopefully things will work out for the best. Craig, what is our understanding, our best understanding right now? And by our best understanding, I really mean your understanding of the Russian capacity to bring things across the Dnipro.
I mean, at this point, it's looking more like a Huckleberry Finn novel than a standard military operation. We've seen videos that people have sent me early hours this morning of basically them floating them across with outboard motors, 2 or 3 outboard motors kind of lashed to the rear and trying to push heavy stuff from, quite frankly, fishing docks. These are not heavy logistical jetties and those type of things. These are what you would go and dock your boat at if you were a fisherman, or if you just like to kind of be on the water and you're just one of those folks. And it's getting more and more pathetic by the day, if you want me to be honest with you. But I think what I find to be most interesting about this is that when Ukraine started this offensive in Kherson, they did what they could, they took what they could, and then they slowly but surely are whittling them down. People are kind of getting impatient because they're like, oh, let's slice and dice, let's cut these guys off. You don't need to do that, right? It's not necessary, right? Because sooner or later, because of the lack of logistical support, you're only going to be able to fire so many rounds. So what's the rush? And what you get to preserve is critical Ukrainian manpower who are well trained, well disciplined, well equipped. Every Ukrainian soldier is priceless. And so what the logistics operation is, I don't want to call it like a siege operation, right? Because it's not a siege. And at least I'm sure if John Spencer was here, he'd jump all over me. But this isn't like a siege of a city. They are sieging a certain geographic area by slowly engaging in combat, by slowly engaging in firefights, by slowly engaging in this to the point where it just becomes fait accompli, right? You don't need to engage in full-on head-on assaults and risk losing your equipment, your manpower, your NCOs, your officers, and your tanks and all the rest of that stuff. The logistical operation is to strangle the logistical import by which those units that are firing on the western bank of the Dnipro will sooner or later not be combat effective anymore just for a sheer lack of ammunition. And so don't get impatient. Don't get, I'm not saying this to you, Dolan, I'm just saying this to people writ large. Don't get caught up in, why hasn't Ukraine done this and why hasn't Ukraine done that? Remember, folks, they don't have to. Time is on their side. They don't have to do this stuff. They can do it properly. And I think if you're looking for a takeaway, point to an instance where Ukraine, since Kiev, has bungled or made a mess out of a combat operation during a counteroffensive, right? You can't really point to one. And so I would just be patient and let Ukraine's, I'll say it. I know people don't like when I say it, but I'll just say it. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. It's a matter of time. You don't have to waste manpower to satisfy people's bloodlust to want to create pockets in World War II like maneuvers. You don't have to do that anymore in modern warfare. It's irrelevant.
Ukraine move quickly, Craig. They've shown that, right? They move really fast, lightning fast. Ukraine fast.
Yeah, Ukraine fast, but people are wondering why isn't Ukraine watering its horses in the Dnipro yet, right? Why haven't they cut everybody off yet, right? Why have we seen the dashes to the river? Because you don't
Perhaps
have
a choice, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to do that, right? You just don't have to. You just have to strangle their logistics enough to where as they engage in combat, whatever they have in reserve, whatever they have in their warehouses, in their storage, they're going to have to start to pull from that, and there's not enough replacement. Remember those two things I just described: tactical deployment of logistics and strategic infill of warehouses for logistics. Those are two entirely separate operations, and they're forcing Russia to pull from their warehouses, if you will, more than they can put in. And then sooner or later, checkmate, game's over, and Ukraine has saved valuable lives, equipment, gas, ammo, and all the rest of it. It doesn't need to rush this. It can just take its time and do this correctly.
Thank you, Craig. Nina, go ahead, and then we'll go to Bara, to Pauli, and to Rusty. Nina.
Thank you. What you said, Craig, makes perfect sense even to like a quote-unquote normal person without military experience. And we have seen what the Ukrainians have been doing. They have been so patiently waiting for the Russians actually to fuck themselves up by self, waiting for them to build up before they hit the bridges and everything. So they are like doing this in a very intelligent and like intelligent way, and this is the way to win Russians, because the Russians are not intelligently fighting this war.
I'll take that as a statement because that's true. Thank you, Nina. Bara.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I'm new here.
It's all right.
Okay, I've got it's more of a question, and I wasn't here at the beginning, so apologies if this is taking anything back.
No, don't worry. We've only been here for about 6.5 months, so if you weren't there at the beginning, that's okay.
Okay. Anyway, my question is for the people who have more of a background knowledge on this than me. So, how worried, I suppose, should we be about what we're getting from, say, Russian state media about their intentions, and my quotes are invisible, to escalate this, or to yeah, okay, I see Polly with the laugh thing, so I suppose not that much, but how worried should we be about the boasting that's going on with state media over there? Because I saw this ridiculous video, and I believe my tweet about it ended with, how can people be so sick? Because I mean, you hear people say some certain things with a straight face, right? And so I'm just, for those of you who have a better background on this, how seriously should we take this shit?
So I can suggest
Is
some
this
stuff
the
here.
Seinfeld question about how sick should I feel about the ex-murderer who died 100 years ago?
Sorry, is that for me?
Yes, the Russian Empire has no capacity to wage this war successfully.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'll dig a little bit more deeply into this.
Okay, please.
Over the past 6.5 months, 7 months, we've seen that same show that you posted the clip off of, and its sister show between the two. And Julia Davis has been posting this forever, and you can go back and you can find all of these if you're interested. I don't know why you would, but just in case you do, they have called for Russia to nuke Kiev.
Okay.
A bunch of other cities in Ukraine: Warsaw, Berlin, London, Paris, I don't know if they mentioned Washington or they just insinuated it. They've also called for the complete extermination of everyone in NATO. They've called for
North Korean kind of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. They have basically said every ridiculous thing that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
They have called for their army to go onto Warsaw, onto Berlin. They have called for pretty much literally everything you can think of. They have called for full mobilization several times, just sending millions and millions of men, some with AKs, some picking them up from their dead fallen comrades, falling on their side. They didn't phrase that bit, but that's the sort of thing.
The Polish are quite
the
excited, I
only,
believe.
the only thing they can do, this Russian army can do, is kill innocent civilians.
Yeah.
Precisely. They've said all manner of things. Do not take what they say seriously. Do take it seriously from a psychiatrist's perspective. Don't take it seriously from and they can actually do this perspective, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say, just sorry to cut you off, but I would say that I consider it more from a psychological perspective, personally. So to me, it's strange that you can have educated people say certain things on any sort of platform with a straight face, and you get I had to leave Twitter earlier than I usually do when I'm looking into these things because of some tweets I saw supporting Russia, and these weren't just trolls, right? These were people posting videos, people saying the weirdest things, and I literally had to just.
Well, you're welcome here, Barry, anytime. I'm glad you came.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get that from David, I believe.
Correct.
I just said you're welcome here, and I'm glad you came.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I think
exactly.
I'm gonna turn off my mic now. I'm getting pretty nervous.
No, thank you for joining us.
Stick about.
Thank you for joining us, Barra. Look, as Axel suggested, the Russian military at this point is nothing short of a terrorist organization. That is what they fundamentally are. There's little else to be said about them. It is their aim is to sow terror and to kill civilians, destroy lives, and very little else. That's why it's imperative for the free world to supply Ukraine with what they need to defend themselves and to kick the genocidal Russian military out of the country. And that's what we're here all about. And this is what all of this is all about. Beyond that, do not take seriously specific things they say on television because they have no power to do these things. They are dreaming. Their heads are in clouds, and they say many things. The first time you see it, you might be wondering, oh, could this really happen? Because you come from a normal country and you have the assumptions of countries being normal countries. But some countries, such as, for example, Russia, are not normal countries. This is the wrong assumption that has been made for a very long time by a large variety of politicians from normal countries. And this is an assumption that, for example, yes, absolutely, but they're certainly not alone in this. And this is an assumption that was made wrongly. Had they not been making such assumptions, perhaps Russia never would have had the ability to invade Ukraine. But let's not make this assumption anymore. And everything that you see coming out of the place we affectionately call Mordor should be taken with the assumption that they are indeed not a normal country. And that's an assumption that takes a little while to adjust to and to keep explicitly stating. But in a few days you get used to it, and then things become a whole lot more clear.
Sure, and just for context, I'm Nigerian, because when you said the word normal, I guess you mean relative to Russia.
Relative to totalitarian, authoritarian, imperialistic, genocidal regime, yes.
I guess in that way, my country is halfway normal.
Well, we
Nice to
have
meet
a friend. We have a friend in Ghana here on this space who advocates that more African voices should come on to round off the coalition of the willing and support Ukraine openly and discuss how the African nations currently suppressed, infiltrated, and constantly at the verge of being manipulated manipulated by the Russian Empire for its own imperialist purposes and for advocacy, that the African nations and the good people in those nations should stand up and defend their own future and democracy and their republics. Exactly, by
glad you
helping bring
mentioned
down
that.
the Tsar.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because there was one of the tweets I saw. It reminded me of there's a kind of sentiment among a lot of Africans with certain views that the whole, because of how complicated our history is with the West, the whole thing of Western imperialism, right, and the enemy of my enemy, that sort of thing. And so some of the tweets I would see would be supporting Putin simply because he hates the West. And that was so weird for me today. As I did not need that today, but it was very interesting to see.
Axel, you have very quickly summoned our Ghanaian friend. Hi, Ollie.
Yeah, I conjured him up.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Domin and Bara. It's great to hear your voice here, and yeah. Well, as we always say, it's I understand your frustration, you know. I understand how you
I'm not frustrated. Don't skip, please.
Bara, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So I was saying I understand your frustration of seeing some of these tweets and these videos of bad things happening to the Ukrainians, and you see some Africans in support of it, you know, and it's heartbreaking. But as I always say on this space, you can't see something bad happening to someone that maybe has happened to you years ago and wish it on them. That makes you a sick person, right? If you're a good human being, when you see something bad happening to someone, I think the best thing for you to do is do what? Speak against it. So it's always amazing, because a lot of how do I put it? A lot of Africans who come here, they are not informed. Some of them, and the crazy thing is, some of them come up and repeat. I remember there was a day when, was it Yehuda? We have one of the hosts up here, Yehuda, and I had to talk. He was a Nigerian too, regarding everything, and this guy was repeating what you know best about colonialism and how the West is bad. And that's one thing that Russia capitalizes on maybe that. But it's great to see other African voices who know better, who are educated about the whole issue, and who want to read. So it's great to see you here. And these people are just amazing people on here, and they are just lovely. And it's great to have you on here. Almost everyone here is amazing.
Well, thank you. And yes, it's an interesting space to be a part of. I'm usually not a part of spaces, but thank you for having me. And yeah, history is complicated. My goodness, I guess I don't want to veer off into stuff that I know about biology and anthropology and all that, but there's lots of factors behind these simplistic views of the world. I understand that, but you got to open your eyes at some point, right? So yeah, that's my.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Barry.
Okay,
thank you, Ali. Pauli, I think you're going to be moving us back to Kherson, I suspect.
Yes, Domin. Thank you. So and I heard some question. So in my opinion, the Ukrainians have been quite successful and skillful on acquiring Russian equipment and actually using different skills and tactics on getting Russian equipment in good condition and then utilizing it in their operations. So I'm not worried about the Kherson front at all. In my opinion, this is just my take. I think they must have to take into account that by executing this tactic of death by 1,000 cuts and just I think they're going to maximize the amount of equipment, vehicles, and material that they will get that's still unused, and I think they will also save the infrastructure around Kherson as in good way as possible. I think so. I wouldn't execute a blitzkrieg in Kherson. In my opinion, it would not be smart. Just repeating the things that Greg has said, and this question was to Greg. So, like, do you think that they take these things into account? That they want to maximize the cost to Russians, but then also maximize the profit that they will gain from the area. This was my hypothesis on the matter.
Thank you, Pauli. So Craig might want to come back to that, but that's fine. Rusty.
Yeah, I was actually have a train or a logistics question because I think Craig knows a lot about logistics.
Craig?
Are you there? Are you there, Craig?
Give us the choo-choo.
Train.
Craig, this is very atypical. Trains. Okay, that usually wakes him up.
I can just put up the hand and see if he pops back. But I actually have something else to say. I heard earlier you spoke about starving out the Russians, and you had a lady, I think it was Patricia, that disagreed about how urban, if that guy's here, warfare is fought. And I just have something to say. That's my I don't have combat experience, but I have family that went through the war in Norway when Norway was occupied by the Germans. And Norway was one of the last places that were de-occupied from the Germans, because the Germans stayed here because they were cut off from the mainland. A large part of the German troops that were stationed in Norway were cut off from the mainland. They couldn't get back because the Norwegians blew up railways and they blew up dockyards and boats were sunk, and so a lot of the Germans here got stuck here and couldn't participate in the defense of Germany. So I would just say that from what I've learned from the people that experienced that time, they were nervous that the Germans wouldn't lay down their arms. And I would just say to Patricia that to me it seemed like you thought of the Russians as normal, intelligent beings that abide by civil codes and want to lay down their arms when asked to do so, or when they see themselves as see that the game is lost. But I would say that you can never know if the enemy thinks like you. So planning that the enemy will lay down their arms, that's a quick way to have some small losses, and you might have to rethink your strategy. And from what we can see, the Russians don't really want to lay down their arms in big scale. So yeah, that's just an opinion for me. So the Norwegian partisan movements were actually armed from UK so that they could attack the Germans in case the Germans wouldn't actually leave Norway. So yeah, but I'm just gonna pop down and see if Craig comes back up.
I think we'll have Craig back with us quite soon. Thank you. Leonard.
Thank you, Dolman. I just wanted to quickly reference what the last speaker had mentioned with reference to Kherson and the overall strategy. But firstly, I just point out to him, he mentioned Norway and the Norwegian response to the Nazi invasion. I just point out to him that I have a family member who died in the RAF in the assault on Norway to try to liberate Norway. And I would just suggest that obviously the Germans did lay down their arms, and they did lay down their arms at a point where it became logically inconceivable to not do so. And so just to now shift that directly to Kherson, and the what I would propose is that Doman was quite correct, and that also Craig was certainly on the right track in terms of assessing the present Ukraine strategy in Kherson and the policy, if you will, of depletion, dilapidation, and slower suffocation or strangulation of the Russian garrison therein. And I would just point out to perhaps consider the effectiveness that in a new lens. And I proposed this at one point to Major Jason Giroux of the Royal Canadian Regiment, and this may have some merit in terms of regarding the situation in Kherson, and it is this: simply consider the siege of Stalingrad, but for a moment just reverse the battle positions that prevailed there. So assume Wehrmacht, if you will, is the occupier of the hostile city, and the home force, if you will, or the resident troops are on the outside, laying siege to Stalingrad. What would be the proper strategy, and what would be the outcome? Do you imagine that the Nazi Wehrmacht would die to a man defending a foreign city like that, rather than the alternative, i.e., surrender? And then to enhance that, simply consider what actually happened when the Wehrmacht finally decided it had no option but to withdraw and to move northwards from Stalingrad. The troops were, von Paulus eventually was encircled, depreciated, and then effectively the entire corps was wiped out in terms of effectiveness. And that scenario, I would suggest, might provide a useful lens on the strategy in terms of Kherson. The current status, if you will, of the occupiers, the Russian troops. Is it feasible that, as some of the viewers, some of the listeners have suggested, that those troops would fight to the last man, and then in a final act of insane vengeance or insanity, if you will, wreak their wrath on the inhabitants? I don't see that as being a likely serious analysis or serious outcome in that regard. So the conclusion being the Ukraine strategy and the current disposition of the Ukrainian High Command is certainly on the right track, and they're pursuing the correct policies. And the final outcome may occur. We may see that unfold even more rapidly than some of us anticipate. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Leonard. Let's check with. Oh no, Craig has left us altogether. Okay. Sorry, Rusty. I hope Craig will be back soon rather than later. Alan.
Yeah. Okay. I would like also to comment on something that Patricia was talking about earlier. And I'm sorry, I had some technical difficulties. So I was dropping down all the time, but I've resolved it apparently. And when it comes to this liberation of the city of Donetsk, I think that this is a lot more complicated than any of us would be able to comprehend. Firstly, because this is a territory that has been occupied by pseudo mafia guerrilla for 8 years. I'm quite convinced that a lot of these original pro-Russians are still around there. I don't think they were the ones that were sent to the front from this so-called republics. I think they stayed behind, and I'm pretty sure that they have done some preparations in case of some kind of siege. Another thing is that the geographic location of Donetsk it makes it very difficult to surround it and impede any movement in and out of the city. It is very close to some hubs that goes straight to Russia, and Russia would probably defend these very heavily. And I'm quite convinced that trying to surround this city would bear enormous losses on maybe both sides, but also on the Ukrainian side. I think this probably is going to be one of the most difficult tasks of the whole war effort from the Ukrainians side. And this is probably something that the Ukrainians, we shouldn't think and or we shouldn't impede or push some thoughts on them too much, because I'm pretty sure that they know their city a lot better than we do, and I'm pretty sure that there is a good plan of what they're going to do when they're going to try and liberate it. And as far as I just wanted to comment one thing, and as far as I've seen that there's a extensive amount of very, very well trained SOF units in the Ukrainian army, and to avoid to the best extent civilian losses in the city of Donetsk or other urbanized areas, I'm pretty sure that trying to take out the people that control this pseudo republic would be one of the better ways, if that is possible. I hope that the Ukrainians have a very good intel inside Donetsk, and I believe so. And I think that we will probably see urban warfare there. Hopefully, it will be very fast, and it won't take too long to liberate it, because that would definitely be causing a lot of suffering for civilians. So that was my
thank you, Alan.
brief.
No, as you quite rightly note, Ukrainian military is obviously maximizing, let's say, survivability of civilians as well as their own troops, and that's only normal, right? It's only right. And as you know, they do have an advantage in knowing where places are, not to mention the brave partisans behind the lines. Right? That is as important as anything. All right, let's go to Mark, and then to .display parents, and then I think that Tim wants to talk about harm missiles. Mark. And Rusty, as soon as we get Craig for you, we'll get to you. Mark.
Hi, this is a really quick one. Don't know if you've seen the video footage coming out of Kherson yet of the firefights in the street. There's a few videos going around on Twitter. I've just posted them in the comment section here as well.
Yeah, we've been on those. Yeah.
Draw your attention to it and see if there was anything to discuss there.
No, not as yet. As you can see, the title of the space has been changed about an hour ago to "Gunfire in Kherson," which makes sense. We don't know exactly what's going on yet. There's a few of our colleagues who are looking deeply into it, and as soon as we do know, we will talk about it. We've commented on the existing videos, but not on the rest of the stuff, because obviously we don't know what else is going on. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Short and sweet. .display parents. And yes, Rusty, I'll get to you after .display. Don't worry. .display.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to push back a little bit on Leonard's point. I just like to remind everybody that please do not look at the Russian military through a Western lens. They do not hold any of the Western army's ideology. Be more than happy to surrender in locations such as Kherson, and that would be the best outcome for everybody involved. let's not forget about the psychopathic, genocidal, Nazi fascist elements in the Russian army, namely Wagner Group, Rusich, Rodina, the Russian Imperial Movement. I'm sure all of you have seen the videos of Alexei Milchikov, a commander in Rusich, about how he told everyone how he loves to torture and kill baby birds, dogs, animals of various kind. And we've had numerous anecdotal and photographical evidence of Russians attaching landmines to dogs and torturing cats. So let's not underestimate.
Can I just remind people that the video you're referring to is the one of a very macabre, gruesome performance in a Moscow nightclub, where the man talks to the skull of a Ukrainian he claims he had killed. That's the one that you're referring to. Just because some people might have forgotten which name, the name and the association. Carry on, please.
Oh yeah, no problem. There's a couple of them actually. That is one of them that I actually forgot about. But I was referring to another one. Not a problem. I just wanted to make sure people remember how absolutely brutal and psychopathic and genocidal that the certain elements of the Russian army can be. So let's not underestimate what they can do in such a scenario. The goal is to get them to surrender. The goal is to get them to have no option but surrender. But I'm sure they'll throw in some surprises.
Thank you, Display. No, you're completely right in that. They have to be heavily incentivized, obviously, by the Ukrainian military, because the Ukrainian military cares about, one, the life of their own soldiers, unlike the Russian military, and two, about the lives of Ukrainian civilians, directly opposite to what the Russian military cares about. So that's why it's so much more important, and that's why they're taking every possible precaution at every single step. And as you say, it is important for everyone thinking about this to remember just who is a part of the Russian military. Thank you, Display. Right, as I said, I was going to go to Rusty, and then I was going to go to Tim to talk about harm. Rusty.
So actually, I wanted to comment on what Paulie said. I don't actually agree a lot with what he said, because I don't think you can think about the Russian army as reasonable to the same extent as you can with other enemies that are more that have come from countries that are more civilized in their way of thinking and being. And I would also say that if you want to talk about the Second World War, you probably also know that not all German soldiers laid down their arms when the war was over. There were actually battles fought in, I think it was the last battle was fought in, one of the last one was Czechia, way after the war ended. I think it was the month later. I think it was around April 18th or something, and the Germans officially, yeah, I'm not going to do the dates, I don't remember, but the Germans fought on, and exactly the same can be said about the Russians. There are different elements in the Russian army, and some elements is in it for the cleansing of their enemies, while others are just there because they are there. They were sent there and they don't really want to be there, maybe. So I would just say, if I was the soldier standing around Kherson, thinking that the people in that city are my people, I would start to clear building after building until the enemy lay down their arms, and I would do it in a smart way, so we didn't waste our soldiers doing it, but I would do it because I would know that every house cleared could be a family that could stop suffering from now on and start healing again and get said is really, yeah, I disagree with it. But I actually want to say something else as well. So when the Germans occupied Norway, they actually put up lists. They put up lists about who would be shot first in each county. If the partisans did anything, if they killed Germans, they would start on the top and they would shoot Norwegians. And I'm from a county. My grandfather's uncle was the mayor in the town, and if anyone did anything in that county, he would be the first person to be executed by gun shooting. And the funny thing is, he was the mayor, but his brothers were in the forest, and they were living there as partisans. And at night they were going to the lakes in winter when the lake froze. They would mark it up with torches, and as a United Kingdom's Air Force would fly over and drop supplies. They would be bombing and destroying and making life hard for the Germans, but just like the Ukrainians do. And I actually think we can say a lot about the Ukrainian army, but the partisan movements, the guys that are willing to sacrifice themselves, that have to think about, if I get caught, I might get tortured. If I get caught, my family might get imprisoned. If I get caught, someone else might actually be shot because I did something. That takes a lot to be willing to sacrifice that for freedom. I would really just my from my body, like my soul, not from my soul, but my body. It's this body that, like my paternal line says, "Thank you. You're doing something that my grandfathers did for the freedom I have today." So for any partisans in Ukraine, I'm really proud of you, and I would really like to meet you if I ever got the chance to meet you. And I think you're doing the ultimate sacrifice for freedom.
Thank you, Rusty. Okay, now we're gonna go quickly from the past to the present. Tim, what exciting things are happening in the present and have been happening over the last few weeks in Ukraine?
Hi everyone, can you hear me? It's been
loud and clear.
It's been a good couple of months or so since I've been able to be on here. So if we wind back a couple of months or so back, the news came out that the US had supplied the Ukrainian Air Force with the HARM missile, the high-speed anti-radiation missile. And at the time I did some research into it and put together a thread on how they might have integrated it with the MiG-29, and it turns out I got almost all of it right. I stumbled across a video today on a channel called 10% True, which is a guy that interviews former fast jet aircrew from around the world. I was watching a guy last night who flew the F-111, and then the way that YouTube does it, suddenly pops up an interview that was done about a week ago with a guy called Mike Starbaby Petruka, and Starbaby, I guess, is his call, or was his call sign. I think he finished up as a colonel, and he flew as a weapons system operator in the F-4G Wild Weasel and the F-15 Strike Eagle, and has lots of experience of shooting harms at Russian radars in operations like Desert Storm, Kosovo, I think, places like that. And so he came on this.
Sorry, Tim.
Yeah.
Just to give a little bit of context of yourself, before you did what you do now, what did you do?
I used to be in the Royal Navy, and my job in the Royal Navy was to control fighter aircraft, to direct them to go and shoot the bad guys, or not just fighter aircraft, but all types of military aircraft. I'd control them, give them their tactical control for their missions, but primarily fighter aircraft to direct them to go and shoot whatever the bad guys were. So that's my background in air warfare. My last job in the Navy, I spent 2 years, which was a really potent air defense aircraft with a great radar and the AMRAAM missile.
Thank you, Tim. I just wanted to make it clear to everyone that you spent a lot of time around jets using just such devices.
Yeah. So as I say, this guy, Starbaby Mike Petruka, ex F4 Phantom and F-15 Strike Eagle weapon system operator, lots of experience at shooting HARMs, high-speed anti-radiation missiles at Russian-built radars. And so he did this about an hour long. I'll chat to everyone tonight, and then I'll post a link to the YouTube of it on my Twitter feed, and then everyone can watch the whole video. It's actually there's actually some quite amusing stuff in it. It's really worth it if you want to understand how all this works. It's well worth an hour of your time watching it. So he did this chat. I think it's about 8 or 9 days old. It's been on YouTube. In response to that video that Ukrainian fighter pilot, the MiG-29 pilot, put recently on YouTube, which he did as a tribute to that Major Yurgen Lysenko, who died apparently on around the 9th of March. And he did that as a tribute to him, didn't he? I think lots of people must have seen that now. So based on that video, he's come and done this chat, and on his thoughts on how the AGM-88B, the HARM missile, has been integrated with the MiG-29. The interesting thing he said at the start of the video is, as well as the harms that have been fired off the MiG-29, you can still see some AA-11 Archer infrared air-to-air missiles on it. The MiG-29 was designed as a point defense interceptor and dogfighter. It's not an air-to-ground attack aircraft. And the original model could carry some dumb bombs, unguided bombs, rockets, cannons, but it's an air-to-air aircraft. Wasn't designed to strike targets on the ground. And he says, looking at that cockpit footage, it's an unwesternized, unmodified, likely Ukrainian MiG-29. It's not one that anyone's supplied Ukraine from outside of Ukraine. So it's not had any Western modifications done to it for it to be able to fire the HARM missile. Now, the HARM missile's got different variants, and this guy thinks that it's the AGM-88B variant, which is 1980s technology, is the one they've supplied to them. Now, that sounds like potentially, well, that's not too great. It's 1980s technology, but what he says is this stuff works, and the stuff they're shooting at is 1980s technology. And the AGM-88B has been proven in Desert Fox, Kosovo, all kinds of conflicts. They know it works. And he thinks that it's an earlier model AGM-88B HARM that they've got with what's called Block 2 software in it. When he talks about the software that the missile has, what's interesting about it is the missile is reprogrammable with whatever software you want to put in it, because it has a device, a 1980s device called an EEPROM, which is an electronic programmable reader-only memory. So you can load whatever software you want into the missile and then come along and decide later that you want to change the software and upgrade it. He said that there was a Block 3 software was developed for HARM, which is a bit more modern, more improved, but they probably wouldn't want that kicking around in Ukraine unless it was picked up by the Russians. But he said what they could have done is simply just developed some software solely for use in Ukraine and called it Block Ukraine, for example, and loaded that into the missiles. And all the programming of the missiles is done on the ground. You load this software into the missile on the ground before you even put it onto the aircraft. Does that kind of make sense so far up until now?
No, I think it makes excellent sense.
Yeah. Now we get to the really, really interesting bit, and he's looked at this video, and obviously he's an expert in flying suppression of enemy air defense missions. That was his job, flying in the Wild Weasel variant of the Phantom and the F-15 Strike Eagle. And what he thinks they've done is, this is really, really neat. And this is what you can do with older generation aircraft that haven't got what they call modern data buses in it. A data bus is the means by which all the different pieces of avionics, radar, weapon systems in an aircraft, in a modern aircraft, all talk to each other and communicate. Older generation aircraft, like the Phantom that he flew in, or a MiG-29, haven't got this. And so you can kind of do a really neat thing where you can trick the aircraft into thinking that an AGM-88, the aeroplane actually thinks it's an AA-10 Alamo or R-27 medium range air-to-air missile. And all that the HARM missile actually needs to leave the aircraft is a firing pulse. And that's pretty easy to do. So if you go back to the F4 that he flew, the F4 was designed and came into service in like the 50s and 60s. And as it got a bit older and was perhaps slightly past its best as an air defender, it was still a very capable aeroplane, particularly in the amount of weapon load it could carry, and the fact that it was 2 crew. So they converted a lot of them to become Wild Weasel aircraft. These are aircraft. Wild Weasel is a term we use for an aircraft or a mission where you go out and you take out the enemy's air defences. So the HARM missile was designed and manufactured way after the F4 Phantom was ever built. So they needed a way to integrate the HARM missile with the Phantom. And basically, he thinks they've basically just done it the same way with the MiG-29 as they would have done with the Phantom. And he says just to get the HARM missile off the aircraft to fire, it just needs a firing pulse. And simply, that's just a matter of having a plug connector. They're called cannon plug connectors. And they're just connectors with pins in them that you connect the missile to the weapons pylon on the aircraft. And it's simply a matter of supplying those pins with the right voltage, and you send a firing pulse, and the missile goes off and does its thing. So does that kind of make sense? How?
So you're saying the pylon actually isn't that complex in itself,
No.
right? It's relatively straightforward.
Yeah, and what the HARM missile sits on is a type of pylon called a LAU 118 alpha, which is LAU 118 alpha, and that's a launch rail. So that's the rail that's, if you like, fitted to the underside of the wing of the aircraft that you then put the missile on. And these are just simply attached to the aircraft by lugs, and whatever the spacing of the lugs is for the pylons on a MiG-29, it's an easy engineering fix just to move them to the LAU 118 rail. And you don't need lots of high-tech sensors in the aircraft to employ the HARM missile because of the way it works. So he said older aircraft like the A7 Corsair, the A6 Intruder, same as the Phantom, they were designed and built before the HARM missile came along, and they employed the HARM missile during their time in service. And again, another really clever bit of how it all works is when you watch the video, he'll show you some pictures, and he'll show you there's like a third part to it, which is called the ALEC. And this device, the ALEC, is attached to the LAU rail, and then the missile sits on the ALEC, and the ALEC is effectively a translator that enables you to integrate the HARM missile with an aircraft that wasn't originally designed to carry it. And what it does is it saves doing massive electronic component modifications to the aircraft, and it basically acts as a translator so that the HARM missile can talk to the aircraft, get its firing pulse, and get any other details it needs before it's launched off to go and take out somebody's radar. And as I say, if you watch the video, he's got some pictures, and he'll show you this the LAU rail, that ALEC, and a HARM missile attached to it. So what he thinks is actually happening with these HARM missile strikes that Ukraine are carrying out is that it's been done exactly in the same way the US Navy did it in Desert Storm in 1991. That all the programming is loaded into the ALEC and loaded into the missile before the aircraft even takes off to go and fly its mission. There's nothing that the pilot needs to do once he gets airborne other than to fly the aircraft to the location at which you want to fire the missile. Because you know before you go where the radar is that you want to shoot. You know that that's been positioned in a particular space, and all that can be pre-planned before you even get off the ground. And so again, there's no need to be fitting all the more sophisticated equipment that's associated with more modern variants of the HARM missile that would be fitted for more more modern aircraft. So again, does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
It's-
So
it's
basically,
sort-
they get to decide everything before the plane even takes off.
Yeah.
They have target identification, reconnaissance, target acquisition, and such basically done in at least in rough terms ahead of time. And then what they do is they fly the plane in the general direction of where the target is. They
Yeah.
know roughly when to drop the harm missile. And
Yeah.
then the harm missile actually figures out where the radar is. Anyway, it only needs to be so precise. The pre-planned bit only needs to be so precise because the radar seeking thing does the
rest of it.
last 10-15% of it on its own anyway.
Yeah.
And then it takes out the radar.
Yeah, so basically, from a pilot mission perspective, it's almost identical to firing some sort of long range standoff cruise missile kind of thing. You just got to fly the aircraft to the right point in space and time, fire the missile at the right time as per whatever the mission is, and then the harm missile gets what's called a handoff message to fire, and that as part of its firing pulse, and that basically just tells it where it's got to go and which type of radar it needs to go and target. The harm missile being quite well developed in a more modern weapon, he said it'll only target military radar targets. One of the problems with earlier generation anti-radiation missiles like the Shrike was it could only be told to target something that's transmitting in a particular frequency band. So you'd fire them off and they might not necessarily go and target what it was you want to target. So in the modern world where there's lots of like mobile phone masts around and microwave dishes and stuff like this, it removes the risk that you're going to go and shoot a mobile phone mast or something like this. It's only going to target the military radars that you want it to go and target. Now, he thinks it's been a big player in the Kherson counter-offensive because all of a sudden the Ukrainian Air Force seem to have been back in action in the offensive around Kherson, and he thinks harm been an enabler of that because it's being able to deal with the Russian air defenses and suppress them, and that's meant that the Ukrainian Air Force can get back involved because the Russian air defense systems are being dealt with.
Right. What is an air defense system without its eyes and ears?
Yeah, exactly. So, in particular, he said that the ability of the harm missile to target acquisition radars associated with surface-to-air missile systems or AAA systems is really a big deal because that takes away the ability for the Russians to shoot down Ukrainian aircraft. And going right back to who the video was done as a tribute to, Major Lysenko, he was believed to have been shot down on and around the 9th of March. He was taking on 2 Russian aircraft in a 1v2 engagement, apparently downed one of them and then was shot down by SAM. So being able to take out and deal with the Russian surface-to-air missiles is a big deal. And again, going on, he talks about the radar warning receiver in the MiG-29, and that's the device in the aircraft that tells you what radars are looking at you. And in the footage, he can see there's no indication whatsoever that MiG-29, the Ukrainian MiG-29, is being targeted by a ground-based surface-to-air missile system. If it was, the center of it would be flashing bright red, he said, and that would be indicating that you've been locked up by a SAM system and being engaged. He says he can see from the footage that the RWR, the radar warning receiver, is showing that there are some active radars in the area, but that seems perfectly sensible because you're shooting at them. But the fact that the RWR is not showing that the aircraft's been locked up by a surface-to-air missile system means it isn't anywhere near one, which again shows that the harm's being used in this standoff mode where you haven't got to go in close to these missile systems, that you can fire it at standoff range. It's got an 80 nautical mile range, You don't need to be going right into the hornet's nest to get your target. You've just got to go to the right time and position to shoot it.
And that, of course, helps with survivability, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. The last thing you want to be doing is being locked up by an SA6 or something like that, and then having to try to defeat it with chaff or maneuvers or something like that. If you can shoot at long range, that's much better. And his great line that he comes out with is he talks about effective defense, air defense suppression. It's not to do with your aircraft or your weapon system. It's all in the mind of the people that are trying to do the defending. And he says that this video that's been put out is almost sort of what we call PSYOPs, psychological operations. That no doubt there are people in Russia looking at it, and yep, here we are shooting harms at you. And if you want to go home to mama and you want to keep drawing your wage and get your pension, keep your radars off. And he says,
and if you keep your radars off, what good are your air defenses in the first place, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the great thing about an anti-radiation missile. As the operator sat on the ground operating a surface-to-air missile system or a search radar, you've got two choices. You can leave your radar on, try and shoot down the missile. I'll come to that in a minute. And there's a very good chance that you're going to die and you're never going to get to see your pension. So if your missile system or radar gets blown up, you've been defeated and you've suppressed the enemy's air defenses. The other option you've got is to switch your radars off and hope that the missile hasn't got a good enough idea where you are, perhaps, to totally take you out, and you might live to fight another day, but you've had to turn your radar off. So once again, the enemy's air defenses have been suppressed. But he says the key to it really is it's in the mind of the defender. It's like, how big a pair of bollocks have you got? How long am I willing to sit there and keep transmitting on my radar knowing this thing's coming at me at over twice the speed of sound?
Tim, how close do Russians usually park their radars to their launchers?
If Gunny's around, he's probably got a bit, maybe a bit more expertise on me. But your target acquisition and fire control radars are going to be co-located with the launcher generally. Yeah.
Basically, what I'm getting at is if the harm didn't get the perfect lock on the radar and explodes, say 20, 30 meters away from it because it hit something else.
Yeah, it might
is there a
blow up
good
the
chance it blows up a launcher, which I would suggest is quite a sympathetic target?
Yeah.
And then possibly the destruction is even greater than hitting the radar in the first place, because radars are what? They're very resilient to shrapnel flying to the air around them, right? Famously so.
Yeah. So even something going off close by is probably going to spoil your day. Now, talking about trying to shoot these things down, he said that the Russians started to claim as long ago as the 1990s that they could shoot down missiles like HARM. But the HARM presents some real problems for a surface-to-air missile system to engage it, and that is it's very, very fast. It's quoted on Wikipedia as going Mach 1.84. I think that might be a bit of an underestimation. It might mean it goes Mach 1.84 faster than whatever's launching it. So if your Strike Eagle or your MiG-29's going along at Mach 0.95, just under the speed of sound, and then the missile accelerates itself a further Mach 1.8, you've now got something that's going not far short of Mach 3. And that presents a very, very difficult system target for an air defense missile system to shoot down. And then he started talking about something which was really interesting, because this may be why the Russians can't shoot down the HIMARS artillery that's being fired at them. It's to do with the speed of the round or the missile and Doppler radar. Doppler radar is a type of radar that will only show you targets that are moving, and what that does is it gets rid of a lot of the background clutter. For those of the naval type like me, it means that you don't see returns from the sea, you don't see returns from nearby land, and so you only see stuff on the radar. The radar only sees stuff that's moving, and radars will have what are called Doppler filters on them. So you can set like a minimum speed for a target that you want to see. That maybe you don't want to see anything going slower than 30 knots. But what he said as well is that radar systems can have an upper Doppler filter, and so he said that in his time in the US Air Force, bearing in mind he's an expert on radars and missile systems and target acquisition radars. He's a radar expert, and he said that he has seen radar coding for Doppler radars where there's an upper speed limit. He wasn't quite sure why that was, but possibly the reason that they're put in there is as an anti-jamming facility, and also to get rid of perhaps sort of false echoes, so you don't see stuff that's unbelievable. But the problem then comes if you've got something that's coming at you very, very fast, like a HARM or a HIMARS round. The radar might not even see it, or it may see it, but it's not going to display it. The software is not going to display it to the operator, and thus it's ineffective. The other issue is to do with the fusing of the missile warhead that you're trying to shoot down this thing that's coming towards you at. If you get the fusing wrong, and the fusing is just a fraction of a nanosecond too late, what's going to happen is that high-speed target will have gone past by the time your warhead goes off, and will be completely oblivious to the warhead exploding behind it. And so once again, you've defeated the enemy's air defense system. And his overriding message that he said, if anyone in here is Russian and listening, switch your radars off and go home, boys, because this HARM missile might be from the 1980s, but he said it's very sweet, it's very effective, and it's combat proven time and time again against Russian type radars, Russian type missile systems that are in Ukraine. So later on, I'll post the video on my Twitter feed. It's about 55 minutes long. It's a good giggle in some places, but really insightful into the HARM missile and how they've done this.
Thank you very much, Tim. I'll give you 2 pieces of feedback from messages, and then 1 question, and then we'll go on to Gunny, and then we'll go on to everybody else in order. First of all, 1 piece of feedback was Tim knows his shit. We need him back. That wasn't from me, but I agree. And another one was this discussion bringing a smile to my face. More than one way to skin a cat, and clearly to kill Ruskies too. Very clever stuff. Now, the question for you, Tim, and this I think will require a little bit of speculation on what you've seen, what you've experienced in the prior life, etc. It's on the basis that German General Feuding was in Kiev a few days ago, and he said that the Ukrainians integrated Western missiles as in plural to their aircraft. Do you reckon that they can integrate more types of Western missiles in a similar way to how they've integrated the HARM?
Absolutely, yes. He mentions it in the video. Remember I said the LAU rail, there was a LAU 118/Alpha rail. There is another type of LAU rail, which is the LAU 117. And that is the rail that you put on the aircraft if you want to use a Maverick air-to-ground missile. This is the kind of thing that you can shoot from an aircraft to go and take out a tank on the ground. And I know that Maverick missiles have been deployed from aircraft that were manufactured well before the Maverick missile came out, and it will be done in just exactly the same way. So when that German gentleman you've mentioned there has said missiles, it's entirely possible, and I think they could have done it the same way. And also they've got the HARM missile deployed from the Su-27 as well. That's actually even on Wikipedia now, and they'll have just done it the same way. So yeah, it's
do you
totally
reckon they can do a harpoon?
Maybe, but why would you want to? I think you'd be quite happy doing that with land-based launchers off vehicles. I think you could do it, but the Ukrainians have probably got better things to be doing with their aircraft. Would you agree, Gunny?
Yeah, Gunny, thoughts?
Yeah, so harpoon missile, let's say. All the weapon needs is a place to fly and a point in time and space to switch on its active radar to begin the terminal phase of the attack. So if you can somehow get the carrying aircraft's radar to detect a surface contact, say a warship, and transmit that data down to the round, you've got to win. Because that essentially for a surface for an anti-shipping strike, that's what it's all about. Is a group of aircraft with missiles that fly, looking for surface contacts, and the weapons that they carry simply need a point in time and space to fly to, switch on their radars, and then carry out the final attack phase. Would they want to do that? I think if they could do a anti-shipping strike and kill a frigate off Sevastopol, militarily, it wouldn't be massively significant, though it would probably have an impact on caliber launches against civilian targets. Psychologically, it might be the tipping point for them to pull the Black Sea flotilla east. So is it doable? Not an engineer. But if they've managed to integrate an anti-radiation missile onto the MiG-29, which I was really doubtful about, to be honest with you, if they've done that, then the doorway is open for all kinds of munitions. So just on the radar thing, the problems that they're having, I'll dumb it down because for those of you who don't know, Tim was a fighter controller on Royal Navy warships, and I was amongst my many other jobs was a fighter controller's assistant. So I was like his bitch a little bit. His operator who would try and keep tracking the aircraft for him so he could do air intercepts. The thing with radar is if you take a round piece of white paper, throw 30 grains of sand on it, and then every 4 seconds move 1 grain of sand, and then move that grain of sand again, you are going to be looking, you're going to be looking at all these grains of sand, and one of them might be moving. So what we have is systems in there, because that's what a radar picture looks like. An unfiltered radar picture can be just chock-a-block full of blobs, essentially, amber blobs in our days. So we used to use a couple of things. The first thing that we used was a thing called MTI, moving target indicator. And the computer will look at that. It will look at the radar picture and it will filter the stuff that isn't moving for the purposes of air tracking. Not different for surface tracking, because obviously ships don't move that much. But for air tracking, it will look at it and it might filter out some stuff. Then we got things called track extractors. I don't know if you remember, Tim, we had LFA, LFB, LFC. Yeah. LFA was 996, LFB was 1022, LFC was 1006, 1007. So the track extractors kind of took that one step forward, and they acted as a filter, as Tim said, to try and clean up the air picture. Because for us, and probably for the Russians, what you're looking at is a constant sweep with lots of splodges on the screen, and your operators have to look at that and go, hello, what the fuck is that? And then roll their tracker ball onto it and then initiate a contact and then start the engagement procedure. Then you've got the thing, as Tim said, what we used to call auto initiation. Now you can set the system up so that what the system will do for you is it will take that out of your hands and it will auto initiate onto anything that moves. Now, assuming that the Russians are where we were in the 90s, we had auto initiation in the Royal Navy on ADORs, and it was fucking awful. It would initiate on the Isle of Wight. It would initiate on a lighthouse. It would initiate on anything and everything, and it would just simply keep initiating. So eventually we didn't use it. In fact, I think in 11 years, I've never seen auto initiation work as it eyes are tuned. What's that? It's moving. Roll the tracker ball on. SP1 auto inject on the keyboard. Put a track on it. Inform the air picture supervisor, and away you go. And then everyone's eyes down, looking at it, and then we decide whether to kill it or not. The Russians have a problem, and again, assuming they're where we were 20 years ago, their moving target indicators don't work. They've probably not got track extraction. So their operators are in effect looking for something. A harm missile is 10 inches wide, and ATACMS is 24 inches wide. That's a bad radar cross section to be looking at. And you're operating over land. At sea, that would be a problem for us. On land, that's a major drama because your radar is picking up electricity pylons, high-rise buildings, trees, towers, phone masts, you name it, it will pick it up. So these people are going to be looking at this radar picture without good track extraction, good moving target indicators for something that's 10 inches, doing Mach 2, flying towards them, either on a fairly level trajectory or on a ballistic trajectory. And the picture is going to be garbled. It's going to look awful. Don't forget the ergonomics of this. They're going to be tired. They've been on operations for months and months and months. They're going to be het up. They're going to know that there are Ukrainian fast air flying around simply looking to start salvoing rounds off at them. They're going to be nervous. They're conscripts. They're not going to be well trained. All these factors mesh together. So if you put a bad system, an unfriendly user system with operators who are knackered and scared and badly trained, if you're a battery commander, how much will you want to transmit on that set in all reality? Are you going to be, yeah, sod it, flip the radar on, Igor, let's go kill let's go kill Ukrainian aircraft? Or are you going to be, let's flip the radar on every now and again? Let's do 3 sweeps and then we'll shut everything down and hope to God some Ukrainian fast jet jockey didn't see us. And you're going to be looking through the top of the cabin in the radar vehicle thinking, what's coming at me? So, you know, they're in a real bind. And this is before we get into the command and control about tactical data links and how bad they are. Domin, you said, what's the proximity? The search vehicle, I think off the top of my head, looking at a battery, tends to be within sort of 60 feet. So you've got your command vehicle, you've got your radar, your main air search vehicle, and then you've got the actual launcher units. And actually, they're not that well spaced out. You can mitigate that somewhat by putting up earthen berms around each vehicle. But if you really want to be safe, I mean really safe, you transmit on the radar for 5 minutes and then you pack up and you move. And then you relocate maybe half a mile downrange, something like that, set up, and then retransmit and then start looking at. And that is not the way to conduct air defense because you lose that air picture straight away. And that's what they will probably have to be doing. And even down to the grassroots stuff of maybe the missile batteries might have a Panzer wagon as point defense, but the Ukrainians know what a Panzer can do because we saw in March a Panzer with its radar turning and burning, captured in place by the Ukrainians in full working order, everything flashed up with the auxiliary power unit on. So the Ukrainians will be able to jam the shit out of that even if they do launch harms at it. So yeah, there's a reason you're seeing why their air defense is bad. And as Tim, you know, pointed out, I didn't notice any of that in the cockpit. So fucking BZ, mate, really well spotted. His radar warning kit wasn't really going. It was indicating that there are search radars on, but his RWR should have been screaming, and he should have been down in the weeds, popping chaff and flares, and dodging smoke trails left, right, and Chelsea and Tracer. And I didn't see that. I saw someone flying a jet in airspace where the Ukrainians have at least air parity, if not temporary air dominance.
And the way they're employing the harm in the kind of standoff mode where it knows he's just, as I explained, he's just flying to a point in space to deliver the weapon. That suggests that the Russians are not moving their air defense systems around like you were describing. Because if they were doing that, you would need a much more, how's the right way of putting it? You need the full spec harm. You need a wild weasel aircraft, and the MiG-29's not been used in that role. They're just effectively, like I said, it's like firing a standoff cruise missile at a target that's defense systems around, and that's why they've been supplied with that weapon. We're not going to supply them a weapon that's of no use to them, and it took a few months into the war before they got this. So we've likely built up a picture in that time that, hey, they're not moving their air defense radars and missile batteries around, so we can give them this older variant of the harm, and it will do the job. And we don't need to. The other thing he said, Major Petruka said about the Block 2 harm is that there were some misfires in Desert Storm, and they know that some of these Block 2 harms in Desert Storm found their way to Russia, and they've never been reverse engineered because the Russians have never produced a Harmsky, an anti-radiation missile with anything like the capability that Harm has. And we're 30 years beyond the first Gulf War. So there was no concern there, he thinks, that we don't need to be worried about this potentially falling into the Russians' hands because we know they've already got them.
Yeah, and I'm assuming the block of harm that we've given, or the Americans have given, still has home on jam. If it does, that's another massive problem for the Russians, because we know that they're very good at electronic countermeasures. If harm that has home on jam capability has been fielded, they can't use it, because the minute that you flash up that electronic countermeasures truck, you're going to get a harm up your chuff. So that's another. I think the actual physical kills are as important, but not more important than the psychological effect here. If you're an S-300 battery commander, and your arse is dropping out every time you flip on transmit on the search radar, you're not going to flip your search radar on, and that's a mission kill, isn't it? Because as you and I know, Tim, if they ain't transmitting, they might as well not be there. They're no use to anyone. And then throwing the problems that they got with TADL, the tactical data link connectivity, which seems to be, frankly, they're not even at link 10, mate, are they? They're at basic NTDS 1960s kind of level. They've got no integrated network capability. No wonder Ukrainian jet jockeys are just flying around at Angels 4, literally looking for things to shoot. They shouldn't be able to do that. The Russians have hundreds of fast air. They should be swamping the Ukrainian airspace. And what do we see? MiG-29 is just flying around saying, "Give me something to kill." It's astonishing.
And on the other foot, with how many in the early days of the war, how many bits of video did we see of Russian helicopters and some Russian jets flying around at low level being taken out by people with Stingers?
Yeah, so I mean, if you're a Russian aviation commander, subordinate to a corps commander or something like that, what are you going to tell him? Well, if I put my fast air up, NATO will see it and they'll tell the Ukrainians. If I talk to my fast air when they're up, NATO are listening and the Ukrainians are listening. So they know the minute that my aircraft take off, unless they keep complete radio silence. If they keep complete radio silence, I can't tell the pilots what they're supposed to be doing. I can only tell them what to do before they take off. I can't talk to them when they're in the air because the Ukrainians and NATO will hear it. And if NATO hear it, the Ukraine, I mean, they're one and the same. And if I'm flying at medium high altitude, I stand a good chance of getting shot down. And if I fly low level, one, my pilots are so fucking awful that they fly into telephone pilots and things. And secondly, the minute that they get over the forward edge of the battlefield, every other Ukrainian seems to be carrying a Stinger or a Starstreak. So what do you want me to do? And I mean, imagine being a Russian fast jet jockey or a rotary wing pilot, and you're sat there around the dining table at night, and half the chairs are empty. That is going to kill your morale, and that's what that's what they're facing. I mean, God only knows what's going on with jamming of their comms and their radar and stuff like that will be happening. Yeah. So, I mean, what were the estimates? 10-1 numerical superiority in fast air at the start of the conflict. Where are they? They're just nowhere, are they? Ukrainians are flying helos through probably what I think. I don't know about you, mate. I think that was a safe transit corridor. When they did that raid on the oil field, I think the Russians had a safe transit corridor. I don't think they rotated it every couple of hours like we would. I think the Ukrainians flew 2 Hinds up a safe transit corridor. That's why they weren't shot at. Malleted that oil refinery and probably flew back through the safe. Even blinked. I mean, that's astonishingly bad. I would say, hello, 1982 Falklands, 2 Super Atom darts flew through the battle group and killed Sheffield. So we're all guilty of it. But they should have hoisted all these lessons in long ago, and they're still letting it happen. And weeks and weeks and weeks on, they're still letting it happen. I mean, it's just, I don't know, mate. It's just dire, isn't it?
I think the best job in the Russian Air Force probably now is illegally flying 8 and 9-year-old kids to Moscow, but we're onto those fuckers as well now.
Yeah, or if you want job experience, be a Russian search and rescue pilot because you're going to be really busy.
Good points. All good points. Good evening, everyone. I'll be taking care of your flight. Please fasten your seatbelts. And Gunny, stop smoking, especially next to the ammo. That being said, so we're we're talking military aviation thing, if I understand correctly. Maybe to stay on the subject, either George or Waypoint or Robert want to opine on anti-air. Otherwise, we'll follow the order of the ends.
I'll be real quick. Your comment about not being able to replicate the harm leads me to want to brag on my former employer. I was on both the HARM and the ECR Tornado project, and Texas Instruments at the time, now Raytheon, had world-beating RF circuit technology, and in particular, hybrid digital RF circuits. And I would suspect that Russia had maybe can't build them, but China may not even be able to build those. What, 4 years later? That's all I had to say.
Watch the video when I play it up later. There's something in that about that that's really funny, but I won't spoil it for people. Watch the video.
Tim, for my sake, which video are you talking about?
So it's the video interview that I based my chat on with the former US Air Force Wild Weasel guy. I'll go and tweet it out now on my Twitter feed now, so people can watch it later. But there's something that George just said there that's covered towards the end of it that's quite amusing.
That would be brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, so I guess we've covered the question of anti-air. We can return to the order of the end. Knight, you were next.
Thank you. Great discussion on the anti-radiation missiles at Maharms. That was good. I wonder if they have access to any of the other modes like self-defense, because I mean, it's one thing to know where a radar is. It's the ones that might turn themselves on all of a sudden, where you might have to be flexible on that if they have the capability with this kind of bootstrap setup. I'm wondering how far into the toolbox they've really gone into what harm can really do. Now that they have those rails on some of the MiGs and apparently some of the flankers on here, someone mentioned Harpoon, and I really hope that's the next thing that they can get on there, because I mean, it really only takes 2 to 4 of those to get rid of one of those caliber shooting frigates, because that's about all it took to get rid of Moskva. So that would be really good to see in the future. I was wondering too, the NASAM. So I read the report that the U.S. is going to be providing them in a couple of months, maybe. But I've also seen things saying that NASAM ammunition has been provided already. Do they have NASAM from another source, like from Norway or something?
Not impossible, but I can't say I exactly recall where the NASAMs are coming.
Yes, I'm curious, like what the Ukrainians are actually using for air defense at this point, 6 months into the war. I mean, what's really left to shoot? So, because I mean, they don't have Patriot, they may or may not have NASAM, but they're knocking down a lot of cruise missiles. So I'm kind of curious what they're doing that with. And one thing I noticed too about the calibers, you see them flying high over things, is that they are flying high instead of like the 50 to 100 feet down on the deck that a Tomahawk would. And I think that says a lot about the capability of those systems, as in they're not very capable. Because I was just really surprised to see them flying as high as they do. Thank you.
Thank you. All very good points. So who's next? P is, who's P? There's no P. Let's move on to Leonard. Leonard has gone. So Ollie is gone. George, you're next.
Yeah, just for FYI, the Ukrainians especially in this Kharkiv offensive have picked up a lot of replacement missiles, especially for the Buk system. They captured over 30 at one ammo dump and several others at another. So thanks to the Russians' ineptitude, they've been able to resupply some of their stock. I'm not saying that their stock was low, but the more the merrier. I was going to say that one of the systems that I wish the Western allies had supplied to Ukraine in the anti-ship family would have been the Exocet missile, especially the MM40 version, because that is a land-based system. You can fire it from land. You can actually put it on a back of your vehicle. And there's different versions. The last 2 versions are the Block 2 and the Block 3. And the Block 3's been around since like 2007. And the bloody thing has like a 200-kilometer range, which would be a godsend for them. If they knock out one, if they knock out one frigate, the rest of them are going to stay very, very far away on eastern side of the Black Sea if they don't get the hell out of there altogether. But it would be nice to see them get that capability, because you wouldn't have to air launch the damn thing. You can launch it from land. But the Exocet can be, there's the MM38 and MM39 that can be used from even from a helicopter. You can launch from a helicopter. So there are ways to get that thing going.
Thank you, George. I will pretend I even vaguely understand what you're talking about. For me, a missile is a missile, and don't even try to explain to me what's the difference between a missile and a rocket. What I do have to tell you is Christos Anesti, as they do in the village. Anyhow, Nina, I think you're next on the. Oh wait, I'm sorry, Nina. Gunny has probably something else to say about his beloved anti-air, so we can wrap up the conversation.
Yeah, just quickly, I think while it's desirable to kill a Russian frigate or a corvette, I think the cons probably outweigh the pros on this. We don't know what the state of Russian air defense is around Sevastopol. Killing aircraft over the sea is very different from killing aircraft over land. It tends to be a lot easier in a lot of ways. They will have some form of airborne early warning up. And to be honest, and I know Tim will agree, maritime strike packages are fairly substantial. It won't just be one MiG-29 carrying a harpoon flying around looking for a surface contact, probably be dead. So it will need third-party targeting. It will need a bit of air defense suppression. It will need top cover to intercept any Russian fighters on combat air patrol that might try and intervene. It becomes a very substantial operation to go after one or two ships, and the Ukrainian Air Force is box clever so far. They'll be quite wary of getting in a bit of a mix-up with Russian combat air patrols. They'll kill them, but they might lose one or two pilots. And I think the Ukrainians have just been so smart so far. They've not risked losing assets unless they've had to. And it's, as Yehuda always says, is the juice worth a squeeze there? I'm not sure that it would be. Personally, I'd like to see it. From an ex-naval point of view, I would love to see a Russian surface action group come under sustained air attack. I think it would be fantastically informative about their capabilities for NATO. I positively dribble, and it might be we that came out, I'm not sure, but the idea of having footage of Russian frigates under air attack is fantastic. I just don't think it will happen, to be honest with you. I may be wrong. They could do it with harms if a Russian frigate's corvettes are transmitting on radar. But my impression is, I don't know about you, Tim, I think the Black Sea Flotilla commander is risk averse now. He's not doing anything that is in any way, shape, or form potentially dangerous, and I think that he will probably keep doing that, husbanding units, and probably doing just about enough to satisfy higher command. But yeah, boss, we're taking part in the war, whilst actually not putting his ships or his ships companies in risk.
Thank you, Gunny. Okay, there's a lot of military hands up. So if I wait for all of you to get down before going back to Nina, she will collect my head. So let's go for Nina, and then we'll go back to the military. Nina, good evening to you.
Good evening, Ben. What makes you think it's not military thing?
You're riding a horse. Horse have not been military for the past 300 years. So there.
Well, you never know. Gunny, hi, Gunny. Actually, it would have been like you were talking in some language I never heard before, because that was so complicated things, what you said. But what I've heard in the past week, and we have seen, for example, what the Russians are doing and how they are doing, and for example, how they are flying their airplanes. and crashing into each other. I just have like a explanation to why it's going so like really bad, because they are all drunk and they are all on drugs, and they just can't like they can go on like alcohol and drugs for maybe 4 days, and after that they are done, and they are like, yeah, they are in the bad shape. And just try to focus when you are really drunk. I'm serious.
Yeah, hi,
I'm
hi, Nina.
serious.
Yeah. Okay. So the problem is, all right. I'll try and break it down. So when a Royal Navy ship sails from Portsmouth, the minute that we were in the English Channel, we would start tactical data link exercise. So we would start talking to any other NATO ship that was in the area, and we would start doing an air picture and a surface picture, and then in the evening, let's say, we would do a exercise, be it a try and find each other and kill each other, or there would be aircraft involved and we would try and shoot down the aircraft before they overflew us, things like that. Now, when you do that, other things are involved. So the RAF, who would attack us, they're flying. So they're getting their hours in as fast jet pilots, and they are keeping on top of what they do. Yeah, does that make sense? So they are taking off at night and they're attacking us at 2 o'clock in the morning. At 4 o'clock in the morning after the exercise, we launched a helicopter to go and do an exercise looking for a submarine, because there happened to be a submarine in the area. So we were constantly, and this is what NATO does, unless you're in what we call transit, maybe crossing the Atlantic to go to New York to get absolutely wrecked for 7 days or something like that, you're constantly working up, you're constantly exercising. There's always something going on. And you know, that's what happens even with the Royal Air Force, which are like a military. They're like British Airways, but smarter uniforms. But everyone in NATO is always exercising. The Russians don't have that. If you look at their pilot hours, a fast jet pilot in the Russian Air Force might be getting 10, 12 hours a month. Whereas in the Royal Air Force, they're constantly busy. You know, the Typhoons are protecting the northern UK air defence zone, or they're doing Op Shader over Iraq, or they're Cyprus, or they're part of the air policing mission over the Baltic. Same with the Americans, same with the Belgians, same with the French, same with the Italians. Everyone's doing that. So what you're seeing with the Russians is you're seeing an air force of people who love being in flight suits. Oh, they're all over it, mate. There were little Velcro patches on it, and you know, death to fascists and all of that kind of thing. So at the start of the conflict, you had a brutal Darwinian process where the real shit fuckers were getting killed by the Ukrainians. And there are probably going to be some veteran Russian Air Force pilots who are hardcore. And I mean hardcore. These are the boys and potentially girls who have survived 6 months of Ukrainian attrition and will be on top of their game. But there'll be a handful. The rest of the squadron are going to be the newbies or the other idiots coming out of flight school, the ones that have no clue, and they'll be getting attrited every single day. So it's kind of a Royal Flying Corps 1916 kind of thing, where we were losing pilots. You know, some pilots were joining a squadron on the Monday, they were dead by the Tuesday. That's the position that they're in. Now, throw all of that into an air defense network manned by conscripts, as we were talking about 15 minutes ago, where the air defense troops are either reticent to switch on their radars or are so nervous that they might stop popping off rounds at anything. Doesn't matter if it's a pair of Russian Su-25s that are coming back from a strike, you know, that managed to fall out of the safe transit zone, so they kill one of them. Throw in exhaustion, throw in nerves, throw in the fact that they're not getting relief, they're not going to Russian flight school and teaching conscripts. You know, they're being ground into the earth. That's why you're seeing this attritional level. They have a finite number, like the ground units, they have a finite number of experienced pilots. And every day, one or two of these veterans, who the rest of the squadron will look up to, are getting killed. And what's replacing them? Dross. And Dross doesn't have balls to push the aircraft to the maximum. Dross will not push a strike package to the limits. Dross will claim that it's got a headache that day and not get in the cockpit. And that's why you're seeing Ukrainians running around the forward edge of the battlefield with wild abandon, shooting stuff when they absolutely should not be. There's no way on earth, mate, that they should be able to do this. So what's going on with Russian fast air? Absolutely nothing at all. There's no coordination between them and the air defense. There's probably tiredness, there's exhaustion, there's nerves, there's all sorts of things. And the human aspect of all of this is often overlooked. When you're ball bagged, I mean, when you're properly 6 months into combat, stressed to the max, you're not a good pilot. You're not a good infanteer. You're not a good tank commander. You're not a good battery commander on an artillery unit. You're not a good field commander. You're not a divisional commander. You're not a good section sergeant. You're none of these things. And all that they're doing is they're grinding the people who've been through this Darwinian process down till there will be none left. And all that there is to replace them is crap. So in that way, it's going to get easier for the Ukrainians. What the Russians are depending on is World War II mass. Mass overcomes technology, mass overcomes tactics, mass overcomes strategy. Throw enough shit at the wall and some of it will stick. That's what they're depending on. It worked in World War II for them in 1941. Kind of, you know, Barbarossa. Will it work now? No, because you can kill a lot more people with technology and well-motivated, well-trained professional soldiers. And that's what the Ukrainians are. A well-motivated army with morale and the ability to kill swathes and swathes of stupid idiots who don't know any better, don't understand any better, and will willingly pick up an AK-47 and line themselves up in the gun. And fine, keep doing it. There is one tragedy to this. Ukrainians will inevitably die massacring Russians. That's the tragedy of it. And, you know, like in Fury, when he kind of looks at the map and he says, why don't they just go home? Why don't they give up? But they won't, because they're too fucking stupid, aren't they, Nina? They're too stupid and people will die as a result, needlessly.
Thank you, Gani. Yes, dying of this stupidity is like, yeah, it's a tragedy. Yeah, thank you for explaining that. And yeah, and a follow-up question: do they still have the mass like the Russians? Like, where is the mass?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we're in the age of social media, aren't we? So Russian state TV is all but admitting that things are not going right. So this isn't 1941. You can't go and round up the class of 1927 and tell them, congratulations, you're in the Red Army now. Get on truck, go to front, kill Germans. Social media is going to work against them. But, you know, they're clearing prisons. They'll die fast and hard. I don't know, mate. I don't know at what stage the Russian population will just go, what the actual is going on here. They'll just throw, while they can, they'll just throw people at the Ukrainian lines and not care about casualties. And it's really hard for people in Western societies to understand that. For, you know, if a battalion breakthrough means 600 dead, they'll do it. They won't think twice about it, and they'll just keep feeding people through. It's a real tragedy, I suppose, in a way. But on the other hand, if the Ukrainians are happy for that to carry on, if the Ukrainian government turns around and says, look, we're happy killing them, just keep giving us the weapons to finish the job, then I'm content with that. As ever, the problem is a defeated army tends to take it out on the civilian populace in the rear areas. That's another thing from, the war in the East, 1941, 1945. What's a way for real battle-hardened heroes to take out their frustrations about beaten by real men and women, take it out on the civilian populace? We will see that. Which takes us back, Nina, doesn't it? To why don't they just pack up and fuck off?
Thank you, Gunny.
Do that?
Okay, I think we're moving on a little bit from air and anti-air, but we'll come back to this sort of things very soon. So then we have, in order, Waypoint, Rusty, and Roy. Waypoint, give me a quarter of a second before starting. Rusty, did you want to say something to this in particular?
Yeah, it's really short. I know there's 8 NASAMS going to Ukraine, 2 purchased by the Norwegian government and 6 procured by the US government. And the US government one, I found the article about it, and it says there's 60 days until the first procured NASAM coming from the US government is in Ukraine. But the 2 from Norway could already be there. I have no idea, but the Norwegian government probably sent the ones they already have in stock.
Okay, well then we have the answer, don't we? Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Darcy. Waypoint, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ben. Good evening, everybody from northern Germany. Hi, Gunny. Tim, I was a question for you, and that was with the MiGs, the 29s, with the mod that they've done. Do you think it would be possible, especially for the likes of Recce or Special Forces, that they had a laser designator and they did a mod for something like Paveway, that they could take out optional targets when they're actually flying in the zone?
Don't know is my answer to that. We'd have to look into what the capabilities are of Ukrainian Air Force ground attack aircraft like the Su-25. But like I was saying, the MiG-29 was not designed to be an air-to-ground aircraft. It was designed to be a point defense interceptor and dogfighter. So I think it'd be unlikely, particularly given the weight involved in carrying stuff like Paveway and a laser designator, because those are quite heavy things compared to air-to-air missiles. So I don't think the MiG-29 would be the platform for that.
The laser designator, that would be the Recce. The Recce or the Special Forces would have a laser designator. Like it could well have been Desert Storm that you actually handed over aircraft to me, because I was doing FAC in a Desert Storm.
Yeah, if you, as you say, you've got the laser designator being done by you guys on the ground, then it is a possibility. I suppose that you could put put something like Paveway on a MiG-29 or an Su-25. It wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility. But you need to get the aircrew worked up to work with a FAC as well, which you probably know more about than I do. So there's a few things involved in it, but essentially, if you've got the laser designator on the ground, Special Forces type thing, then almost in effect, dropping the laser guided bomb, the bomb is almost essentially a dumb bomb as far as the aircraft's concerned. It's just getting it in the right place, and the integration between the pilots and you guys on the ground is getting them worked up in doing that. Otherwise, you're going to have bombs flying around all over the place, as you know, if your coordination's not right.
Yeah, that's why I'm actually called Waypoint, because of obviously using waypoints to guide the aircraft, and then it's obviously fire and forget. You know, they you target, you tell the pilot you're targeted, and he fires, and he does his disappearing act to go somewhere else and take on another target, and that's why it's clear. Yeah, it's dumb in that sense. It's dumb for the pilot, but yeah, it's fire and forget. You know, they can fire it off a target, especially when it's a target like EW or something like that. Thank you very much. I'll step down now.
Thank you, Waypoint. I will pretend I understood a word that was said. Roy, so have you been reading Jane's Weekly again?
Okay, so basically, I think everybody saw the news this morning. Okay, this morning means Saturday morning in the United States. I don't know what you guys had, but okay, I don't care. All right, so here's the thing. So I think everybody saw the news that Ukrainian captured some Russians with Chinese-made mortars on the front line. Actually, I think that's actually not what we think they are, which is Chinese supporting Russia with ammunition, which is not true. So because that mortar in question is 60 millimeters Type 63 mortar, it's let's put it this way: Russians don't have uniformed weapons used caliber of 60 millimeter. Their infantry mortars caliber is 50 millimeter. But on the other hand, Ukrainian uses 60 millimeter mortar, both by their own indigenously made KBA 118 and some U.S. and Western allies supplied M224 60 millimeter mortars. In theory, I said in theory, the Western-made mortar can use Chinese Type 63 millimeter, 60 millimeter shells. So it's possible that that's the Ukrainians' own shells that we or the Western allies somehow sorted for them from a third party such as Cyprus or somewhere in the Middle East by some.
Hey, Roy, is all of this just your speculation, or do you have a source for what you're saying?
Oh, I'll just a speculation, but I do know Russians don't use the 60 millimeter.
Finance.
Yeah.
I'm being told that the mystery was solved. These are actually Albanian, and we remember that back in the 70s, 80s, and 70s and 80s, Albania was tightly connected with China.
Yes. They even
result,
have Chinese fighter planes. The Chinese copy and paste version of the MiG-21. Yes, that's what I speculate. That's from the third party that has access to the Chinese source of the ammunitions that somehow Western country got their hands on it and sent to Ukraine, because Ukraine do use 60 millimeter mortars. Russians don't. I don't think. I mean, China is definitely supporting Russia in other ways, but I don't think they have the guts to do it openly in a military manner to support them with ammunition that possibly will indirectly categorize them as a belligerent state. So there's that. So
Well, we've discussed this a lot. John, are you coming up to talk about this specific issue?
Yeah, if we're talking about the 60 millimeter Chinese mortar round, if my understanding is correct, based upon something that someone sent me, I believe that they have made their way into theater by way of Albania, and it turns out the original video source for that misrepresented the video. Someone correctly identified it. These are not actually captured from Russian forces. These are Ukrainian rounds. Well, I should say these are rounds in use originally by Ukrainian forces, not captured. They're of Chinese provenance that made their way to Ukraine via Albania.
All right, thank you guys very much. I just knew that it's definitely not Russian stuff, like more or less from some third country. I didn't know it's from Albania, but yeah, I think there's conclude me that. But I.
Thank you, Roy. All right, Erland, I see your hand is up. You've been waiting for a while. Going to you.
Mic check.
We can hear you.
Erland, if you're talking to a muted mic. Erland going once. Erland going twice. Erland's spot has been sold to a dog called Gimpy. You can currently see his HR-inducing advertisement up in the nest right now. It's absolutely hilarious. I highly recommend everybody go appreciate the latest of the British marketing department of the Atacams Brand Cigarette Company. Only the finest brand Atacam cigarettes for our Russian friends. Atacams become smoking kills. Please remember to smoke at your nearest Russian ammo dump. A dog called Gimpy.
See, finance has got a voice made for air safety on a commuter flight, hasn't he? The exit locations are to the front, to the rear, and either side of me. We encourage you to not spark up Atacams while you're in flight. Waypoint, I think the problem with it sounds good. So you're a forward air controller. I think the problem is if I'm right, and you'll be way ahead of me on this, you normally had assets up, didn't you, in orbit, awaiting tasking. So I think for that to work, the Ukrainian forward air controller would need to have aircraft up. That's probably going to be a big ask for them to have aircraft in orbit ready for tasking. They will more than likely have the aircraft with PAVE, and then it will be for specific stuff. But I think, yeah, I mean, if you can designate from the ground, why not? I suppose it would make sense. But I think more for one-off, as opposed to what we're used to, which is, you know, as you'll know yourself, like a B1 or a flight Harriers or F-16s, F-15s, something like that, kind of on call. So would I be surprised if it transpires that the Ukrainians are dropping ordnance on the command of ground units? No, I don't think so. I think it will probably be, I don't know about you, mate, but SF doing that, and therefore not widely proclamated, and probably we won't know a lot about it.
Well, yeah, most probably, you know, I mean, SF, yeah, or obviously recce troops. But what I'm thinking of is when they're going up there with their harm anyway, or Su-25 or something like that, and they've got a designated target to take out with special forces or recce's and that they turn around and say, well, you know, you're somewhere you're in my area, whether you could just stop around here and take this out. We've got a really nice juicy one for you.
Yeah, I mean, how bad is Russian air defense? That's the question, isn't it, mate? If it's as chaotic and full of holes as we think, is it beyond the realms of possibility that two MiG-29s fly, you know, fairly deep in and then drop on Ukrainian special forces designated targets? Yeah, I'd buy that, to be honest with you. I think we won't get to know about it, as I say, but I don't know, mate. If you can marry up one weapon system onto a MiG-29, I would assume from an engineering point of view, it opens up all kinds of possibilities. But as Tim said, the problem with that is that kind of thing is a little more complicated. So like a harm, data goes to the aircraft, you feed it to the round, and then you fire off a round. I think something like PAVE, you're talking about precision guidance systems, so you would need the pod, I suppose, drop the ordnance and then guide it. So, but overriding really is the fact that Ukrainians just keep doing stuff that's absolutely mental bonkers, don't they? So yeah, I can see it, mate. Same as I can see Harpoon being married up to the platform. And I'll hold my hands up. I thought sticking harm on MiG-29s was impossible. To be honest with you, I just did not see how that could be done. And all the evidence is, that, yeah, they've done it. So in that case, there's no end of possibilities, I suppose, is there?
Yeah, I think as well, like the obviously the Russian doctrine that they know, and they've obviously been trading quite a bit with or learning from NATO troops as well, and they've just had some real bright sparks that have just done some amazing stuff with our gear, especially on their gear as well. You know, I mean, you look at what they did with pickup trucks with Grad and all this sort of stuff. You know, I mean, it's like out of some sort of a movie. You know, it's unbelievable what these lads are doing. You know, it's really really good.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if you could incorporate 16 brimstone onto a MiG-29. I mean, that's, you know, I mean,
You can do Maverick.
Yeah, I mean, is that
I
an
think Maverick's
impossibility?
on. Yeah, Maverick's on because it's just a different rail, as I said when I was talking. It's the 117 for Maverick, the 118 for Harm. So I reckon Maverick's on.
I mean, the idea of two MiG-29s flying around with 16 brimstone each. And again, their ability to improvise. I've seen a 10-round brimstone launcher on the back of a Toyota. It's superb. And actually, perfectly common sense, because all the Toyota is a means of transporting the rounds to a designated point in time, according to your mobile phone using GPS. All you need is a targeting data, isn't it? Go fly to that box, and then switch on your active seeker and carry out a terminal attack. So, in fact, I think I saw I think a UK company has just advertised some kind of truck-mounted multiple brimstone launcher. Curiously, about 3 months after we saw the Ukrainians bolt brimstone onto the back of a Toyota and go, "Yeah, look, we can make it work." So, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't put it past them.
We must be giving them some nice tips if they're listening on this. You know, it's just, I don't know, it's just something that when you were speaking, Tim, you know, I was listening to what you're saying and a little bit of an idea of what you're talking about. It's quite a few years ago when I was actually doing what I did, but when you were talking and explaining it all, you know, some of the stuff seemed to come back a bit, you know, and I thought, you know, well, maybe it's possible they could put some other really nice juicy stuff on there. Laser guided or whatever that you know, people on the ground as well could also guide them and and take out opportunity targets, especially, you know, electronic warfare or ground to air. Take it out to you know, make a really nice path for instance, a couple of Hinds to go down and take out something at the behind. You know, just a really good idea. I'll step down.
What you need if you're going to loiter, though, to do close air support is you do need pretty much total air superiority, because that's the way we've operated in the West in environments like Afghanistan and Iraq, where, you know, although we're not there now and everything that's gone on when we were there, we didn't have an air opponent. We had air superiority, so we can fly around and do whatever we like. In Ukraine, they haven't got that level of air superiority at the moment. So I think it's doable, and if you're wanting to go and do something, the risk of maybe losing a couple of, you know, for every fast jet the Ukrainians have got is a high value air asset. So it's got to be really worth it from the target that you're trying to get, that you're prepared perhaps to lose those two aircraft to get the target you're trying to get on the ground.
Yeah, and I think that's something that people kind of sometimes they don't grasp. So for things like close air support, you know, to cover a designated area, you want two aircraft up, mainly two in case one goes op def on you. So, you know, something goes wrong with it. If you want that aircraft up a while, then you need a tanker, you need an AWACS up to look after it, you need a combat air patrol up to look after the two close air support aircraft if they're in a high threat environment. And you need to be able to do that 24/7 because Waypoint, as you'll know, targets are fleeting, aren't they? You know, they come and go literally within minutes. So you can't wait for aircraft to launch be tasked fly in and then operate, you really want them in the overhead, don't you? So I don't think the Ukrainians have got that capability. That said, I think there will probably be some weapon systems integrated that we haven't seen that they are probably using, and happy days with that. It just goes to show you, and I suppose another way, Tim, what a platform the MiG-29 is. I saw a former UK test pilot do a review of it, and he was actually very complimentary about it. He kind of said, well, it's not cutting edge, it's not fabulous, but it does what you ask of it. It's robust, it's rugged, maintenance isn't a problem, and you can throw that thing around like your granny, and it will take the punishment. So in a way, it's kind of a backhanded compliment on Russian aviation technology that the MiG-29 is being utilized like this. And actually, in the right hands, Ukrainian fast jet jockeys are making 29s and 25s, and even Mi-8s helicopters are making them work for them. So you know, maybe it's a case of Russian equipment isn't as bad as we think it all is. It's the chimpanzee in the cockpit that makes a difference. And the kit, actually, given the right people using it, does perform.
Yeah, I think you can see that, with what the Ukrainians are doing in comparison with what we've seen so far of the Russians. I think the Russians just, by the looks of things, just are not. They're just not on the ball. They're. We don't know why. Are they not allowed to, or like Tim said, maybe they're just not getting the flight hours in to compensate for. And where they can't compensate what's missing. There's something missing there from their training and from their exercises they do, and it's raise my hat to the Ukrainian lads. They're absolutely awesome what they're doing. They're bringing out everything they can possibly do, every mile, every turn to and getting back safe. They're doing this stuff and getting back safe. Good on them.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen anything waypoint.
We're gonna go Dog, then Tim, and then Alex and away with a hand. So Gunny finish up, then Tim will say something, I assume on the same topic, then we'll go to Alex.
Yeah, sorry, Finance. So yeah, waypoint. I've not seen anything that suggests that they've got forward air controllers. I think from what I understand, it's down to the platoon commander level. So the platoon commander, he doesn't even have a section. I mean, like a section level forward air controller. The platoon commander actually has to do all of that on top of being a platoon commander. I've not seen anything to suggest that any forward air controller kit's been captured. So this kind of explains to us, doesn't it, why their CAS is so bad. Is probably a platoon commander is having to do it himself on top of everything else, and if he gets killed, well, there's no one else to do it, is there? And from what we know about the Russian army hierarchical system, there's no way on earth a Russian sergeant is going to A, be trained to call in close air support, or B, take over the role of platoon commander, which you and I know in extremis in the British Army. Everything is kind of you train for that role and the next role up. So it just shows you how utterly unprepared they are, and the absolute downfalls and pitfalls of having a conscript army. If you recruit people to do 12, 18 months at a push, they're going to have no interest. They get bummed by the mates in training anyway for the first 6 months because they're the new blokes, and they just want to get out and go back to Mother Russia and make potato juice or sandals or whatever it is that they do. So this is conscript military in operation, and dire.
All right. Tim, did you want to say something to this before we go to Carpatelli, then Athena?
Yeah, the MiG-29s are pretty capable aircraft. When I was in the Navy serving on a Sea Harrier squadron, MiG-29 was a threat that we trained against the most. We would have other people simulate MiG-29 for us, and yeah, generally wherever you went, the Red Air guys were simulating MiG-29. It's supersonic, it's very agile, and the weapons loadout is probably comparable. I'd put it somewhere like the early generation RAF Tornado F3 with Skyflash and earlier generation Signwinder, that kind of weapon fit. It didn't have the range of the Tornado F3 that had big legs, because the MiG-29 is a point defense interceptor. But it's a handful, and Ukrainian Air Force before the war and the years leading up to the war were training with NATO. So if you get those guys trained up and you put them in an aircraft that's a handful, that if you don't treat it with respect, it's going to come and bite your ass in a dogfight. Then yeah, it's no surprise those guys are causing the Russians some headaches.
All right. Yeah. No, clearly there is a much higher quality combatant on one side of this war. I don't really want to call them humans, and the military men don't tend to call them warriors, given the way they fight, or don't. They're surrender for a sandwich on the other side of this war. So whatever the hell you call them, orcs, I don't know. Either way, yeah, we like to appreciate the quality of the Ukrainian fighting men and women. I think they're doing an excellent job right now. Mr. Carpelli.
Thank you. I wanted to offer a slightly different topic.
All good. We just killed the last one.
Okay. So we probably watched this recent meeting in Samarkand, which I think was pretty interesting to see how Russian power in the region has evaporated and has been replaced by China. And not only China made a few agreements with Kazakhstan, but also Chinese leader met with each or almost each of Central Asian country presidents. And then in the final photo, you would see Putin sitting somewhere on the sofa. He was like, it was funny, you know, it was not by chance in the East. They placed him on a low sofa where, and because he's very small, he was looking like a kid, you know, in the room with adults. Yeah, you should look at that photo. But the idea is not only Central Asian countries, but I think also Chinese leader met with president of Belarus, essentially showing to Russia that there is probably limits to what extent they can kind of force the hand of Belarus. And then also Modi, president of India, quite bluntly told Putin to stop the war. That was one side of it. It was in Samarkand. And the other side was these recent events in Armenia. As you know, that Armenia asked Russia to help. They formally asked ODKB, which is military alliance, where Russia is leading, and got a refusal. And today, I think just a few hours ago, Nancy Pelosi from US announced there will be a delegation from US Congress visiting Armenia just over the weekend. And I think it's another important development because, I don't want to go too far into details, but it looks like within Armenia there were kind of internal fight between pro-Russian and pro-Western forces. And the president of Armenia, he was viewed once as pro-Western, but was really playing, with Russia. And this ended up like Armenia formally asking Russia to intervene. And the Russia's reply was, if you were part of Russia, we would, something to that end. And obviously, Armenia now is between rock and hard place. I would certainly welcome more involvement from the US. I think there is a room for negotiation there, but Armenia does need a powerful ally at the table.
Yeah, this is. I really don't want to wade into this conflict on the space as much as can be helped. Clearly, the key point here is that Russia is now a absolutely worthless ally for its foreign counterparts that had clearly been backing Armenia in the conflict that Armenia was having with Azerbaijan, and Armenia has been pulling Donbass-like stuff into Nagorno-Karabakh for 30-ish years. So, and it can only do so due to Russia's backing. Now that Russia clearly is going to just let it hang, and they're not going to get involved, it's a totally different ball of wax, shall we say. And yeah, no, I hear you.
But even going forward, it's
they made their own
major
bet,
development,
right?
because
I agree. I totally agree, and I agree they made their own bet. And I think that the major story as pertains to Ukraine is just how much Russia's foreign policy outside of Ukraine is suffering and falling apart because of their absolutely disastrous losing war. Hold on a moment.
Right.
Phil, hold on. We're having a few Twitter glitches. Ben struggled to get up and down. Phil, yeah, just keep requesting. People who request, people are getting stuck. It's fine. We'll just keep working. I'd like to remind everybody that a Twitter update was pushed this morning. So everyone, please check that you have updated your Twitter, and we will be good to go. So absolutely hear you, Alex. I know you may have a slightly different view. I agree that it would be better. It's like, guys, could we not shoot at each other? Like, I get it. You both have some legitimate claims to this land, but like, it'd be really great if right now we could just stop shooting each other like that. I think would be good. But but as pertains to Ukraine, it's really clear that a Russian security guarantee is currently pointless. We're also seeing, the Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan hot war kicking off that no one's paying attention to. So clearly, Russia's not spending the time to get bothered being involved in Central Asia either. Hopefully, those two countries can figure out. I, quite frankly, am totally ignorant as to the full reasoning behind that conflict. And unless Joseph Thomason is on, you can't ask me anything useful, but I hear you. I think, again, the upshot as pertains to Ukraine, which we like to focus on, is that the Russian security guarantees and where they used to keep things, who they used to back, and where they used to keep things at least stable, though say that's kind of strange, and the Russian idea of stability is a corrupt disaster, but where they did used to be militarily involved in promoting people not shooting each other for whatever reason, that's out. So a few other hotspots unfortunately may occur. On the other hand, fortunately, Russian interests are not being pushed. Athena, you've waited a super long time. Thank you for coming up, and we always appreciate a nice fella profile picture.
Thank you, Finance. As I know, Gunny likes these sailing things. I would like to have like a look to the future after Ukraine wins the war and Crimea is taken back by Ukraine. Where are Russia putting these sailing things, also underwater sailing things, if they can't be in Sevastopol anymore? And let's say that even further in the future when there might be some NATO sailing thing. Thank you.
Nina, I've never heard of submarines called underwater sailing things. Thank you for that. I like that. We probably made have a new NATO code name, Tim. New contact. New contact underwater sailing thing 234. Yeah, what they're going to do? Kilos, Nina, are actually very good submarines. Diesel electric, so very quiet. They're not a boogeyman to NATO navies, but a very capable platform in many ways. Ryan Ramsey, who was a former T-boat commander, he was up on the space a while ago. He visited the Polish Navy when they had a Kilo. He did a really interesting review of it. Russian submarines, I don't care what anyone says on here. I know Tim will agree. They're a cut above the rest. They're extremely capable. Flag officer submarines, Royal Navy, said as much a few years ago. The technology gap has closed, and actually, to be brutally honest, Russian submarine forces are very good. They are very good. They're not like the army, not like the air force, not like their surface flotilla. They are very, very capable, and technologically, they've caught up with NATO in the past, frankly, the past 30 years. What they're going to do with them after this, they'll keep them in the Black Sea, probably. I think there are loads of variables in it. What's the Russian economy going to look like? Defense spending is going to be cut in Russia 10% alongside all other governmental departments. It looks like it's only going to get worse for them. What the state of the Russian submarines? How long can they keep running? Some of them, they've got one Typhoon that's supposed to have been decommissioned. Will they get rid of that? They're building new classes of submarines. What's the Russian Navy going to look like post conflict? How well is it going to be funded? No one knows. You know, they'll probably try and sell stuff abroad, I would imagine. Kilos are nice and cheap. I think the Iranians have them amongst others. But you've got to be able to build it to sell it, haven't you, mate? And it's another one of those things, I think, where the Chinese will probably overtake the Russians in defense sales. But of course, Chinese kit is based around Russian kit quite often. And we've seen how that works out. So, yeah, I would, post-conflict, post-Ukrainian victory, I'd expect to see a massive trimming down of the Russian military. Well, the Ukrainians are already trimming down the Russian army and air force for them, aren't they? It's not voluntary. But the Russian Navy will need to be, we'll take the brunt of it. It will need to be trimmed down. And only the most capable platforms will be left. But don't write them off completely. The Russian naval arm is still the one that poses some real threats to NATO. And if you think their ballistic missile submarines don't work, and therefore don't worry about them, to be honest, you're being naive. You really are being naive. We know that they do work. We know that they are capable. And we know that post-war, they will still be a force to be reckoned with. That's just the realities of life, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. If they still are there, what can they do? I mean, they can't fight alone a war for Russia.
Well, you know, I mean, the Russians could have interdicted Atlantic convoys of liquid natural gas and sunk to. and shut down Atlantic traffic, and done that quite easily if they'd been ballsy enough. They could have mined some of the Baltic ports and closed them off. If they'd been ballsy and they wanted to, they could have, they could have done it. You kind of stepping into the world of what next for Russia, and to be honest with you, I would be really wary about going down that road, because I don't know. In 1990, when I joined in February, if you told me I'd be in the Persian Gulf in 1991 because Iraq invaded Kuwait, I'd have laughed. If you told someone joining the US Army in 1990 that they'd end up in Afghanistan in 2005, they'd have laughed at you, wouldn't they, Nina? You never know what history's going to throw at you. The idea of the Royal Navy fighting in San Carlos waters in the Falklands in 1982 seems, now we know it happened, but back then, bizarre. Same as in 1945, the idea of the US fighting in Korea. So you never really know, do you? So what lies in the future for Russia? Don't know. In 30 years' time, it might be a semi-democratic country that is partaking in peacekeeping missions, legitimate peacekeeping missions in Africa. Maybe America will go full MAGA, and we don't know, do we?
Yeah,
We simply don't know.
we are going to move on. I believe it is Phil who was trying to get up for a while and finally made it. Nina's ever-changing profiles and accounts as she massively gets into fights with Russian always confuses me. So Nina, now that I know who it is, nice to see you. Phil, then Waypoint, then Tim is, I believe, our order. Phil.
Thanks, Finance. I actually had a question for you, and it was about the $13.7 billion package and then Lend-Lease set to start, I think, next week or the week after. I was just wondering, given, there is, so much money going into it, are any of these going to give them like the Abrams they've been asking for, or, ATACMS, or any of the newer weaponry? Like, will that be open with the Lend-Lease, or do we not know that yet? Thank you so much.
Sure. I don't know on Abrams. As far as main battle tanks go, it seems pretty clear. The U.S. and Britain are not going to send stuff that have their reactive armor. However, maybe they will. And there's lots of stuff we have in stock still that could be turned on and drive by the younger generation of Daryls out there who could put some wrench to it, get it up and running, and send it over to Ukraine. And I hope we do that. And that doesn't have that modern reactive armor technology that is so closely guarded. So I don't know why they haven't shipped it over yet, but hopefully we will. I will say that as far as ATACMS goes, there's a lot of deliberate vagueness in the packages. So the recent Defense Department points, it said there were like, I think it was 10 or 12 things listed. No, there's at least 11. So it was 11 or 13 different things they were supplying in the most recent package. Number one was HIMARS munitions, but it didn't specify what kind. So maybe that was our Nice Gimler's original here at the Atacams brand tobacco company. Maybe that was the 1,000-pound king size Atacams brand product. We don't know. All of that. Also, in point 9, I believe it suggested that munitions was one. It was like munitions, something, something, and something else. I mean, munitions could be, all sorts of things that you could smoke at the Russian ammo dump, including Atacams. Point 11 was vague enough that it also could have included an Atacams branded product. So, but the obvious one is point 1. So maybe they are. Certainly here at the Atacams brand cigarette company, we support all manner of smoking. Would hope that the U.S. government supplies any large amount of Atacams branded products that they feel so inclined to apply. We have seen evidence that such products have existed in Ukraine, and we hope that far more are seen. There's just lots of Russian rail assets that really need more smoking to occur at them, and we support smoking at the Russian rail depot and hope that it occurs. So yes, I hear what you're saying. I hope that the U.S. does send more stuff. Would really be nice to see some other countries.
At least the
send some
IFVs
IFVs.
too.
Right, yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going. Like, at least send the IFVs with all this available funding, right?
Right. Like, as awesome and crazy as it is to see all these Mad Max looking vehicles that Tim Sennett keeps posting, and to see the videos of Ukrainian soldiers heading in with, literal pickup trucks into battle. They also have IFVs, they also have other stuff, but for some guys, there's only so many vehicles to go around. So there's guys literally heading to video in pickup trucks. And on the one hand, that's sort of awesome that they're making it work. On the other hand, it's better than that? A friggin' IFV. If they put a bunch of guys in an IFV, they're safer. There'll be less loss of Ukrainian life. Doesn't even need to be a brand new IFV. An older 30, 40-year-old IFV. An IFV is older than I am, has a Western-made one, not the Soviet stuff, has nice, solid armor on the outside. And if you shoot a machine gun at it, as far as I know, it doesn't get pierced. It's made to stop that kind of thing. So it will save Ukrainian lives. I don't know why we haven't given them that stuff yet, besides that Olaf Scholz is a Putin bootlicker. But yeah, I'm here with you. I would like to see more IFVs. Everyone would like to see more IFVs. Quite frankly, anything that either has four wheels or a track and drives would help the Ukrainians out right now. Like, literally, they are requesting everything that can drive, because they're just they need every vehicle possible for their supply lines. And obviously, anything with a track that drives, that can take that has some armor, is even better, because that's safety on the battlefield. So pretty much whatever we've got that drives right now is sort of worth sending to the Ukrainians. So hopefully that gets in there too. I believe our next up is Waypoint.
I just had one final up.
Sorry,
no,
Phil.
no, you're fine.
Didn't realize
No
you weren't done.
worries. No, there was a space on this morning that had Adam Kitzinger on it, and I thought I was joining MriyaReport with Adam Kitzinger, and so I just started listening for a couple minutes. And what he said was, he believes that the U.S. is holding the ATACMS until there's a stalemate, and perhaps at that point, like when Ukraine can't make any further pushes, that hitting targets further down would be more useful to the Ukrainians to make another breakthrough. That was his not perception, but what he was
said
thinking.
What? He said, sorry, Mr. Kinzinger said what? That as an armchair general in the U.S. Congress, he notes that there will be a stalemate.
No. He said if there would be. He said that's what others.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
that's
I can come up with subtleties the whole day if I like.
Got it. Yeah, no, I just thought
the long range weapons are completely independent from such a thing. The straw man argument. They need the long range weapons anyway today.
I agree.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will say, Phil, that I, as I regularly tell everybody, though, frankly, Ben is right here with me, as am our least military expert of our hosts, with zero military experience and, quite frankly, zero military studying outside of a little bit of history before the 2022 version of this war started. And it's been made so blatantly clear to me by every single military speaker we have here, that ATACMS missiles in Ukraine would be wildly effective and powerful at every single stage by just absolutely wrecking Russian supply lines, that you shouldn't have to wait for a stalemate to win the war sooner, faster, and better. So if our Congress doesn't, if the people who actually are making the real decisions don't understand that, I don't even know who the hell they're talking to, because it's like if we understand that here, that means every single military mind we have in the U.S. Like this isn't rocket. I mean, actually, it is rocket science, but this isn't like some advanced concept that's hard to grasp. This is what every single person will tell anyone who asks them. So hopefully they've listened to any general, colonel, major, lieutenant colonel that knows a single thing between here and Kingdom Come about the ATACMS, systems and how they would affect Russian supply lines, because they could straighten those gentlemen out real quick. Look, I don't want to say anything particularly negative about Mr. Kinzinger in Ukraine, only because we don't really have many more supportive congressmen in the U.S. than Mr. Kinzinger, and I do appreciate the extent to which he goes full bore in his support of Ukraine. I quite frankly don't really know his other politics. He is willing to blast his own party when members of his own party are not supportive of Ukraine. He calls the Russian mouthpiece Tucker Carlson by cuss words. He called Rand Paul a douchebag. Like, he does not hold his punches. Like, he is 100% for the cause. And I really wish we could pull many more congressmen to be as gung-ho as he is. Our level of support would then even further increase to what it is now. So, look, I'm not going to blast him too hard. But good Lord, if that's what he actually thinks on ATACMS, like, can somebody send a colonel to his office to explain the situation to him? Because that's just nuts. Like, can John Spencer go have a call with him? Like, I don't know what else to say here. Waypoint, before I get frustrated more.
Finance. For yourself, Ben, or Olaf, I mean Axel, sorry, our favourite German here. Is there going to be any sort of sit rep tonight, or is everything already gone through?
At the moment, there's a media blackout for certain things in the Kherson Oblast. So we may well not be able to report much. There's good reason for that.
Yeah, okay.
There's a lot going on.
Okay, Dankeschön, Axel.
Immer gerne.
All right, thank you, Waypoint. When we hear more, we'll let you know. Sometimes we don't get full information, and unlike when the Kharkiv offensive just sort of collapsed all of Russia so quickly that we didn't, we could report on them taking new towns because they were 20 clicks ahead, taking other new towns as we're reporting on it. The incredible whatever's going on in Kherson is not moving at breakneck pace, that every 3 hours they're taking 2 more towns and cities. And unfortunately, what videos I am seeing that are coming out of Kherson involve shooting on both sides. So I do wish that whatever Ukrainian soldiers are involved are as safe as possible, and hopefully, or whatever partisans. Obviously, there's a lot of partisans that are probably involved. So hopefully, the life. The death toll on the Ukrainian side is kept as low as possible. We're looking at, if you're looking at opposed urban combat, look, we've had John Spencer, Yehuda, our own Yehuda, and Major Giroux all here to tell us that that's not going to come at zero cost of life. So it looks like there is fighting in Kherson, and hopefully the Ukrainians, as many as possible, come out alive. That's all I've got on that. Chris. Chris Winley, cyber evangelist, going once.
Sorry, sorry. I just have to restart my phone. Can you hear me okay now? Hello.
Yes, you.
Oh, okay.
You're live, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. The tanks. I've got a bit of a weird repeat echo. I'll try and ignore it. Tanks were mentioned, and I was talking about tanks earlier on, and then this thing came past me saying that obviously the Polish have supplied the PT-91, what they call, and oh, sorry, I'm just coping with an echo, folks. I don't know why I've got an echo.
We can hear you. You're all good.
So, like, the only thing I was thinking there is, okay, so there is a main battle tank being delivered. So sort of, there's a, that's sort of a precedent, is it, in some ways?
The Polish, I believe, supplied the most tanks to Ukraine of any outside party. Axel or Ben, correct me if I'm wrong. Although, quite frankly, the Russians appear to be working to take the #1 spot since the current offensive, or whatever you call it, since the current offensives slash the current Russian running for the hill strategy has started. But yeah, no, the Polish have supplied a lot of their main battle tanks, and absolutely think that's excellent. A lot of them are on the old Soviet platform, which the Ukrainians was closer to the equipment they had to start the war. So all good. Big fan of the Polish supplying them. As I said earlier, anything that has 4 wheels and drives, anything that has a track and drives that also has armor, tanks, main battle tanks, IFVs, whatever, all of that the Ukrainians will use absolutely excellently and need as much of it as they can get. They truly, at this point, basically can't get enough. They have plenty of men and women that have lots and lots of morale, ready to head into the fight. They have the Russians pedaling backwards, so hopefully they just get more stuff. But yes, they have been given large amounts of tank by the Polish, if that was the question. Also, a quick explanation from the earlier comment on Kinzinger. He has been very clear that Ukraine needs ATACMS. He is not messing around. He's there. His comment on the space was that there are others in Congress and possibly the defense policy soup swamp, if you will, in DC, who think that ATACMS is something that the U.S. should hold back on, and he is pushing back against that narrative. So it lost a little bit. Thank you, Phil, for showing me the receipts and exactly where Mr. Kinzinger's thoughts is, so we can go back to our full throw defense of Mr. Kinzinger. He is 100% not lost on this. He gets what they do. He gets what they are, and he wants Ukraine to have a nice, beautiful, fat ATACMS cigar that they can just go toss right up a Russian railroad depot's behind. Chris, does that answer your question, or do you need anything more before we move on to Nick? Chris, the cyber evangelist, he's still with us.
All good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent, Chris, the cyber evangelist. You have
an
excellent evening. You are welcome to stay up. Nick.
No, I just put my hand up to say these are not games of semantics. Yes, Poland has supplied some tanks, but the issue is clearly whether we should supply Western tanks with Western technology, and whatever the reluctance is to do that, whether it's to prevent them falling into Russian hands, I don't know. But that's the issue. The issue is that when we haven't seen Abrams or Challengers or Leopards yet, and I'm starting to think that maybe the claim by the Russians that there was an agreement, not that by the Germans, I'm sorry, to not supply them, was, maybe has a grain of truth to it, because no one's coming forward and no one seems to be pushing very hard on that. So yeah, the issue is Western tanks, not main battle tanks or whatever the kind of semantics of that is. But I think you answered that fine. So.
Yeah, I know one of the main issues is the reactive armor that the current version of US and British tanks use. But the prior generation of tanks, if my understanding is correct, and we are short, John, or maybe Axel knows on the top of his head. As far as I know, does not have that technology that's guarded so closely, so it would not be such an issue to send it. And I believe that's where the Abrams comes in. Axel, do I understand that correctly?
Sorry, I was not tracking. I just heard my name.
Yeah, sorry, it was me. I said the Abrams is the last generation of tanks. It doesn't have that reactive armor technology that's guarded so closely, so that's more acceptable to send, correct?
Not necessarily anymore.
Not necessarily was the statement.
I said not necessarily anymore, but the Abrams tanks, which could be given, do have armor composition, which doesn't necessarily have to be disclosed, but at the same time, it's completely fine with an ally such as Ukraine. So the armor composition is not the issue. It's a little tosh.
What
if you
is the issue in the most modern tanks then?
What do you mean, what issue? I don't
Are there
understand.
any issues at all with just handing Ukraine some
No.
most modern tanks?
No, not at all. There is zero issue. If you have an ally, think about it. Okay, you and I are friends. We live close to each other. Let's say we have a house in 100 meters distance. Your house burns. What do? Do I check the fire insurance? Do I check whether my car burns? Or do I go there, help you evacuate the house, support the fire department, and make sure that everything works, give you my car to drive your wife, whatever, girlfriend, you name it, to the next possible place where she can have treatment ahead of any kind of emergency arriving? Of course I do. If this is the best possible car I have, let's assume, last week I bought this Touareg, it's brand spanking new. I give it to you. Why do I do this? Because you're my friend, you're my neighbor. It's so simple. There's no discussion about this. It's all a lot of boogaloo. It's useless. It's not a discussion for anyone who's serious about military efforts or moral effort, or moral considerations for that matter.
Yeah, I agree there. All right, if the Germans, led by the most insulted person on this space, second only to Putin by me, Chancellor
Emmanuel
Olaf
Macron.
Scholz, that you know what, he's probably only in fourth or fifth. I don't light him up quite as much. I probably should. He definitely deserves it. He's definitely part of the Neville Chamberlain caucus. He's like, like the fifth most guy there. He's just not. He can't actually bring himself to do enough to get like lit up enough. And I think that's his problem. But no, my question is: so who of the allied to Ukraine nations, so Baltics, Poland, U.S., UK, who's got the IFVs that they could send? Because let's just go with Olaf Scholz.
Americans and Germans. No, Americans and Germans. The IFVs, that's a simple thing. There's forward deployed resources that the US has at hand, which technically it could relieve. It's not too much because they need them for themselves in Europe just as well, because they're the only ones who actually have a force design and a posture which is sufficiently strong and needs to be supported. But at the same time, there is additional capacity available in German storages of the US Army, which could be released. You could even backfill some of those which are currently in movement and very well maintained in Europe, specifically in Germany, which are not currently in use in Germany because nobody's fighting in Germany. So these Bradleys could be put on trains, automobile, trucks, whatever, trailers later. Doesn't matter. They could be given. And the Bradleys are fantastic. And having both Bradleys and Marders in place is good. The Swedes have a fantastic setup. The CV90s are, 690s are great. They should be handed over as quickly as possible. I think the Brits should tell the Germans, you release the Marders. You don't even have to give your own, just release the Marders, which industry and others have. and we give the warriors. They may not be as good. They're just APCs or enhanced APCs with a bit of gunnery, but still, it's good. It supports the whole case. Give the Bradleys, give the Marders, and then somebody in Washington has to take out the big 8-kilogram hammer, as we would call it, the proper one which you use for pylons to be driven into the fields somewhere in Germany, and hammer the feet of Mr. Scholz into the ground. Because he is currently hovering above the ground.
I think that's the perfect use for that family tank you keep in the backyard, Axel.
Yeah, well, maybe we should start it tomorrow. On a more serious note, it's totally simple. Germans should release the tanks for the coalition. Everybody else gives the IFVs, and that's it. Sorry.
Germany could release IFVs too. Why stop at tanks? Germany could,
Yeah, the Germans don't have as the problem is technically the Germans do not have enough IFVs available in their current fully maintained storage system for the German Bundeswehr. Yes, they could share about 48, 50 roundabout something from the existing Bundeswehr stock. That's fine. Then they would have to replenish them, which they should have done anyway. And there's new systems coming in to replace them. So technically they could give all of them, but they don't want to because the weapon system industry hasn't been paid yet out of the budget because they're still haggling, da-da-da. But all in, it's totally simple. They have a bit in Bundeswehr maintenance capacity. No Bundeswehr soldier is currently fighting, so they should be given. There's more available through industry and the release from industry, and the release to be given, just like with the tanks, by everybody else who's willing to give it. The Americans have the Bradleys galore, and if the Germans just release Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s from all, 19 or 20 nations out of the coalition of the willing, that's completely sufficient, then I'm quite sure we will see 400 to 500 Bradleys coming into what can only be described yet again as their natural habitat. It is not that difficult. These things are not difficult. Ben Hodges said it. It's not difficult. Mick Ryan said it. It's not difficult. So if somebody always tells me, oh, there's no simple solution, there's so many considerations, there may very well be, but they are irrelevant.
Axel, I was just going to say, obviously, I totally agree with you, and I hope they do release those leopards and that, and we should never give up on that. But it just seems to me that maybe the older Abrams from the Americans, is another potential alternative and maybe easier.
Yeah, but it's a thing. You need to have the supply chain for them. You have to. The thing is, the supply and maintenance capacity for Abrams tanks is equally comprehensive as for the main battle tanks. If you know that you have a coalition of, as I said, 19 or 20, you could argue this, 19 or 20 countries who have Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s, which as tanks go, have the right kind of fuel system, the right kind of setup, are easy to learn for any experienced battle-hardened tanker. I've had these arguments earlier today, and both Thomas Tyner and I would probably look at this and go, oh my goodness, people are arguing silly things. Because nobody takes ages to learn this tank. Nobody who's a good battle-hardened tanker or a serious senior tanker from Ukraine who has constant experience needs such a level of introduction to that system. That's crap. It's bullshit. And there's enough Ukrainian tankers who in recent months already, with other nations who are, shall we say, more supportive of Ukraine, have already learned how to drive these fucking bastards, how to shoot them and how to play with them, and more importantly, how to maintain them. The Germans know that. They do know that. That is why it's so insidious. The complexity cost of the logistics supply chain for introducing M1 Abrams, especially the old ones, which are not as good, and they're not as helpful, and they're too heavy, and they're not as fuel efficient, and da-di-da. It's not good. You want to have the most recent versions of the M1 Abrams in theater. Then they're really good. The gun is better, the sensor system is better, the defensive capacity is better. Then they're really, really cool. And you have a lot of them. You have tons of them, but you don't have them where you need to have them. And some of those which you have, which are reasonably upgraded in the right version, still need to be painted. You need to maintain them, and you need to ship them, and then they're not there in time. 19 or 20 nations having Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s, which is what the Ukrainians need, within what I would call the proximity circle 1, 2, and 3 to Ukraine, who can ship these tanks as soon as Olaf Scholz or somebody gets the remaining live hand of Olaf Scholz close to a piece of paper to sign that friggin' release. He can then go into a spa for 6 weeks. I don't care. I really couldn't care less, because he's not going to impact German politics anymore after that. He could, for my sakes, he could go back to where he came from in Lower Saxony and live there at the end of days. He just needs to sign the dang paper. And
Yeah, do you think
wins. And Ukraine wins.
For sure. Chris, you'd like to speak? Please put your hands up. We have 2 hands up in order right now. We have Captain Domino.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Just something super quick. You were talking about the Martyr. The latest information that I heard is that those 40 Martyrs that have been recently refurbished by High-Metal or KMW are actually going to Greece instead of Ukraine. And in exchange, Greece is giving BNP ones to Ukraine. That's the latest information I've heard. It's pardon my language, just an idiotic plan to give the actual country that is at war the much just shitty version of an IFB. I did a quick comparison between the two, and I'll post it up in the list. That's all I wanted to say with respect to the Martyrs that you guys were talking about.
Sorry, did you say a shitty version of an IV? The Martyr is a what? A shitty version of an IV?
No. The BNP in comparison with the Martyr
Oh, yeah,
is a
of course,
shitty.
100%.
It's shittier.
Yeah, sure. You're absolutely right. It's Germans and the Greeks are doing is absolutely it's pernicious.
Honestly, it
It's
made me sick. I learned
insidious.
about this yesterday, and it made me sick. It's the first time in my life I've been so physically sick when I learned something.
Oh,
You know, it's
mate, trust me. I've seen images of Saddam Hussein's troops burying live human beings. There are many things which make me sick. This just makes me angry.
Yeah.
Captain
Dom, can you send the if you set up something in Nest, can you send it to Ben or I, and we'll post it for you. We generally try to keep the Nest post to the co-hosts. We just had issues with randoms posting to Nest before, so that's our general policy. But we have no problem posting if it's a good thread or something. Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to see a nice little explanation, especially when it's ripping the Germans a new one. So please send that to one of us. We're happy to look at it and post it up. Florian, thank you for waiting patiently.
Very shortly, what could make Germany change its mind? Is this another mass graves in Kherson? How could
You
Germany
mean
finally...
what could this coalition be made to change its mind?
Yes. Because listening to you, I get mad again, because there are no rational reasons not doing it. And maybe there is Mr. Scholz doesn't want Ukraine to win. That could be a reason. But apart from that, what would be necessary that they change their minds?
Maybe Ambassador Melnik should bring the ashes of the remains of the person who had the blue and yellow around the bones, the bracelet.
Yes. Just put it
And
in
just
front of the chancellor.
and just put it in put it in front. No, put it in front of Mr. Habeck, who is the most insidious coward there is.
Why is
He
that?
knows. It's simple. Annalena Baerbock is just stupid. But Habeck understands. No, seriously, come on. She has not studied anything. She doesn't understand the difference between gas and electricity. Please don't.
She's a Bambi.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. She knows how to play her cards. That's it. But she's stupid. I'm sorry. She knows this. I know this. Everybody around her knows this. And everybody in her party knows this. She's very, very smart. She's super ruthless. She's politically adept. But in terms of engineering, science, everything that really matters when it comes to long-term thinking for a nation which is a highly industrialized nation, she is not adept in. She knows this. Mr. Habeck is also not perfect when it comes to STEM and mathematics and everything. That's fine. It's okay. I accept this. But at least he has learned it in recent years. But he's too afraid to take the step which is necessary to break this coalition because he knows that afterwards he will never be in power again. And that is narcissistic. It is insidious. In normal times, in peacetime, okay, in peacetime, when this is just political back and forth and whatnot, and there's no genocide going on, and there's no 8-month-old children being raped by invading Russian soldiers, I could tolerate this to the point that it's civil society and just the shit politics brings up. Okay? Now, it's insufferable. It is amoral. It is so would like to burn your passport.
So, but you think the only thing that could work is that the coalition breaks, the Conservatives come with whatever the Green
Hofreiter needs to grow some balls. Take whoever else is willing to understand this by the hand and say, you know what, this is not doable. And the only person he can actually take, funny enough, is Annalena Baerbock, because she's just, she doesn't understand it from the technical point of view, but she's power hungry, so she's the one to corrupt with. And therefore, he needs to talk to her, get it across, and then go across to the other side. But they know that if they go into a coalition with then rejuvenated non-Lindner Free Democrats, National Security Democrats, Liberal Party, at that point in time again, they'll be pushed to the end of the world. They know this. But if they're really German, if they're really, really, really not just in for the climate change and changing the society to a communist utopia, if they have any spirit left in loving their country rather than their ideology, that is the time. This is 1941. If they fail now, there's nothing which can save their souls for all eternity. The history books, if the history pans out in a negative way, in the way that it will discredit the Germans for the next few hundred years because of this, their names will be associated with it.
Agreed. And that's really what's also driving me mad.
Oh, that's good. Speak up. Talk to your elected officials. Make them do something differently.
I would like to point everybody up to the nest where I've actually checked out Captain Dom's thread. I started with the one that has some explanation on how much better the Martyr is in the BMP and the fact that it seems to do a much better job protecting the gentlemen inside and ladies, because we know they're both in the Ukrainian fighting forces, than the BMP. He has some numbers above and below. It's a nice little thread, quick, easy read, those who are just looking for a brief difference, if like me, you don't know a single thing as far as the numbers of these things go, and you're interested. So there we go, up the nest. Thank you, Captain Domino. All right, back to the conversation. You have absolutely no hands up, which makes this an excellent time to remind everybody that it is 12:38 p.m. Kyiv time, which makes it other times around the world, but Kyiv time is the best time to report here at the MriyaReport, giving you 24/7 news and discussion on Ukraine and all of the things having to do with that, and the fortunate details coming out about the genocidal invasion that are continually ongoing. There is fighting and gunfire in Kherson right now, so we wish the best for the Ukrainian fighters in that region, and hopefully they come out alive. Speaking of helping people stay alive, sorry. Speaking of helping people stay alive, we support Maria Aid out here. It's a charity with absolutely no overhead. Every donation you make there goes directly to somebody on the ground in Ukraine. It is for non-lethal aid. It is everything from body armor, helmets, tourniquets, medical supplies, drone, non-lethal drone assistance, a wide spectrum of things that go to the soldiers in Ukraine, which also means it's probably going to some civilians in the case of medical supplies, because as is being seen very, very clearly, the Russians do not just target and keep themselves to targeting soldiers, they target civilians as much, or in the case of all their guided cruise missiles, 95% of them were apparently sent at civilian targets, not military ones. I'm sure that's been very helpful for their collapsing military performance. So that being said, I'd like to pass it back to Ben. Ben, are you here with us right now?
I am.
Excellent.
Good evening, friends. Tell me, I do have a question to ask you. I think you're getting you have a little get together tomorrow. Am I mistaken? And what is it about? Okay. Oh, he's definitely gone. Never mind.
You mean
I'll
the
ask.
finance panel we're having at 1 p.m. Kyiv time tomorrow, which is
That's
early morning U.S. time. Yeah, no, we are having our weekly, I believe it's named it the Big Rhinoc Finance Panel at 1 p.m. Kyiv time, which is early morning U.S. time, whatever that is, 7 hours before that for East Coast time, where we'll be discussing Ukrainian and Russian economics. We will start with Ukrainian economics. We will devote at least half our time to Ukrainian economics, and hopefully, like last week, we will go so far that we don't even get to Russian economics. We hit Russian economics all week anyways. It's very nice to actually discuss Ukrainian economics for at least half our time. We will also take questions, and there will be Axel, myself, and I believe we have a third guest here. Who's also joining us, Ben? We have one other, Alex Backus, I think, is joining us. Who else is joining us, Ben?
Okay.
We have Alex Backus and we have Michal.
Thank you.
Michal Wierybkowski.
I forgot that our lovely Polish friend who works on the Yale team, trying to figure out granularly what's going on, or lately what isn't going on in the Russian economy, will also be joining us. So that is always fun. So yes, that will be tomorrow. Also, our good friend George Stathakakis keeps trying to come up and talk and ask questions, but can't seem to make it. George, are you here? Fourth time's a charm. Nope. No, he's not. We would like to remind everybody that Twitter did post an update this morning. So please try to update your Twitters, because, well, it's having all sorts of issues. And usually if you are updated, that doesn't happen. Spectre, I see your hand is raised.
Hello. First of all, props to the mod team and all the regulars here for keeping this discussion alive and action. So regarding Germany, I think we've all discussed it extensively earlier today and came up again. And just about that is that since the beginning of war, we are seeing US and UK lead the effort, whether it be intel sharing or taking the initiative in providing assistance, and the close neighbors have real capabilities like Germany and France, just sitting back and watching the whole time. And even now, critical stages where it has gone into a full, even when Ukraine is winning, they are not ready to support. So I think even I know that Germany is spending an equal amount to say UK, and they are providing whatever weapons they do, but not taking the initiative in providing systems. So I think history does repeat itself, and maybe in a time where US or UK are not this coalition, I think this is something that worries everyone. There is no leading capacity inside EU.
I think it's quite clear that escalation is not a worry. Clearly, Russia has done absolute World War II Nazi level atrocities in Ukraine, and we are seeing the results of this in atrocious detail on a daily basis now. Just look up Izium. I'm not going to post anything about it to the nest because I don't want to go look at any more pictures of it. It's bad. So as far as escalation goes, we're already there. You know, we know what it takes to worry about that. So that sort of narrative's out the window. It's not like if we send some armored vehicles as opposed to everything else that's been sent to Ukraine that will make the Russians act any more differently or atrociously. They're already acting. They've already reached the point where it's like, if you're Ukrainian, what else, right? Like, what else can they do? George, have you made it up for the 50th time?
Yeah, well, I have probably just 2 points which
Hey,
I actually...
ordinary, do you know how to raise a hand? You may not. That's a serious question. All right, first time I've seen you up here, here's how we do it. If you look down, you will see a little heart on the bottom of your little panel when you are in the space. You click on that heart, and all the way on the right is a hand. You click that hand, and your hand, as you can see me doing it right now, is raised. When your hand is raised, I know to call on you. Otherwise, we all speak over each other.
I think you understood. Sorry for that.
All good. Now you're up. So now you know for the perfect. There we go. You found the hand. All right. Congratulations, Ordinary. Welcome to being on our Twitter space. You now have it down. All right. Look at the man go. First time he's got it. Ordinary, you're up. Ask your question, sir.
Well, I just wanted to make a few points here. First of all, Germany. We do all blame Germany for insufficient help to Ukraine, which is probably somewhat right. However, we need to take into account that Germany actually do provide a lot of financial help to Ukraine. However, it does not provide military help of Ukraine as expected. But for us, Eastern Europeans, that's how we perceive Germany. We see it as economical superpower, but not as military superpower. That's for sure. So yeah, it's of course a lot can be do better, but Ukraine needs money equally as it needs weapons. So if Germany just can keep up with sending money to Ukraine, that's probably not as bad as we all see it actually. Yeah? That's the first point. And my second point, I think when we look into the current war, which is Russia waging against Ukraine, event as a standalone event. But in fact, I believe that it is just a chain of events. We all talked that Soviet Union collapsed in 1990 or 91, but in fact it's not. And Russian Empire is also not collapsed. And what we see at the moment, we see as Russian Empire continue to collapse and taking with them everybody, all their neighbors or whoever they can actually put their hands on. And my question would be: Do we actually understand that? do we understand that the current war, it's not just a standalone event, but it's a much more global event, seeing collapse of Russian as imperial power. That's all.
Yeah, on the last point, I'm definitely with you. And look, Russia can't collapse as an imperial power fast enough. Certainly, this is both in the perception of them as an imperial power, which certainly matters, as well as their actual projection of force and economic might, as can be seen by the Central Asian nations pulling away. Sadly, they're doing some shooting each other too, which you never really want to see. And the drastically deteriorating situation with Armenia and Azerbaijan, where Russia used to provide Armenia security guarantees and is now just not caring and throwing them to the wolves. So, yeah, I completely agree with you that the, currently the short and medium term ability of Russia to project themselves as a global superpower appears to be heavily and quickly waning. That said, I believe our next speaker is Erland.
Hello. I'm sorry I had to drop earlier because of a phone call, but I wanted to comment something Rusty said about an hour ago here. And it was concerning the two NASAM systems, or the NASAM system per se, that are provided by Norway and the US. I have some experience around the system. I never served on it, but I know a little bit about the system, and I think I know why it is not actually operating yet. As I understand, the system is very capable, and on contrary to a lot of systems, what is very good with the NASAM system is that the launchers can be located very far away from the radar and the command center. But it also relies on a very complicated communication system called TADCOM, which is as I think it is a Dutch Norwegian Kongsberg developed communication system, and the amount of training the operators need to use both that and the radars is quite extensive. And as far as I know, there are Ukrainians on training in Norway right now. So hopefully those will be provided, and they will be fully trained pretty soon. I think the Norwegian government confirmed that there are Ukrainians here training, not on that, but they confirmed that there are training here in Norway a few weeks ago, and probably they were already here when they confirmed this. So I know that the NASAM system is very, very capable. Unfortunately, it's not that long range, so it needs to be dispersed over a bigger area, the launchers. The radars are absolutely amazing, and it is very, very capable on tracking both missiles incoming and airplanes, and this will definitely help the Ukrainians. And we need to remember that the Ukrainians, they are on the and when it comes to the SAM systems, they need to deploy so much more SAM systems to defend so much more airspace, because they need to defend both their own troops and their civilians and their infrastructure. As we've seen, Russia are bombing civilians and sending ballistic missiles and cruise missiles towards civilian targets. So Ukraine needs a lot more air defense than what a normal expeditionary force would need. The SAM system is also this NASAM system is actually also very good on the move, by the way. So hopefully they'll get a lot of them.
You will not hear me arguing about the joys of Ukraine getting a lot of supplies that they can put to good use. As I regularly have to say, I truly barely know how to use any of these things, but I'm happy to see them going. to the people that we support here and hope can use them well and helpfully. Ben, welcome back. George may or may not be up after trying restarting his phone and trying again. Hopefully he has made it. If anybody would like to speak, please raise your hand by pressing the heart button in the bottom right, and then you will raise your hand and I call on you, and excellent things can happen from there. All right, we are trying to bring up a couple more people, and let's see if we can make that happen. Nope, no, we can't. Andreas, I see your hand is up.
Hello, I have a very quick question. We feel it already here in Austria, Vienna. It's getting colder. What will this mean? The winter kicking in for the war. Also, in a very timely manner. I mean, in a very concrete manner. At which degrees? In which condition? At which conditions? Which kind of equipment not working properly or need more maintenance and so on. I think you understand where I want, where the question is heading to. Yeah, maybe you might give your expertise here. Thank you.
Finance.
Sorry.
Can you tell us how it is to fight in the cold?
No. I can't. I know absolutely nothing about fighting in the cold. I know that it's cold. You wear warmer clothes. Now you know what I know about fighting in the cold.
I've trained a lot in the cold, and it's definitely horrible if you're not prepared, and you need to be prepared both by training in the winter Arctic conditions, or you need to train when it's cold. That's the big problem with it, and you need to be able to change whatever you're wearing quite often when the conditions are wet. You need to have wool close to your body, and you need to have wool socks. You need to have good headwear under your helmet, which is vital. And definitely do not wear any synthetic clothes next to your skin. That's at least a few quick a quick list, but it's a very extensive training, and you need really professional experts that teach this on a yearly basis to be able to train.
Alan, would you therefore consider it helpful that the Ukrainians are home in a country which has cold weather in winter?
Of course, but I would.
Would you believe that the Ukrainians know what they're doing, given the fact that they've been fighting in their country for hundreds of years?
Definitely. It is definitely an advantage over the Russians. I am pretty sure a lot of the Russian soldiers that are being recruited to this war does not have any experience when it comes to fighting in the cold. And being and living in the cold does not mean that you know how it is to be a soldier in the cold. That is the most important thing to remember.
Tack för det.
Huh?
Tack för det.
And it is completely different from standing on the bus stop in 40 minus in Russia with a fur coat or whatever on, because you're not in the conditions of what a soldier will experience. A soldier will lay down in the snow for hours and then suddenly need to move maybe 10 kilometers in the wet cold. It is totally different from just living in a modern society which is cold. That's very important to remember.
Thank you, Erland. Thank you, Axel. I think that covers that issue. All right, we have a bunch of speakers up. 2 new ones I have never seen before. So welcome, gentlemen. Axel, you got a hot mic, my friend. Thank you, Axel. Andre, I have never seen you before. Welcome to space.
Good evening. Yeah, I actually was here was on maybe a couple of days with a question. So I have a question here, similar to those that we're asking about different countries assisting Ukraine. But my question is about a very special country, the country of Israel. As a dual citizen of the United States and Israel, currently in Israel, by the way, I'm asking this question. The reality of Israel's neutrality early on is quite clear. Russia was a regional superpower. There was this both diaspora, state had deep ties, but all that has gradually and now at accelerated pace, it has changed, especially over the past several months. Russia has expelled Sokhnut, which is an agency assisting Jewish diaspora to immigrate to Israel and so forth. So is there a chance that Israel will change its stance on, outright helping Ukraine now? Because the capabilities that the Israeli military industry has are quite unique in certain aspects. Like, they have complexes such as Tammuz. They have a lot of different kind of weaponry, radio electronic defenses, and so forth. It's unmatched, actually. The drones, especially the stuff that neutralizes Iranian things that are flying. So yeah, that's basically the question. The circumstances of Russia-Israeli relations and maybe, some of the considerations that used to be relevant are no longer relevant for Israel. So is there a chance that this will change anytime soon? Thank you.
So, all right, there's a lot there. One, I actually try to talk about Israel as little as possible as our hosts, not because I don't think Israel's doing stuff. They are. They're being quite supportive of Ukraine, despite having a pretty large Russian Jewish population, which has just swelled even further, as many Jews have escaped Russia because, well, they don't support genocide. And it's also quite obvious if you're Jewish that it's soon to be scapegoat o'clock in Russia. And you know what that means? It's going to be fingers pointed at us. So we're not really fans of that. But that said, you did point out, especially somewhere in that whole thing, it sounded to me like you were discussing the signals capabilities of the Israelis, which are absolutely fantastic. And I think it would be incorrect to assume that they are not already assisting the Ukrainians with these things. But anything that the Israelis do, they are not going to talk about. There are over 2,000 veterans of the IDF, including significant special forces veterans, fighting in Ukraine. A video got out of the, I don't think it may have been Passover celebration at the Chabad in Kyiv, which turned out to be absolutely massive as IDF veterans flooded that, and then was promptly taken down because they were trying, shall we say, not to be so public about the level of support of Israeli citizens being given to the nation of Ukraine. So in this thing, I would say that yes, I would prefer more pro-Ukrainian rhetoric, but if I had to choose between a mixture of better rhetoric and worse support, or better support and worse rhetoric, I'll take the better support and worse rhetoric every single time. And I think that is the way we should look at what Israel is doing. I would also like to remind everybody that we are talking about a country with like 15 million citizens or less. And
Nine.
might be 10.
It's 9.
Sorry, thank you. 9 million citizens. And they have significant numbers of vets and have provided significant amounts of aid to Ukraine in non-lethal form, as well as whatever they're quietly doing on the other side of things, which puts them well ahead, especially per capita, of many other countries. So if we're going to be talking about countries that aren't Ukraine, Russia directly involved, etc., I would say that they really get more play than they should. So I think that the premise actually is wrong there. They're already doing a lot, and they're already doing some of the things you suggested. They're just not being so blunt about it. Good, Andre? Can we move on? Answer your question.
Well, yes and no. I meant the government, like the state level sort of support, because of course the government.
That is, Andre. Read between the lines, my friend.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much. No, I got it.
There we go. Guys,
Thank you.
right. Yeah. All right. we're good. All right. I understood exactly what you meant. That's what I was referring to. All right. Chien, you had your hand up and it came down. Looks like you're from Dublin. Sir.
Yeah, thanks,
go ahead.
Finance, and thank you, Axel, as well, for facilitating such a phenomenal space to be able to have a good conversation. We've had an amazing opportunity to listen to many voices, many nationalities on the stage. For example, we've listened to a few American, British military people speak. My question is, because we've had many conversation about the military contribution, but I'd be very intrigued to listen or hear about the military insights. For example, like how impactful is British and American insights into the military impact or insights on what is the impact on the space? That makes sense.
I don't even think I understand enough to answer your question. I think it's probably a good one. Ben, can you help here?
Yeah, I hope I can, if not answer it thoroughly, at least give a few pointers. The fact, for instance, that the recent double offensive on Kherson and Kharkiv had been thoroughly wargamed with NATO officers, mostly, I think, American and British, sort of points to the fact that on some of the important decisions, the Ukrainians are using, as you said, insight, feedback from their erstwhile allies in the West. There are probably other things where this sort of other sectors where this sort of insight can find a place. We think, if nothing else, about the training by Western countries of a large amount of Ukrainian soldiers. We can think also of some less military things, such as the preparation of the railway tracks towards Poland, which must have been something which was at the very least done in partnership with the Poles, as well as with the Baltics, and there's a number of other breadcrumbs that allow us to say that to a large extent the Ukrainians are free to and willing to tap into the brain power of their allies. Did I manage to at least understand your question correctly, Shane?
Yeah, Ben, thank you so much for those insights, because I like that word breadcrumbs, because I think there's a lot of ally breadcrumbs that we need to better understand, and specifically when we listen to a lot of the insights from our military friends that contribute to the conversation, both British and American and the likes, they're fascinating insights, and I like to believe that in the background there's some insights there from our allies. So thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Ben. Glad you could help out our friend Chien there. All right, Carv Kelly, I see your hand is raised, sir. Alex the Georgian, going once. Alex the Georgian, going twice.
Hey, hello. Sorry, I was mute. Regarding that question about Israel, I'm sure there is support going on, and I'm not talking about personal people level. That support has always been there. I'm sure intelligence cooperation is on, but I think there will be. This will also gonna increase. I have that feeling, because for two reasons. We are clearly seeing now Russia and Iran cooperating much closer. Russia is using Iranian drones, but the question is, what did Iran get in exchange? They are not doing it for free, for sure, and that's major concern. Should be major concern.
Well, they could have just paid them, right? Like Russia has huge amounts of foreign capital. They could just
I
give
don't.
them
I don't think
money.
Iran need rubles. Honestly, I think they have plenty
But
of cash.
Russia has a ton of non-rubles that they need to use for something because they can't buy the normal imports. So they could have sent them any of
No,
those.
I think I'm talking about nuclear thing. Basically,
I mean, unless you have a source, Alex, I don't want to speculate, and I absolutely try to avoid this kind of topic unless required. So if you have a source and want to share, then sure. But let's not
avoid.
speculate.
No, I don't.
Let's not speculate on this kind of stuff.
I don't have a source here. I don't. And another thing I wanted to mention is like those military guys around Putin, they are utterly anti-Semitic. Like Putin is probably himself the most tolerant person among those. So, and you would see that anti-Jew rhetoric already, but I think it will gonna increase going forward. But we'll see. I don't want to speculate either.
I think that seeing 75% of the Jews in Moscow voting with their feet and leaving Russia, the only real kind of voting you can do in Russia, says that a majority of the Jews in Russia agreed with you. So I don't think it takes a rocket science there, or that it's particularly speculative to suggest that the Jews that were in Russia are notably concerned about where this could head. And many of us, including yours truly included, know an ancestor who was pogromed out of Russia. In my case, my great grandmother, who was alive until I was. And so, it's not the first time. They were terrible in Tsar's times. They were terrible in Soviet times. They're not so hot now. So, I think that says what it says. Andre, I'm guessing you want to say something on the topic before we go to Ben?
Yes, actually, in continuation, the previous person who asked the question was Georgian. So my question now relates to the apparently falling apart Russia's global kind of sphere of influence, which Georgia is clearly part of. Russia occupies like 35%, I believe, of Georgian land. Is there again a chance that, given the apparent weakening of Russia as a military power, that Georgia could free itself from this influence, or maybe even take some more decisive action?
There is very big chance. It's hard to tell when, because the current Georgian government is pro-Russian. So I think whatever Georgia will do first, it needs to change the basically government, which I think is coming. Like opposition is demanding new elections, which would be and like there was a lot of evidence that previous ones were pretty much rigged, but it's easier probably to demand new ones rather than discuss what happened 3 years ago or whatever. And that would probably trigger, but I do expect major changes in Georgia and in Georgian politics and in Georgian government too, because the previous one was clearly Russian puppets, somebody that Russia brought, and they were also meddling into election, like the way that they are meddling in U.S. election would be like kindergarten play. It was a lot. They pumped billions, and for a small country, it was a major pivot. So I do expect changes. It will start. I wouldn't expect this government to start anything unless it's a major provocation.
Can you put a time frame on this?
You need first pro-Georgian government before doing anything like that.
Can you put a time frame on this change?
Oh, it will be, the speed at which Russia is deflating its projection of power. It may take not long at all. but it's all function of how quickly Russia loses its military power and projection of such. It could take years, it could take months, it could take weeks. It also depends on how actively involved West will be in politics, not just in Ukraine but outside Ukraine. And from that perspective, I think it was important. There was a mention that in last package to Ukraine there were some amounts in support of countries under Russian influence. No details were providing, and I have no idea whether Georgia was one of those. It could be, Slovakia or Czechia or other countries that are helping Ukraine. But the line is interesting. And I do think that if US decides to be more actively involved in the region, this will be major trigger, basically, one way or other.
Do you think the Georgian Legion could play a part in this?
I'm sorry, what?
Is there a view towards the Georgian Legion at whom the Georgian Legion currently fighting in Ukraine? What's the home court view on that?
I do think so. I do think they will. Again, I don't think a lot of things will happen in the open space. Again, if we're talking about ties, informal ties between people, I'm sure those ties exist. After all, those ties I'm pretty sure exist. Will they announce it? No, they won't. What else? There is major opposition movement in Georgia, and the government is under pressure to do more for Ukraine. You can see some people footages taking initiative and pesting Russians, forcing them to wear Ukrainian flags and whatnot. But like I said, you need pro-Georgian government to begin any kind of such thing first.
I hope you all get a government that is more suitable for the Georgian people and voters. But I absolutely hear you, and thank you for the explanation of the political goings-on of your home country, Georgia. I am really fading quickly. We are going to have everyone's favorite new American pinch-hitting co-host. Daryl will be here in probably another 10 minutes or so. He said he is working his way home to where he can come help us host. So I'm going to go to Ben, and I may have to drop it because I am just fading fast and will be unable to be a useful, fun, happy, Atticams branded co-host any longer. Ben, take it away, and then I'm going to go pass out because I just can't pull it off any longer. Thank you very much. Everyone, please continue supporting Maria Aid. Please continue supporting the space. And of course, Slava Ukraine to all of you.
Adam Slava, get some good rest. And thanks, Finance, for everything you do.
Okay. Well, since I'm unofficially in charge, thank you, Finance. As usual, you were beast of a host and an absolute gentleman. David, I see your hand up, but I definitely had a question for Erland for a few minutes. Erland, you mentioned what was necessary to fight in the cold in terms of clothing. Can you give us a quick insight on how to fight in the cold when it comes to like how do you keep weapons firing in the cold? That's one thing, and the second one is tactics different in the cold?
Well, when it comes to, and thank you for the question, by the way, it's very, very important. When it comes to keeping your weapons firing in the cold, the answer is not unilateral. because it depends on the type of weapon that you have. For instance, Norway used to use a variant of the G3 called AG3, and that one was notoriously something that soldiers were taught to keep outside of the tent when you went to sleep, because condensation went into the firing mechanism, and it could cause different problems when trying to fire your weapon after getting out of the tent. Water would freeze inside the firing mechanism, and your weapon wouldn't fire. However, for instance, Norway switched over to the Heckler & Koch 416, and one of the features that were designed into that weapon was that it was supposed to be able to bring into the tent and no problem with condensation. However, that was not the case. On the first variant of the firing pin started to not only not misfire, but it also triple fired or double fired when you were on single shot. So they updated the instructions, and weapons were to be kept outside the tent during sleeping hours. They changed some of the firing mechanism, and actually this worked. And now I've never experienced any problems with that after they changed it. And the standing order is now to bring your weapons inside the tent. So there's a lot of challenges with this. One of the things that is very important is that you get your boots into the tent if you're sleeping in the tent, and you dry them off, but you keep them far away from the fire, because if you keep them too close to the fire or the heating stove or whatever you have inside your quarters, you will dry off the fat in the leather, and you will suddenly have totally unusable boots, and that is a major problem. Your boots are something that you need to keep holy when you're a soldier. Anyone who's been an infantryman knows this very well. And you also need to make sure that maintenance of your boots is top notch. That means rubbing them in with TV shoe shine, even if it's if you're in the field, because it protects your boots. Dry off your socks. It's crucial. If possible, wash them with snow and hang them to dry inside your tent. Changing your underwear, do the same thing. Wash them with snow or whatever you have and dry them up every night. Making sure you're taking off your socks and looking at your feet. Make sure that your skin is all right, and if you have a towel, rub the towel on your all over your feet with we call it frothing the feet in the Norwegian army. These are some key things, and there's a lot of personal hygiene kind of issues that you need to have a routine on, especially in the winter, which is incredibly important. If that gave some insights, I'm happy.
Thanks a lot. I think we can go bit by bit during the night for the coming 4 hours or 5 hours, and you give me, how to clean your gun in the cold, and how to fire an artillery piece in the cold, etc., etc. But for the moment, we can go to David. Thanks a lot, Erland.
Thank you, Ben, for co-hosting and MriyaReport for having the space here. I encourage everybody who's listening to retweet and share. Make it a unique tweet. Put in like a couple of words and a couple of hashtags and tag some people. Each individual unique tweet, believe it or not, makes the algorithm work for our means. So, little plug for that. And of course, MriyaAid.org is the most effective way, in my opinion, to get aid directly to the front line, both civilian and military. Non-lethal aid is provided specifically wonderful drones, which is all detailed on the MriyaAid.org website. I had a question for Mr. Alex Kaftelli, if I might. Mr. Kaftelli, I always appreciate when I hear you speaking, and I'm very glad to hear you in the space. I wonder, if I might ask you to delve into some of your experience, and if we see that this about the near abroad countries that are suffering Russian invaders at the moment, if we see that the Russians are losing their grip, which they are, in this sphere, and it is now publicly and kinetic, wars and conflicts have broken out in many different areas on their border, how likely is it that their influence and reach that might be a little further abroad is also shattered and in tatters and not worth very much, well, at least not as much as those who were doing deals with them first thought? I wonder if that's something that's rippling through the economic sphere as the paper tiger is being revealed to be a paper tiger. Thank you very much for the space, and retweet and share. It's a great facility, and thanks very much. Hello, Daryl. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing, David? Good afternoon.
Great. Lovely to see you.
Hey, thanks. How's everybody tonight? I hear we got a news blackout, so to speak, going on. So it's going to be a little slow, but we'll get through this.
Wouldn't know anything about that.
But glad to hear you. Glad to see you.
Hello, Daryl.
Hey, Ben. How's my favorite Frenchman?
I'm everyone's favorite Frenchman. I'm gonna stop thinking that you're trying to swindle me out of my money or something.
You're the only one I know. How about that?
Yeah, you're the token French, I'm the token Irish. We can hang out.
All right. So who we got coming up next, there, Ben?
Paulie was first. I think he wants to talk about extremely hot things or extremely cold things. Either way.
No, Ben. You have to sing now. Sur le pont d'Avignon for the reseller, the Irish reseller of bridges.
No. Irish nobility that escaped the English yoke tended to settle closer to Bordeaux. So give me a second, and I will remember a song from that part of the, from cognac. Actually, is an Irish drink.
So is Hennessy. They brought it with them.
Wait, man, Hennessy is Irish?
Yeah, it's an Irish family that moved to France, and they produced out of France ever since they moved.
The things you learn.
But I hope Alex is still listening. Can you give it a shot, Alex, or no?
I'm sorry, David. I sort of got lost in the in trying to understand what was going on. Too many different accents. I'm getting lost. But yeah, little detail. The first evidence of the Madeleine, made famous by, you know whom, was in the will of an Irish noble gentleman who donated his Madeleine making apparatus to his son. Anyway, this is really not what we're looking for at the moment. I'm getting way too distracted at that. It's Saturday night after all. Paulie, take us to the call. Take us to the fridge.
Almost. I think Alex is up, so Georgia is up. So if Alex can go first, and then I will go to the breathing things.
Very true.
No, I just heard my name, but I didn't hear the question. Sorry if you could repeat it. I was trying to listen. It's not easy. I'm outdoors and. Irish.
Who can't find? Yeah, the French and Irish here. They can't really decide who sells whom some bridges.
We all get very drunk, and it's a very merry time.
No, I'm afraid I don't have an opinion on that.
All right. The question I was asking Alex was, just because we've spoken just briefly a moment ago about the near abroad, quote unquote, that horrible colonial phrase, how the Russians have clearly been shown to be weak and pathetic, and as a result, there's now conflicts breaking out in places that had been guaranteed by the Russian might. And my question was, if we see this kinetic warfare in that sphere, how dreadful it must be in the further reaches, perhaps. Maybe not breaking out into people killing each other, but I'm sure the lie that the Russians were telling has been exposed, and there's probably a lot of deals falling through based on the fact that their might may not actually be as mighty. I wondered if you had an opinion on it, because I know it's kind of in economics,
it
etc.
can get pretty violent. I mean, the major factor there was Russian, because they were providing with equipment and weapon. If you do not supply weapon to the fighting parties, then it can't be just as violent. Like, they can still fight with machetes, but it's much less effective. But in general, I would say there is no much will to revenge or do anything like that. This thing may take, some time, because even though, like, so what is Russian influence? If we're talking about TV, yeah, it can kind of deflate in a matter of minutes. But if you are talking about like people who were bribed, like those connections exist even in the West. And that connection,
Yes,
like,
that was the
people
direction I
who
was
know
driving
that
at, Alex.
they are still
The
holding
connections.
power and they know they were compromised. Yeah, it may take a while. It may take a while, unless there is a force that really wants and is willing to and is capable to speed these things up. And in Armenia, it's similar situation. I think Armenia is probably even trying to get rid of Russian grip, but it's not easy. Given that most of elite is, in Russian pocket, it's not easy. So what they did, and I'm using it as an example, like how people can figure these things out. And again, this is speculation, so take it with a grain of salt. But I think Armenian president sent this formal appeal to Russia to protect and fulfill its ally duty.
Did you know that Nancy Pelosi is in Armenia today? Nancy Pelosi.
I know. And that was so the key was to show to Armenians, who probably were still delusional about Russia's might and Russia's involvement or Russia's commitment or whatever. It was to show, basically to neutralize them. And if US steps up, it will be major development. I will certainly welcome it. I want more US in the region rather than less. I think it was a big mistake at Obama years to almost withdraw. They didn't quite withdraw.
God rest John McCain.
Yeah. So, yeah, there we go. I want more US, because the choice is between what? Russia, Turkey, and Iran. I chose US, if I may. Ukraine, Romania, but this choice is hard to make, right? The three are, maybe the Turkey is at least seems for Georgia for now.
And the Russians have people everywhere in these countries too, right?
Apologies, gents. Alex, why would the Armenian people who escaped a genocide ever fall prey to their Sovietized neighbor and then fall prey to the Siloviki? Just because it was so easy, just because the money was flowing so simply, just because a little bit of dough, all the experience of the genocide by the Turks.
Yeah, it's fear and money, right?
Azeris. I mean, seriously, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard, but formally, Nagorno-Karabakh is Azerbaijan territory. And if you want to be consistent, again, I think we need to decide this at the table. And yes, Armenia needs powerful allies. US is most capable to do that if they want to, and I would only welcome if they want to. I do realize position in which Armenia is currently, but yeah, I don't have good solutions for that problem. But yeah, I want more stability in the region. Georgia was trying to play a kind of a mediator between these two, and in a way it was similar to what Switzerland chose in Franco-German wars, because like we see, Switzerland is not neutral in like cultural wars between modern world and 14th century army, but yeah, so Georgia
But
was trying to play
Alex,
similar role.
are we in agreement that the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia is essentially what the Russians wanted? They wanted this open, festering wound.
Exactly. That was for them. That was the tool to stay in the region forever, and they've been playing it for the last 30 years. With
Azerbaijan is the only place where the Jews never had a pogrom. Azerbaijan is the only place where there's a massive, massive understanding of what to do with Iran. Armenia is the place where they survived a genocide where the Azeris worked for the Turks. If you cannot reconcile this, if you can reconcile this area with the help of Israel and the United States, you've solved one of the big conundrums between the three religions. You win.
I agree completely. This is the key. And Azerbaijan is among Muslim countries probably the most tolerant country of all. I mean, Georgia has a large community of both Armenians and Azeris, and no issues with any of them. Russians were trying to meddle the conflict, but yeah, it didn't work. So I agree. It's just the task is like, I don't know. Again, I think Russian influence in Armenia is way too strong. They need to do something about it, and I think they are doing.
How will they feel about Speaker Pelosi, those Russians who have that influence, and perhaps those Armenians who may be under influence? How do you think that's playing? I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't know myself, but U.S. definitely has capabilities to guarantee if Armenia needs whatever guarantees.
Thank you very much, Alex. I really appreciate you answering my question and my frequent interrupting, tolerating it. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll drop back down and let others.
I have a crazy question to this. What's our access point to Armenia?
Black Sea, right?
Nope.
Is it an air access?
At best.
I wonder, did she get the train in? I wonder how Miss Nancy got over there.
Well, she is one of the top-notch persons in the U.S. government. She does
equal,
fly.
right?
She does fly with a very decent plane.
I think there's an entrance of a tunnel in Taiwan, so that's why she went to Taiwan.
She's not a surrender monkey. She doesn't have to slip through a tunnel. She's the number 3 in the most powerful nation on Earth.
Actually, Axel, she's number 2.
Equal. She's co-equal, I would say, right? She's the head
No,
of the
she's not number 2. She's number 3 in the succession.
Oh, succession. Forgive me.
President, Vice President, Leader of Congress, House of Representatives. Thank you very much.
But in terms of wielding power, I would say as the head of the as a speaker, I would think she's probably the most powerful of that branch of government. But yeah,
Yeah,
she's
if we compare her to Miss Harris, yes.
yeah. So sorry for kind of sidetracking us there, but I was really interested to see what Alex and everybody here would have to say on that. It was an errant thought. So thanks very much, and retweet and share the space. I'm going to drop down a load of people come and speak. So put your hand up and do request. It's free for everybody. Take part. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Daryl, it came to my mind when David just said this. It's free for everybody because it is essentially a service. It's a public service. It's a service by volunteers.
And as a volunteer, I am glad to be here. And I think that sentiment is shared by all of us because we have been ahead of the mainstream for a long time in this whole thing, giving information that was largely quiet, suppressed for whatever reason, because of course our news media is the left and right have their own agendas and they only give it so much time. But this place is an education. I, for one, came here knowing very little, but in the span of time and reading a little bit, it grows on you. And freedom is a good reason to grow. And when you hear what a motivated people do, it makes you want more. And I think everyone here, you'll gotta excuse me, I'm clicking at the same time here. But everyone wants to know more. And that's why all of you out there listening, you want more. And you come here every day to get more. But we also invite you to add something while you're here. Not just your space of being here, but your voice. We're glad to hear you. Glad to hear questions. And if you have something to add, you hear something, add it. If it's something relevant, if it's something that you found and is verifiable, because not everything's verifiable. You got a lot of stuff out there. But if it's verifiable, please bring it up. If it's something we've heard, we'll say so. If it's something we haven't heard, we'll ask for more information. But it's all about getting the information about Ukraine out to the world and getting help. The MriyaReport, which is also done by volunteers. They are helping get non-lethal aid to both the civilians and the troops. So if you that little Maria.org up in the top, you press that, and that's how you can help even further. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for being here.
Thank you, Daryl, for being here. No, really, thank you. Thanks a lot. Oh, Daryl.
Yes.
What you said was very true, and it's pretty amazing. And I feel bad not to be right now able to continue on that on the same vein. Do you mind if I ask Erland another question?
Hey, you're co-hosting like me. Go for it.
Yeah, but you've got the natural voice and the persona that comes with it. I feel like a second fiddle or something. Erland, how do you fire a natural artillery, a big gun in the cold?
I have no idea. I'm not an artillery man at all.
Okay,
that's
so
my honest question. Honest answer.
A smaller gun then.
A smaller gun.
Yeah, anything from a mortar to I don't know, a Glock?
No problem at all with the Glock, as far as I've experienced. No problem at all with the HK 416 or a similar assault rifle either. I don't know about any of the post-Soviet modifications, etc., how they behave in the cold, but I'm sure I can verify you that Glock 17 and HK 416 works totally fine in minus 47 degrees Celsius. That's the worst I've experienced on the shooting range. So
I think we changed the lubrication material that we use, though, rather than
definitely,
yeah.
yeah. But we
That's the big.
use those Arctic lubrifications as standard in the Norwegian Army. So I wouldn't. Yeah. I wouldn't know what the difference is.
It's the glazing, the lubrication, the glazing that it actually puts in. If we use the ones that we use normally in warm weather climates, it would actually gum it up somewhat because it thickens. It gets more like a paraffin on it, and so that's the reason why you would need that winter, like you were saying, the winter grade lubrications.
Yeah, I believe its viscosity is a lot higher, if that is called that. What it's called? And I remember that Allied training in Norway were given Norwegian lubrication for their guns. There were several U.S. Marines that had problems with their weapons, etc. Yeah, that's true.
Thanks a lot. And I guess we can move on to Polly. Erland, you're not out of the wood yet, or out of the snowstorm.
That's fine. I'm here.
But for the moment, Polly, yeah, please go ahead.
All right, thank you, Ben. So I think I will compliment Erland. I think Erland already opened up a lot of good topics or good facts about the winter warfare, and I agree with Axel that in general I think many of the fighters of Ukraine, they will have the basic knowledge, of course, on winter and expert knowledge on their area where they live. So I think I could maybe give some pointers what's going to look like for the Russian forces. So during winter time, if we suspect that the temperature is going to be -10 to +10, that's my prediction on the upcoming winter. Maybe in Ukraine it's going to be even -20 or so. But if you have weather that varies between -10 and +10, that is the worst. That is the absolute worst you can have, because during daytime you might have some sunlight, and then you might have slush, snowing. You're on the move. Your kit, your gear is gonna get moisturized, gonna get wet, and then you usually you stop at night, or then you will rest, and then you basically have to spend a lot of time getting your gear dry, and if you don't, you're done basically. So this kind of fluctuating weather from -10, let's say -10 to +10, that's the worst. So during winter warfare, I would rather take -15 or -20 than having that kind of weather. That is the worst. And well, what we know about the Russian forces, there's a lot of corruption in their gear, in their equipment. So we can expect that with their winter gear, they're gonna have the same thing. So I think beginning from like the basic stuff, like socks, jackets, sleeping bags, you name it. So I think they're gonna have problems. And then one key factor in winter warfare is that like the sergeants and the officers need to take care, like routinely take care of your like your group, your team. So like Erlen said, you have to like implement and rotate certain things you need to do that you wouldn't do during the summer. Like you just have to spend time, like maybe reserve like 1 or 2 hours per day to get everything dry and make sure that like everything drinks enough, because you wouldn't expect this, but during winter time when it's like -10 to -20, it's actually same as being in +30 conditions. You will lose a lot of liquids from your body. You will get easily dehydrated, and the worst thing is that you don't feel it. So you will get dehydrated really, really quickly. And if we expect that the areas where the Russian and Ukraine forces are fighting, they will not necessarily have like good infrastructure. So the water might not be running. The logistics are harder to reach, like the key points or the barracks or tents where the soldiers are located. And then the tents or the barracks usually don't have any running water or heat. So you basically are using transferable stoves or wooden stoves. So that's key factor. You need to have wood in order to well provide heat for the tent, and that's also takes more time.
Polly,
Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yep.
Very quickly, there is a host connection issue that has been told us, and we might have a problem with the space. Hopefully, we won't. If in a minute or so we're still here, that maybe won't happen. If it doesn't, please reconnect. The space will be back in about 15 seconds. We've got very switched on guys who can do this very, very fast. So we'll be back in a second. But for the moment, please, Polly, come back, continue, and hopefully the state will be fine.
All right, roger that, and I will wrap up this quickly. And yeah, so in general, you need more time to execute. I think both forces have a lot of relating to special operations. There are certain things that both parties have to take into account. During winter time, tracking is a lot easier. So when you do special operations, like go over the road or just like move around, you need to be more precise on covering your own tracks, because you're basically leaving tracks on the move at all times. And during summer, this isn't a issue in a similar manner. And then there's more darkness. That's also a good thing if you can utilize it and if you can orienteer. Then you can move in the darkness more. And if you have thermal imaging, that's also a good thing. You can utilize that, and then of course, if your opponents don't have it, that's a surplus for you. Well, to wrap it up, I think both parties will need to use more time, and I think I would place my bets on the Ukrainian forces that they will have better kit and they will be far better equipped for the upcoming winter war. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
Let me add one thing to this, Paul, because you raised a very good issue as to the experience of the troops. But one thing has to be stated. The troops the Russians had on the eastern side, on the line of contact, meaning not the local militias, humdrum idiots. No, the Russian troops who'd been there for some time, hardened artillery soldiers who didn't really care who they shelled, VDVs and the likes, the ones they cycled through, those have been used for their expeditionary attack.